Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. We will continue with the debate on the budget, and I now call upon the Assistant Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Alexander O'Connor. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, the Honourable Cabinet Ministers, Assistant Ministers, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and members of the Parliament, members of the public who are watching this proceeding from their workplaces or the comfort of their homes. A very good afternoon to you all. Mr. Speaker, sir, although I had prepared my speech on the motion before the floor, this very floor, I was taken aback yesterday, sir, with the comments from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I quote in his remarks, "God forbid any further infection in our country. Our healthcare systems, and I say it again, is not in a sound state, thanks to Fiji First government's misrule for the last 14 years, unquote. Having read that yesterday, or hearing it yesterday, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was taken aback, and so this afternoon, rather than, I'm deviating from my actual speech, and I wish to bring to the notice of this august House and the public at large that are listening to this, hearing, bring it up to speed with facts of the Ministry of Health over the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, service delivery, expanding our service reach and coverage, establishment of new specialist services. Following years of specialist training in Fiji through the Fiji National University and abroad, Fijian medical specialists have come back to set up specialist services in the ministry. These are urology, neurosurgery, plastic surgery, pediatric surgery, nephrology, invasive cardiology, medical oncology, neonatology, pediatric cardiology, and emergency medicine. Many of these high-end complex specialist medical services did not exist in Fiji before 2012, and the ministry used to send Fijians to overseas hospitals for expert treatment. These treatments would take hours and cost thousands of dollars. Now, well-trained and competent local medical specialists provide these services in Fiji, and this means significant savings in transportation, living expenses, and emotional pressures from being away in a foreign land for specialist treatment. The government also established a new cardiology center at CWM Hospital and replaced the cath lab machine with a newer model with the assistance of the Rotary Club and long-term visiting specialist cardiologists from Australia. Mr. Speaker, sir, outreach visits are now conducted at the subdivisional hospitals and the Maritime Islands by specialists from the main hospitals in increased frequency. This means we are taking the best specialist teams from CWM Hospital, Lambasa, and Latoko hospitals to the rural areas. The MV Vueti, the hospital ship, has also enabled the ministry to roll out specialist health services to the maritime communities. This is a significant step in ensuring no one is left behind. The outreaches have become an integral part of the ministry's annual program with dedicated funding and are planned to ensure that communities in hard-to-reach places have increased access to specialist services offered at our major hospitals. The mobile eye clinic of the Pacific Eye Institute and Eye Department at CWM takes specialist eye services, including eye surgeries, to the communities and rural centers every month for better access to specialist eye care for our rural populations. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji's Emergency Medical Assistance Team, better known as FEMAT, which is the first team in the Pacific Islands to be certified by World Health Organization as a Level 1 field hospital capacity for international deployment. FEMAT achieved World Health Organization accreditation in May of 2019. It visits maritime and rural health facilities, bringing specialist services closer to the community. We have conducted specialist services in Korabo, Northern Division, Lau, Yasawa, and Kandavu. Mr. Speaker, sir, the purchase and commissioning of the hospital ship Nembueti, working together with the relevant government agency, the first ever hospital ship for Fiji, was constructed and delivered to Fiji. The ship was designed according to our need and outfitted to our specification and has surgical operational capability as well as the ability to transport our medical and FEMAT teams to target sites that require these services. Mr. Speaker, sir, the community health workers, known as CHW. The ministry has strengthened the CHW program in Fiji and now employs 1,656 community health workers throughout the nation. The CHWs assist in delivering key health messages, monitoring community health, and referring residents to essential health services, especially in villages, communities, and settlements. There were 5 CHW trainings conducted for the CHW workers in the 3 divisions in the last year. Decentralization of general outpatient services from major hospitals to the major health centers in the subdivisions has resulted in improving accessibility. This supports universal health coverage, which is a key component of our health strategy. The CWMH has outsourced general outpatient services to Lamy Health Center, Samambula Health Center, Valilevu Health Center, as well as the Rawanga Health Center, while extending opening hours in target facilities. Valilevu Health Center now opens 24/7. Lautoka Hospital has decentralized GOPD services to the newly established Kamikamida Health Center and Punjas Health Center in suburban areas of Lautoka City. Processes for the decentralization of GOPD services from Lumbasa Hospital have also been initiated. Mr. Speaker, sir, the decentralized clinical services. Decentralization of special clinical services is a program that the ministry is embarking on to increase access for our communities to specialist service provided in the main hospitals. As an example, maternal health services have been decentralized from the CWM maternity unit to the newly built McCoy maternity unit. Similarly, the dental prosthetic services from CWM have been decentralized to the newly built Nakasi Health Center in Nakasi, Nasinu. The establishment of the Nandera Dialysis Unit follows the same concept of moving specialists services closer to where the community lives. The rolling out of emergency department services from CWM to Valilevu and the Sori Health Center is also another initiative. Mental health services have also decentralized its services through the establishment of stress management wards at the main hospitals, Lautoka, Lumbasa, and CWM, thereby increasing the number of mental health facilities and inpatient beds from where mental health services can be provided. Mr. Speaker, sir, specialist visits This is another model of decentralizing specialist services where medical specialists undertake regular weekly and monthly visits to health centers and subdivisional hospitals. CWM, Lautoka, and Lambasa hospitals are currently undertaking this activity. Subspecialist monthly clinics are conducted at the divisional hospitals and subdivisional hospitals in the west and the north by subspecialists, urologist, pediatric surgeon, plastic surgeon, neurology, and neurosurgeon from the CWM. New specialized medical equipment introduced, such as MRI scan, EEG machine, the echo machine, the liquid-based cytology machine, lithotripter machine, etc., introduced to support expansion in our services. The MRI machine is the first MRI machine in the South Pacific. A 3.5 Tesla machine valued at $2.7 million was purchased and installed at the CWM hospital. The CT scan machine purchase of 3 new CT scan machines with the Lautoka and Lambasa hospitals having CT scan machines for the first time ever. CWM received a 128 slice machine, the first such high capability CT machine of its kind in the South Pacific. This machine, which has greatly helped the treatment, recovery, and final outcome for many patients. Mr. Speaker, sir, the lithotripter machine is the first of its kind in the Pacific that ensures that the treatment of kidney stones are improved. Many patients that used to require open surgical procedures for their kidney stones are now treated without requiring to undergo a surgical operation or admitted for long periods of time at the hospital. The liquid-based cytology machine is the first of its kind in Fiji and was purchased to increase the volume and timeliness of diagnosis for cancers, which is now the 3rd most common cause of mortality in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, the new hyperbaric chamber was purchased in 2009 to replace the smaller old machine at the CWM hospital. The brand new custom-made chamber is the only machine available in Fiji which was installed in December of last year. Overseas medical treatment support. Government subsidizes overseas treatment of specialist services needed by patients, and the overseas medical treatment guidelines have been reviewed to streamline these processes. The dialysis services. Government has started hemodialysis for acute kidney disease at the CWM and Lautoka hospitals to support the several ill patients under ICU care. Government also worked with the Board of Visitors and management of Lambasa Hospital to set up the Kidney Dialysis Center in 2014 that provides hemodialysis for acute and chronic patients. The National Kidney Dialysis and Research Center is scheduled to be fully operational from November this year for patients of the greater Suvarnasori area. The government has also approved and set aside a budgetary allocation for subsidizing dialysis costs for patients in the low-income status. This subsidy is already in use for the kidney patients in Lambasa and will soon commence in Suva. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 157 call line customer care facility was established to improve health service provision, focusing on quality and patient safety. As a feedback result, the queue management system was implemented at Valilevu Health Center to improve patient waiting time. Since the commencement of the 157 customer care facility, the number of complaints and the feedback time frame has steadily improved. The Ministry has established a set of systematic, criterion-based audits of facility standards and adherence to clinical guidelines to guide a continuous quality improvement process. The Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative and the Safe Motherhood Hospital Initiative have been adopted with World Health Organization support and implemented throughout the Ministry. Mr. Speaker, sir, the establishment of twinning hospitals has allowed the Ministry to improve its care and management of children with cancer. The twinning program between CWM and the Christchurch General Hospital has resulted in remarkable improvements in the treatment, ongoing care, and outcome for children with cancer. The preventative program delivery, a targeted approach, Mr. Speaker, Sir, wellness, the adoption and implementation of the World Health Organization PEN package model to combat diabetes and other NCDs. PEN is also being implemented through the SOPDs at health centers to improve the quality of care of NCDs in primary care facilities. The Ministry has launched Mobile Eye Clinic, NCD Wellness Bus, and the Rheumatic Heart Disease Mobile Clinic for outreach programs in the rural and remote areas. The Ministry has multidisciplinary school health teams that conduct screening for primary school children to promote healthy living. The Ministry has been working with the Ministry of Education to roll out the Health Promoting Schools package to over 200 schools considered to be at the highest risk category. Mr. Speaker, Sir, maternal and child health. The Ministry also developed guidelines and policies such as cervical cancer policy, violence against women and girls clinical guideline for health care workers in Fiji, school health policy, and the integrated management of acute malnutrition guideline for Fiji. The Ministry launched the Sexual and Reproductive Health Manual to address reproductive health issues. The Maternal and Newborn Safe Hospital Initiative audit has shown improvements in the standard of our maternal and newborn services in our hospitals. The Ministry conducted nationwide mass measles and rubella vaccination campaigns for children aged 1 to 11 years in 2017, and meningococcal C disease campaign targeting children aged 1 to 19 years old in 2018. Mr. Speaker, Sir, communicable disease. Implementation of the National Fight the Bite Cleanup campaign that was conducted nationwide in collaboration with government organizations, NGO, corporate bodies, faith-based organizations, and community groups to combat the spread of dengue fever in the country. The use of new technology in TB laboratories, the Gene Expert, BDM-GIT, has contributed to identify bacteriologically confirmed cases, both pulmonary and extrapulmonary cases. The Gene Expert machine is the first ever machine to be installed in the country, and it has significantly improved the accuracy and timelines of diagnosis of TB in Fiji. The implementation of the Early Warning and Alert Response System, EWARS, at Sentinel sites in Fiji was introduced to provide better surveillance of infectious diseases in addition to the routinely reported notifiable disease. The EWARS, an event-based system, has resulted in greater collaboration and sharing of information between private and public health providers, giving more coverage and accuracy to the surveillance results. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Wolbachia Project, in collaboration with the World Mosquito Program to combat mosquito-borne diseases like dengue, Zika, chikungunya, and yellow fever. The rollout of new HIV rapid confirmatory testing sites algorithm with the capacity to report online in collaboration with the hub centers. Mr. Speaker, Sir, measles outbreak was declared in November 2019, and more than 300,000 Fijians in the target group were immunized against measles during the campaign. The outbreak was brought to an end through a massive response effort by the Ministry just before celebration of Christmas 2019. The coronavirus is in the ministerial statement by my minister later on. Mr. Speaker, Sir, health system improvements. The enhancement health information management system to guide decisions about health sector strategy, functioning, and oversight includes the upgrade of patient information system, introduction of new health information systems such as consolidated monthly return information systems, the public health information system, laboratory management information system, rheumatic fever information system, the human resource information system, and surveillance outbreak, the integration of the pregnancy and birth module of the patient information system with the births, deaths, and marriages office to allow online registration of birth notification. Infrastructures, we have built new hospitals, health centers, and nursing stations, namely Navua, Ba, Vatukarasa in Naitasiri, Dhubu, Nakasi and Waimaro health centers, Nayabura and Tamasua nursing station, and the low-risk McCoy Maternity Hospital. City Hospital will be extended with the new 200-bed maternity wing that will feature modern maternal health services for our mothers. Human resource, the ministry has fully and successfully introduced open merit-based recruitment, achieving a score of about 92.5% in its last audit. The ministry has identified the skills required and undertaken re-engagement of retired nurses in scarce skill areas, recruitment of specialist medical officers from overseas, and locum arrangements to support the health sector. There has been a review of nursing and medical officer posts to meet the patient demand. The Memorandum of Understanding awaiting Cabinet approval between Ministry of Health and Medical Services Fiji and Health Directorate Australian Capital Territory, ACT, includes the arrangement for placement of registered Fiji nurses in ACT public health facilities to undertake further education in the area of critical care nursing. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I look forward to continue working together with the Honourable Minister for Health and Medical Services, the entire ministry staff and allied workers in taking forward the ministry's vision of developing a healthy and productive population. With this, I fully support the 2020-2021 budget, and I thank you most sincerely, sir.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Health and Medical Services for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, the Honourable Viam Pillai. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker Sir. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Minister for Economy, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament. Honourable Speaker Sir, I wish to address some issues raised by Honourable Lenona Keringeretambua. The Honourable Member, or whichever lawyer wrote her speech, seems to have something very personal against the Honourable Attorney General. Perhaps the former beauty queen doesn't quite understand how difficult drafting a national budget is. Even up until the last minute, the hard-working budget team is working non-stop to ensure everything is correct. I would rather wait 1 hour and get the best budget than try to rush such a thing. Let me remind the Honourable Member that NFP's manifesto was the most colossal failure of a document which consisted of wrong statistics, misinformation, grammatical errors, unrealistic promises, and was rejected by the Fijian people. The NFP manifesto and the team who drafted it perhaps used Honourable Keringeretambua's method, thus ensuring NFP became the minority party with 3 seats. We at Fiji Fest do not try to fool the Fijian people, so perhaps NFP is not used to this. Honourable Speaker, I would like to ask Honourable Keringeretambua where her manners were when she cursed our children earlier this year. She is absolutely right in that manners make it mad, and her act of cursing innocent children, including those who are yet to be born, tells us what she is made of. Honourable Keringeretambua questioned whether AG was a true leader and a servant of the people. Let me try to make the misguided member understand reality. Honourable Speaker said while Honourable Keringeretambua was posting pictures on her Facebook page, Honourable Attorney General was up until the early hours of the morning with his team drafting a very big and a very complicated budget for weeks and weeks. Honourable AG was sacrificing his personal time and sleep to go out on the ground and talk to Fijians while Honourable Lenona was posting pictures of birthday cakes on her page. Honourable Speaker said Honourable Lenona spent COVID-19 doing personal things with her family, and there is nothing wrong with that. But do not try to come here and suggest that Honourable AG is not a servant of the people when he has done more for the country in the last 2 months than Honorable Gerengere Tambua has done in her entire life. Honorable Lenora needs to understand that every little effort counts. She named all the groups and people helping others, and instead of using this positively to spread good feelings, she instead used their work to attack Fiji First. Honorable Speaker said this is disgusting behavior. To politicize providing aid and help and to suggest that some people are better than others when everyone is helping the best they can. Honorable Speaker, I rise as the Assistant Minister for Agriculture to voice my contribution to the 2020 and 2021 national budget designed to provide hope to every Fijian and the economy. I join the honourable members who have spoken before me in commending the Honourable Minister for Economy and his team for a bold and innovative 2020-21 national budget. Honourable Speaker, I fully support the intentions of the 2020-21 budget in dealing with the current certainties of the COVID-19 pandemic and its far-reaching economic impact to all Fijian families. This is unprecedented times, and as a nation we must act decisively by taking bold steps aimed at recovery of Fijian economy from this global health crisis. Honourable Speaker, to summarize the 2020-2021 budget in 4 words, it would be bold, visionary, hopeful and caring. This budget empowers our commercial sector, the engine of growth, by providing economic stimulus packages to incentivize entrepreneurs and employers and protect our economy during these uncertain times. Honourable Speaker said through the 2020-2021 budget, the Ministry of Agriculture will continue to expand its planned activities. We will continue on our momentum in accelerating our transition from subsistence farming to commercial agriculture in the next financial year. Instead, the Ministry of Agriculture allocation will only motivate us to work smartly and diligently to leverage the agriculture sector. Honourable Speaker said the Ministry's strategic policy direction is clear, as set out in the Ministry's 5-year strategic development plan 2019 to 2023. It is about accelerating the growth of this important sector through commercialization. We have already started this work and we will continue to do so. The SDP is aligned to the 20-year National Development Plan, NDP, and builds on the modernization set out in the Fiji Agriculture 2020 policy agenda. Honourable Speaker said the 2 Ministry of Agriculture policy documents were designed to fulfill the mandated policy objectives of the Ministry in maintaining food and nutrition security, generating economic growth for sustainable livelihoods, alleviating poverty, and managing available resources for sustainability and climate-smart agriculture. Honourable Speaker said, as clearly outlined in the Honourable Minister for Economy's budget address, the impact of COVID-19 on our nation is profound, volatile, and as yet unpredictable. Food security and nutrition stand to be heavily impacted as the globe undergoes a recession not seen since the 1930s Great Depression. Honourable Speaker said, globally food systems are being impacted by lockdown movements, restrictions, reduced household income, and interrupted supply chains. While price and availability of the global food staples remain stable for now, the United Nations World Food Programme has warned that an estimated 265 million people could face acute food insecurity by the end of 2020, up from 135 million people before the crisis because of income and remittance losses. Honourable Speaker said UNOCHA has predicted that the number of acutely food insecure people in the world will increase by 82% by end of 2020 if no action is taken, leading to increased potential for global instability and conflict. The IMF have predicted a global minus 4.9 contribution in GDP for 2020. This financial year is shaping up to be a year like no other in our lifetimes. Honourable Speaker said, here in Fiji, while we might have mercifully escaped the worst of the health impacts for now, we are not immune from the effects of pandemic on our economy and livelihoods. So far, 115,000 people have lost their jobs. The Reserve Bank has projected that our economy is set to contract by 21.7% in 2020. I commend the Honourable Minister for Economy for his leadership in proposing a bold and forward-looking budget that will put us on a path to recovery and help us build back better. Honourable Speaker said the Ministry has undertaken several initiatives to cushion the effect of the pandemic on food security. It is doing all it can to ensure Fijian people continue to have access to safe, affordable and nutritious food during these difficult times. To complement the bold and ambitious drive towards the commercialization of agriculture sector into a billion-dollar industry, we are ensuring that those households most affected by COVID-19 pandemic have the means and support to become more self-reliant. Honourable Speaker said, we are seeing an increase in people returning to their lands and villages to plant crops. The success of our home gardening initiative has led to a boom in urban and peri-urban home gardens, with excess produce contributing either to precise household income or bartered for other essentials. The introduction of organic fertilizer that supports sustainable food production and livelihood. Honourable Speaker said the Home Gardening Initiative received extraordinary response from the general public during the COVID-19 pandemic when coupled with planting and food preparation guidelines from Ministry of Health. The stay-at-home policy did provide the best opportunity for people to grow their own from the distributed seed packages by ministry officials. This was made possible through the COVID-19 response budget allocation of $1 million and the aid-in-kind seed assistance from the Pacific Community SPC and Food Agriculture Organization FAO. Honourable Speaker said, as of today, a total of 36,495 seed packages has been distributed, representing over 307,000 individual seed packets. The total budget utilization was $47,552. The initiative will resume in September 2020 as a next wave with replenished stock of seeds. The Ministry will continue to source its budget allocation from the Agriculture Extension Services Program, crops, with allocated budget of $600,000 in 2020-21 financial year. Part of the funding will be sourced from Sustainable Land Management Program, SLM, particularly on the household modelling and dry seed purchasing. The $35,000 that will be allocated to the Home Gardening Initiative shall be sourced from the Agriculture Extension Service Program in 2020-2021 financial year's budget. Honourable Speaker said, we also are mindful of the need to ensure our agriculture farming systems and methods are sustainable and are conducive to maintaining our natural forests, waterways, and aquatic food sources. We are increasing our focus on organic or the use of natural fertilizers as this ensures the sustainability of our natural resources. Organic fertilizers are kinder and gentler to give plants the nutrients they need. Honourable Speaker said, apart from supplying essential nutrients, studies show that application of organic manure improves the structure of soil and increases its ability to hold water and nutrients. It also increases the population of beneficial microorganisms that break down and release nutrients into the soil from the organic materials. While it complements the Home Garden Initiative, Ministry of Agriculture is currently embarking on the substantial production and the use of poultry manure that is going to be used by most farmers and individual households in Fiji. The Organic Fertilizer Initiative is aimed at reducing the impact of conventional farming practices on Fiji's soil, waterways, and environment. Furthermore, the initiative will encourage the establishment of organic fertilizer-based farming systems promoting healthy soil, healthy crops. Honourable Speaker said, while progressing the above initiative, the Ministry is currently developing a conditioning or composting site at Nandurulolo Research Station in Nosori. Similar sites will be established in Vitilevu, Vanualevu, and Taviuni during the next financial year. The many sites will be used to condition poultry manure through the use of bacterium culture before application to farmers' fields and home gardens based on soil analysis and crop nutrient requirements. The bacterium culture was recently launched in Sigatoka on the 10th June 2020. The role of anaerobic bacteria species is to speed up the decomposition process of the poultry manure. The fermented fertilizer will basically improve plant growth when applied as foliage spray to crop seedlings and soil. Honorable Speaker said the budget for organic fertilizer initiative was sourced from green waste management activity, that is $30,000 under the Sustainable Land Management Program, SLM, with total budget of $300,000. The ministry will continue to source its funding from the same SLM program and GWM activity for 2020-2021 financial year. As global air freight charges have increased, good quality, fresh local produce can substitute what was previously imported. We can use this time and temporary downturn in tourist numbers to better strategize and work closely and smartly with other relevant ministries and tourism operators to prepare for the scale-up once the Bula bubble is up and running. Honorable Speaker said the ministry will continue to improve and better refine our preparedness, response and recovery capacity in our effort to protect and help our farmers recover and become self-reliant for sustainable livelihoods. Similarly, Ministry of Agriculture will continue to promote climate-smart agriculture to ensure we are more determined and resilient in facing any natural disaster that is going to come on our way. Rebuilding agriculture as the main driver of economic activity in Fiji is realistic, but it will take a collective effort. I ask that members encourage their communities and families to start a farm, however small, or where people are already farming to aim higher and increase productive levels, expand into value addition, maybe, and or commercialize their operations. Ministry of Environment, Honorable Speaker say, while the pandemic has impacted global environmental policy, we have not let our guards down at home. The Ministry of Environment has been very proactive in stepping up enforcement of environmental regulations and policies. The Ministry is focused to continue to enforce environmental laws during this crisis and hope that businesses will acknowledge and adhere to this vital legislation. During 2019-2020 financial year, the Ministry of Environment has continued to implement its required ongoing initiative and have also launched new initiatives to safeguard the environment. These include Ocean Stress Net Audit, launched on June 18, 2020 during World Ocean Day by Honorable Minister for Economy. It involves the physical analysis of the waste composition to provide a detailed understanding of waste disposal behavior of people living upstream. Later, think tank session meeting to address chronic situation in the country and monitoring of ban of plastic bags, ban on single-use plastic bags has significantly led to decline of plastic bags. Honorable Speaker said the pandemic has had a profound impact on the global climate diplomacy. It has limited the ability of nations to submit nationally determined contributions, as focus now has shifted on the pandemic. I fear that developed nations, in their desire to restart the global economy, would emit excessive greenhouse gas, jeopardizing our good work during COP23. Honorable Speaker said the National Environment Cleanup Campaign is an activity under the Clean Environment Policy to provide self-compliance towards anti-litter behavior in Fiji. 15 cleanup campaigns were undertaken during the 2019-2020 financial year. The ministry carried out 3 LPO training and trained 53 LPOs in this financial year. LPOs trained included staff from Fiji Ports and Fiji Surf. Honorable Speaker said the ministry held 9 EIA roundtables and clinics with businesses all over Fiji. These roundtables and EIA clinics have played a significant role in helping businesses understand the key legislative expectations from government when it comes to permitting, and provides an excellent platform to address the delayed permits. With a remarkable track record, 9 out of 10 cases have been resolved on the spot during consultation. The DPP organized a 2-day workshop to train 25 environmental officers. The purpose of the training was to train officers on enforcement and prosecution. The department has also trained and had 4 fully trained prosecutors. The department is executing agency for the Fiji Reach to Reef project. Till date, in cooperation with the partners, the R2R project has planted approximately 14.52 hectares of native fruit and timber seedlings, all in the Wainindina catchment, and 10.75 hectares of mangroves, all in the Rewa catchment. Honorable Speaker said Seagrass planting at the Nasese Fosso was officiated by the Honorable Minister for Environment. Seagrass, apart from protecting our ecosystem, helps in carbon sequestration. It sequesters carbon 10 times more than forest. The Ministry of Environment is in the process of establishing seagrass nurseries in strategic location in Fiji as a part of its Blue Carbon Initiative. The Ministry of Environment is the focal point of the Global Environment Facility and chairs the Small Grants Program, which is managed by UNDP. The Small Grants Program provides grants for up to $50,000 to local communities and non-government organizations to undertake projects aimed at protecting our environment. 8 projects were approved in the fiscal year 2019-2020. Honorable Speaker said the Ministry of Environment is in the process of reporting its implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity as part of the 6th National Reporting. Fiji will focus its reporting against the global Aichi biodiversity targets and national biodiversity targets in the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. The Fiji National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan is a policy document formulated in response to Fiji's obligation under the Convention on Biological Diversity to ensure that Fiji meets the objectives of CBD as a party and guides the implementation of the Convention at the national level. The Ministry will continue to work with partners to implement the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. Honorable Speaker said, the policy on conservation and management of Fiji's coral reefs aims to guide and enhance the Ministry of Environment's leadership and mandatory roles in effectively executing programs that support coral reefs conservation in Fiji and commitments made at regional and global levels. Honorable Speaker said the International Biodiversity Day was celebrated on May 22nd and along with a week to raise awareness on biodiversity, the important role it plays globally. The theme for this year was Our Solutions Are in Nature. The theme provided an opportunity through stakeholder engagement and media coverage to raise awareness on some of the nature-based solutions. In addition, policies on conservation and management of coral reefs and associated ecosystem and the conservation and protection of the Fiji iguana species were launched by Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment. I now give the floor to the Honourable Salote Randrono. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I rise to make my contribution, my response to the 2020-2021 national budget. And I do so with great sadness and concern. The people are equally concerned, and their genuine take on the budget is that it is a rudderless, debt-escalating budget, a budget that continues to turn promises into debts. And even though the Minister for Economy has capitalized on the pandemic as an excuse for Fiji's economic doom, the people know from their daily hardship and struggles that this Fiji First government has continuously failed them even before COVID-19. We will recall that the budget announcement was delayed for more than an hour, with the Minister for Economy dashing in from that side door, and the rest, including the Honorable Prime Minister, walking in from there, but minus the main two leading the pack with smiles and happy conversations to announce their grand arrival as they normally do in previous times. That entrance, Honourable Speaker, depicted a very disorganized Fiji First government that has lost confidence and has clearly lost its way. But what it is not surprising, because they know they have a huge challenge, a huge task ahead of them in having to deal with the people with the continuous false promises in previous and in this budget. They know that 1.4 billion or 39% of the total budget of 3.7 billion is deliberately held under RIE by the Minister for Economy. And they know that the release of that funds is subject to availability from FERCA and local and international financial institutions. They know, the government side know, that the determining factor in their success or otherwise in the implementation of projects and programs under their ministries and departments as listed in the budget for public service delivery to the people hinges on the release of funds under RIE. And yet, Honorable Speaker, none of them, including the Minister for Fishery, that have already spoken, was honest and responsible enough to highlight this. They continue to mislead the people with all those promises, even though they know very well that there is problematic cash flow. Honorable Speaker, I urge those members from the other side of the House that will be speaking next, like Honorable Reddy on agriculture, Honorable Seriratu on defense, Honorable Usamate on infrastructure, LTA and roads, Honorable Vuniwanga on women, children, poverty alleviation, and Honorable Wanganambete on health, to advise this House on how much of their budget is held under RIE and approximately how much will be released to carry out the programs that's stated in the budget. Honorable Speaker, we continue to hear Honorable Speaker, we continue to hear on the new norm. And indeed, I just heard from the Assistant Minister for Agriculture on the new norm, and that is the urban to the rural drift. He was the only one that mentioned that. And Honorable Speaker, recently, whilst in Bua, I noticed, especially those that have lost their jobs, are starting to return to their villages and rural communities in Vonoleu. And I'm sure this is also the trend in other communities around Fiji. The economic downturn will get worse and will trigger subsequent increasing trend in the urban to rural drift as people try and readjust their lives to address these economic challenges. And I urge government to review policies or even formulate new ones that would help people in their move back to their rural communities and also prepare the rural communities in receiving them. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, as already mentioned, ministers will be faced with delay and non-achievement of work targets, and people will suffer the consequences of poor public service delivery. For example, visit the CWM hospital, particularly the CWM maternity hospital, and see the dire need for renovation, even though we continuously hear in every budget that allocation is being drawn up, being announced for the repair of the CWM hospital. Drive through Nasinu and Nosori corridor housing subdivisions and see rubbish piled up on roadsides. This is one issue I have continuously raised in this House on the poor waste management in Fiji. Visit Vonuambalawu and see the absence of passenger shelter, waiting shed that has always been promised in previous budget and also in other maritime islands. There is still the problematic telephone connections when the Vodafone tower went down in TC Winston and it still has not been repaired. Visit Ayavata Island and see, Minister for Education, that the primary school that was destroyed in TC Winston is still being work in progress.
How many years?
As such, Honorable Speaker, I join my colleague on this side of the House in stating that this budget is a well-framed, well-thought-out, theoretical, deceiving budget. It is a budget that's aimed at saving their own face instead of helping the marginalized and vulnerable members of our communities. And the truth of the matter is, this budget drives Fiji further down the road of disaster and crisis, and as such, I do not support this budget. Honorable Speaker, our GDP is on an all-time low, contracted by 21.7%, and Fiji has never seen that in its history. Performance of our local sectors continue to decline. There is a steady decline in investment, even before COVID-19 pandemic. Unemployment is high, even when you were the minister, Honorable Usamate, and is still rising. And those that have lost their job are still to use their FNPF to help themselves. Even before COVID-19, Fiji's GDP growth was not good. ADP projections in December 2019 ranked Fiji at number 11 amongst the 14 Pacific Island countries. Even Tuvalu, FSM, and Kiribati all ranked higher than Fiji. Honorable Speaker, sir, I believe that the only unprecedented growth in our economy has ever seen is the growth of debt. Our national debt stock have increased more than 3 times since 2006, from around 2.5 billion to 8.3 billion in 2020. Yet the Minister for Economy had the audacity to say that borrowing now to build for tomorrow means future generations can build less. Is that a joke? Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is we are burdening our future generation with our current borrowings. The government has not only failed our generation, but more so failed our future generations as well. And this is indicative of poor leadership, economically and politically. And I ask those members on the other side, would you leave that kind of debt for your children to inherit? Honorable Speaker, let me now share a few comments on the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. The total allocation for the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation has increased by 14 million. But Honorable Speaker, that only looks good on paper. As I have mentioned before, this budget is a well-framed, thought-out, theoretical, deceiving budget. I say deceiving because out of the 159 million, and that is about 135 million is held under requisition. And that is around 85%. 80 to 85% of the ministry's total budget, which includes all core programs, projects like social welfare benefits and women plan of action. This type of budget creates false hope to the already very vulnerable, poor recipients of social welfare assistance, and which causes unnecessary financial, physical, emotional, and mental stress and associated problems. And if this Fiji First government really care about our women, children, senior citizens, persons with disability, especially now, then put your money where your mouth is, Honorable Prime Minister, and tell your Minister for Economy to release the 135 million under R. Honorable Speaker, but I'd like to thank the Australian government for the social welfare top-up of 7.8 million. But this amount is also held under R. In acknowledging this assistance, I hope the ministry will be looking at programs that will enable more social welfare recipients to graduate this government assistance and also initiate constructive strategies that would help to changing the dependency mindset syndrome. And as the saying goes, give a man a fish and you will feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you will feed him for a lifetime. Honorable Speaker, while I advocate for women empowerment, especially in rural areas, I'm also mindful of the situation our economy is in, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. I note, however, that there's an allocation of 3 million for the construction of Fiji Barefoot College, and this has been a recurring item in the budget. That is a 600% increase from the revised allocation of 500,000 in the COVID-19 response budget. I have raised my concerns regarding delays on the construction of Fiji Barefoot College in this August House. But I believe this timing for this allocation is not right now. This allocation could have been directed to other priority areas to help our rural women, especially in the food security programs during these trying times. Honorable Speaker, on domestic violence. The issue of domestic violence against women, Honorable Minister Vuniwaga had alluded to in this House for many times. And there's been particular significant increase in calls to the helpline, and further added that close to 50% of women are reporting a correlation between COVID-19 and an increase in violence against women. And Honorable Speaker, this can be due to restriction of movement and economic constraints in families. Again, Honorable Speaker, the budget deceives the people by failing to ease the tensions on economic constraints on family. In a survey carried out by the Fiji Council of Social Services, they found that families are struggling to provide food on the table after breadwinners were laid off due to COVID-19. And what our nation really needs, Honorable Speaker, is a people-centered budget that takes into account the daily struggles of our honorary citizens. And the first step to that the government could take is to reduce the budget allocation held under our at least by 10%. Honorable Speaker, our people matter now than ever before, but the government, as usual, have given us a rudderless, debt-escalating budget, a budget that has continuously turned out false promises or turned promises into deeds. Honorable Speaker, this budget fails to ease the tension of economic constraint in the houses of ordinary families across our nation. It has torn our social fabric further, as it is a fight for survival for most families. The struggle to make ends meet may have led to some negative coping mechanism, potentially resulting in high crime rate, especially when the curfew is lifted. Honorable Speaker, allow me to share a few comments on the civil service reform agenda and say that this reform has failed to achieve its purpose of increasing efficiency and effectiveness and in reducing operating costs in government service delivery. Let us look at these few examples. Number one is the hiring of expatriates. The marginalization of local expertise in favor of expensive expatriates has been a hallmark of this government. We have seen expatriates even leave without completing their contract, not only in the civil service, but also in other institutions like University of the South Pacific. And subsequently, one of the nagging issues is the severance pay, and the whole hiring of expat is indeed an expensive exercise. It is unacceptable to see our locals who are well qualified and more than capable to fill in executive positions in the public service, judiciary, and statutory bodies, but they are being sidelined and favoring expatriates. As a result, there is this significant brain drain of our well-qualified people who Fiji has invested heavily in their education, leave our shores to other Pacific Island countries. And Honorable Speaker, only an irresponsible government like Fiji First would do this because they do not value our human capital. And can the minister responsible confirm how much the CEO in LTA is paid? In 2015, Honorable Speaker, the new Ministry of Civil Service was established. An expatriate permanent secretary was brought in to drive, monitor, and evaluate the various civil service reform initiatives. But interestingly, as of to date, this ministry has only submitted one annual report to this House. I urge the government to capitalize on our local expertise to save money, and this money can be used to pay overtime for civil servants and their meal allowances, and pay allowances for medical professions like nurses, their consolidated allowance in rural areas. On the Ministry of Education, they have spent almost 11 million on the free milk and Weet-Bix program in schools. And how has this made positive impacts in our children's education? I would urge the Minister of Education to invest this. I urge the government to invest this 11 million to support our young adolescent girls in rural schools, in menstrual health and hygiene program, in the supply of reusable cloth or disposable sanitary pads, and also to raise awareness on these programs so that our girls do not miss school when they have their menstruation periods. There is about 29 million, Honorable Speaker, that has been spent on leasing of vehicles. 29 million on leasing of vehicles. And if we buy vehicles at 100,000, just like we've done before, that would have fetched us 290 vehicles. And if we have bought vehicles that costed 60,000, we would have bought 480 vehicles. But this 29 million, Honorable Speaker, is an irresponsible use of government funds, of the taxpayers' funds. And I would urge government to revert to revert to the buying of vehicles as previously done by previous government. This one will benefit the business owner more than the civil service. Honorable Speaker, may I now share some comments on the foreign affairs? We have heard from the Minister for Economy that 5 missions will be closed. But what we must note that the Fiji government opened 2 embassies, and that was Ethiopia and Brazil. And only soon after that, they were closed again. This clearly reflects poor decision-making, which resulted to huge loss of taxpayers' money, and at the same time, demonstrate high level of irresponsibility on the government's part. Now they want to close 5 missions. And I wonder, what are the criteria for closure? If it's cost, then Geneva is a very expensive mission to keep. And in closing Brussels, how and who will be covering the ACP Committee of Ambassadors and joint ACP-EU meeting, which meet almost on daily basis to ensure the smooth implementation and execution of the multi-billion ACP-EU Cotonou Agreement? Will Geneva be covering Brussels, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs? If so, this is a very costly exercise. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, we note that the Ambassador-designate Yavoli, in the press, cited that he was being prepared to resume post in Washington, D.C. But again, this embassy is also being advised in this House that it will be closed. And the Minister for Foreign Affairs is just sitting next door to the Minister for Economy. I mean, is this a confused government? The right hand does not know what the left hand is doing? Honorable Speaker, in concluding, the reality of the matter in this budget is that even before COVID-19, unemployment has steadily increased, poverty continued to increase, crime rate increased, hard drugs entering our borders increased, and yet we only hear of marijuana farmers being thrown into prison. Public service delivery is appalling, and the continuous deteriorating condition of our basic infrastructure. But in his address, the Minister for Economy has capitalized. You went to Kandavo, Honorable Prime Minister. You could have done your own survey there. On the pandemic situation as an excuse for Fiji's economic doom, the Fiji First government has continued to borrow from 2.5 billion in 2006 to 8.3 billion in 2020. This means that our future generation will be burdened to pay all these debts, therefore they cannot borrow anymore. Development will be much slower. And while other countries will be progressing forward, Fiji will be left behind paying our debts. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is a theoretical, deceiving budget which can and will take Fiji into a nation in crisis. And therefore, we must reset our economy with a human face guided by policy direction and programs that will put food on the table and address problems that simple, ordinary people, poor people, the homeless, the beggars, and all Fijians are faced with every day. And I urge the government to reduce the budget allocation under RIE to at least 10% so that ministers can actualize those promises that they've been hopping about in this House. Review policies and programs to address the urban to rural drift. With those words, Honorable Speaker, I do not support this budget. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Salote Randrondo for her contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Honourable Vijendra Prakash. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Cabinet Ministers, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament, and dear audience here and abroad. It is indeed an honour and a privilege to support the 2020-21 national budget that has been proposed by the Honourable Minister for Economy, Civil Aviation and Telecommunication, for the next 2020-21 fiscal year. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will bring about many good opportunities for our citizens to assist them in their daily lives and businesses. This budget will also enable economic recovery, bringing birth to new opportunities and a stable future for all Fijians. Mr. Speaker, this uncertain pandemic crisis is affecting everyone globally and locally. It will take time and effort to overcome challenges during this time of global crisis. We salute the efforts of the entire medical, defense staff for their effort in containing this virus. I am also thankful for government's effort in successfully providing safety to all its people from the spread of the COVID-19 viruses. COVID-19 virus, Mr. Speaker, has changed the country's economic situation and stability, but due to leadership under the Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister of Economy has made proper allocation for resources to counter and bring our country back to its feet from this global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, protecting our people is protecting families. It is protecting our economy. It is protecting productivity and protecting the well-being of our country. Mr. Speaker, during such uncertainties, hard times and sufferings, aspiration of people through good governance will bring opportunities to build a better future for all. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will provide relief to thousands of families and keep businesses and companies afloat. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a positive mindset so that we can have confidence in overcoming any difficulty. With positivity, we are able to have a will that can face any challenge. There is a saying, if there is a will, there is a way. Or if there is a way, there is a will. Mr. Speaker, communities are becoming more resilient and stronger in overcoming challenges and adversities. We as leaders need to empower them as individuals and communicate to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover from the effect of hazards and turmoil in the timely and effective manner. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations has commended the Fijian national budget for being bold and courageous. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is what Fiji needs. A budget that is bold and courageous from our leader. A leader who spoke up and stepped forward, who took the risk of true leadership when radical change was required. He has encountered situations that demanded courage, and it wasn't easy. Mr. Speaker, courageous leadership requires strong principle and tremendous tenacity. For this, we thank our Prime Minister and the Honorable Attorney General for standing up for the people and confronting reality head-on and staying on course even when it gets tough. We will come out of this crisis with perseverance, prayers, and a positive outlook of life. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this time to thank the commitment by other ministers, members of the government, and each and every Fijian who had risen above the occasion to battle these viruses and its impact. Mr. Speaker, this government has administrated its finance for the best interest of its people at all times. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, This government has administered its finance for the best interest of its people at all times. Mr. Speaker said, during the announcement of national budget by the Learned Attorney General, Minister for Economy, Public Enterprise, Civil Service and Communication, majority of our people demonstrated a sense of satisfaction, of hope for a pathway to better and brighter future. Many of our countrymen and women thank the Almighty God for the opportunities in the budgetary allocation towards moving the nation in the correct direction. Mr. Speaker said, reduction of taxes on many items will definitely increase buying capacities to stimulate the economy and help in securing employment. This budget will also help in the construction industry in investing in many building projects that will be implemented, thus creating increased employment opportunities for our people. Mr. Speaker said, the increase in the national budget allocation towards Ministry of Agriculture, Women, Poverty, Alleviation, Health, Forest, Defense, the police force provide a timely boost needed to improve and provide security, job opportunities, build stronger confidence in the nation and the world for safer and a better holiday destination. Mr. Speaker said, $100 million is allocated towards those who are currently unemployed, those on reduced hours, and those that need to reskill themselves for more opportunities. This will mean a lot to their families during these most trying times. This is what a true people's government does for those who need a helping hand in moving the nation forward. Mr. Speaker said, there are always lessons to be learned from any difficult situation that comes in life. This pandemic period has brought a lot of paradigm shift towards the value of land and resources available to us in its proper utilization and care. Cultivation of crops, vegetables, and use of marine resources around us will contribute towards food security for our families and the economy. The increase in budget allocation to the Ministry of Agriculture will further help in various best farming habits in crops and livestock. The upgrade of laboratory facilities in the ministry will assist farmers towards scientific and modern economical farming habit, supplementing imports and increasing export. The existing and newcomers in farming business will enjoy enormous opportunities available in proper utilization of farm and sea resources to produce variety of produce. Mr. Speaker said, during any time of disaster and hardship, generous donors from various sectors in Fiji and abroad have stood tall to support us during national building. They have generously contributed to those in need and deserve our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Mr. Speaker said, we should all be patriotic to this land that we call home, where we can create a common platform and understanding for people of different races and beliefs in this country to work together in positive and constructive manner in national building activities. This is possible as those with patriotic heart will always be willing to trade off their comfort for the sake of the country's interest. The spirit of patriotism will also permeate positive values and instill good ethics in all walks of life. Indirectly, this will drive off all sorts of negative influence, which could possibly bring damage to the national agenda. This government, the Fiji-based government, will fight tooth and nail to keep the sovereignty and dignity of this nation intact. And I ask each one of us to support this government for the betterment of our country. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, say this budget is the best way to revamp the Fijian economy after the COVID-19 impact, and I fully support this timely and bold national budget for the year 2020 and 21. Thank you, Say.
I thank the Honourable Vijendra Prakash, and I now give the floor to the Honourable Simeone Rasola. You have the floor, sir.
Nisam Bulbanaka, Mr. Speaker, sir. Bulbanaka, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Ministers, Assistant Ministers, Honourable Leader of the Loyal Opposition, Members of Parliament and all devoted citizens of Fiji listening and watching. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, before I respond to the appropriation bill for the 2020-2021 budget that is currently before the House, I would like to congratulate the Social Democratic Liberal Party, management, its Vice President and General Secretary in time of our party suspension as directed by the Supervisor of Elections, with its trickle effect down to all suspending, to our suspension, members of the Independence of Parliament, our 21 members of Parliament, including this Kandahar candidate. My further congratulations to the SDALPA management in organizing several other board meetings, and last Saturday, 25th July, a special general meeting where 21 loyal members under the COVID-19 restrictions anonymously elected this new SDALPA president, Ratu Ebenezer Dakumbau of the Kumbuda Confederacy, and his 3 new vice presidents, Honourable Rotemu Mukepa from the Murumbasan Confederacy, Honourable Ratu Naingam Lalambalau from the Taubat Confederacy, and Aranayandra, former SDALPA Minister, George Siraj from Yasasvara. Thank you for having us, Mr. Speaker. Now that we are back in your Parliament chambers, with full commitment to the duties expected of your loyal opposition, and perhaps a guarantee of your unwavering legal protection of our independence here, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank Mr. George Patterson and the Patterson Shipping to be the second alternate wide-bodied maritime vessel to operate twice weekly, Monday and Tuesday, Thursday and Friday, to the Chifley Island of Kandahar. The people of Kandahar favorably welcomes the competition from both service provider, Patterson Shipping, Gonda Shipping, and also the existing franchise operations, MV Leona and MV Nabucco. Improved maritime service has been an occupational health safety issue since Kingdom Come for the Vunulevu Lau Group, Lomei Viti, Rutuma, Mamanu, the Esawa, Problem Bang and Watleta, with our new Minister of Transport allocated with a 2.6 million shipping services subsidy and 3.9 operation grant and capital grant, 600,000 to Maritime Safety Authority. Surely a realization of unlimited upgrades events will surface rather than just a fancy, irresponsible devising budget, being the current trend in the years of governmental leadership. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Economy has brought our beloved Fiji to his knees, begging with his unprecedented $2 billion net deficit to balance the estimated expenditure of $3.7 billion. This is a well-framed, thought-out, theoretical, deceiving budget, a budget to save face in a crisis situation. From a layman's perspective of earning $1.7 billion, the simple expenses should be around the same, unknowingly of an existing debt of $8.25 billion and an unprecedented debt level never experienced in our Fiji economy. The late Honourable Ngarase was blamed for almost bankrupting Fiji at a debt level of $2.5 billion on the 6th of December 2006. The Messiah illegally took our government, promising the late President Turana Tuibunda that he will eradicate and make Fiji corrupt-free, debtless, and make Fiji free again. Well, 14 years later, we're knocking on doors of financial doom. Our late Prime Minister and former commander of the RFMF in 2006 saw fit to overthrow illegally the late Honourable Prime Minister Turana Tuikumbu, Laisina Garase, with the great 1997 Constitution, which protected governments from misuse of government funds, introducing an illegal 2013 constitution and created 4 times more, an unprecedented reality of from 2.5 billion to 8.26 billion debt today. What is happening here, Honorable Prime Minister? If that commitment was the same as in the 7th December 2006, listen, should be expecting someone for a home run to the government house to inform His Excellency President of the unprecedented debt accumulated resulting from corruption, nepotism, lack of transparency, and absence of democracy that resulted Fiji to be at a crossroad and at a point of no return, resulting bills introduced for tariff reductions from 5% FNPF contribution by employee and employer until 31st December 2021, a 21.2% contraction of economy, a 20.2% net deficit of GDP, 1% inflation rate with 100 million allocated for unemployment assistance scheme, another top-up of 30 million allocated for MSME loan program, and 60 million for Fiji recovery rebate program with the Bulla Bubble and Bulla Lane. I love the taxis code. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Mr. Speaker, the real question about this budget is, how did we get here in the first place? No matter how fancy the words and the figures are placed in defense of this budget, how did we get here before COVID-19? Stop blaming COVID-19. How will this Fiji's economy grow? Listen, from what evidence? You do not have one. Do you have one? Because all is forecasted. Only evidence everyone can see, there is no money. It is an irresponsible, deceiving budget. Mr. Speaker, I love the KISS principle. Keep it simple, Simeone. How will the hardworking citizens of Fiji know your targets? How Fiji First will get out of this doomsday? There is no recovery plan. I will embrace the Bulla Bubble, Bulla Lane for economic recovery for Fiji. Tread well with the New Zealanders and Australians. They know who we are. How more frequent we belittle them. Because without Bulla Bubble, it will be a Matem Bubble and a Mate Lane, and we will go back to the origin of a regressive budget without vision because it is irresponsible and deceiving. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of Fisheries from Yahweh Kandawi, Old Boy of Lillian, for his contribution to the debate, and the Ministries of Fisheries 2020-2021 budget, which I wish to detail. Head 31, Ministry of Fisheries budget is declining every year, even though it is the Fiji's leading primary resource-based sector, which contributes 1.8% to GDP, having to employ around 580 plus workers Fiji-wide with the biggest surface mass, more than land. It is in the safe hands with government and with its traditional resource owners, as far as north of Esawa to Rotuma, through Vanua to the Lau Group, as far as to the Olympic swimmers of One Lau to One Kadabu, Nambuka Lebu Ra, Public Kandabu to Rara, to SS Moala and the coastal areas of Fiji and Vanua Lebu, including the 200-mile zone EZ. The 2020-21 total expenditure in the fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries is 15.47 million, with a total capital expenditure of 10.656 million, with the operating expenditure, 10.656 million, with a capital expenditure of 4.09 million. A total of 2.24 is under R. This is what I call the rare account. C, no, cannot touch, because Godfather is looking. Anyways, R is rare account. Head 50 is the rare account. It has the electronic monitoring system with 600,000. Seaweed development program, ongoing construction of multi-species hatchery in rice, about 677,000. Upgrade of office and quarters, 500,000, and preparatory work for the ice plants in Waingaro and Koro. Completion of Wayne Bakassi staff quarters and his final payment is all inclusive, 110, all in RIE. It's about 2.24 million in R. Most of these R or rare budgets have been ongoing since 2018-2019 budget, 2019-2020 budget, now 2020-21 budget, and decreasing meaning that the Minister is at it. And thank you, Minister, for this detailed explanation yesterday of the Ministry from your Uzumba reply. Mr. Speaker, sir, fisheries report revenue figures is not forthcoming. Revenue for fisheries was about 15.9 million in 2015, a remarkable achievement. We had about 8.7 million decrease in 2016 to have about 107 million. A further decrease in revenue in 2017 to 94.4 million. However, an increase of 6 million in 2018. Another further decrease of 5 million in 2019, and a further decrease, almost 40 million, in its 2020 forecast. But there's an increase of 13.8 million forecast in 2021, and an increased forecast by 5 million in 2022. What makes this budget trends responsible and deceiving is that when expenditure increases, export revenue decreases in millions, as outlined earlier, except in 2018. Now that the expenditure is decreased in 2021, forecast revenue increased, and another increase in 2022. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the integrity of the Minister of Fisheries to top up its better performance until the next elections, as fisheries is not performing to its visions as the leader in fisheries in small island economies to drive sustainable resources management, economic growth, and improve livelihood through smart fisheries. Sustainable Development Goals number 14, life below water at inshore, rivers, streams, and offshore must be well maintained, establishing protected maritime areas, targeting 30% of Fiji marine life. A great time to reactivate those that have lost their jobs, hotel workers, airline workers, into fishing activities. Examine the boat master levy of $136, and also the boat fees every year. Almost everything I exempted except the boat, which is for maritime areas. Please include maritime islands of Kadavu, Watulela, Mbanga, Matuku, Southern Lau to Onilau, where it's badly affected by TC Herald. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Fisheries have yet to put its SDG target points on the website with environment pillar of sustainable islands and ocean resources. Shrimps import to Fiji is about 25 million annually. Ministry of Fisheries, with association with industries and farms, to reduce it by 1 million on a yearly basis. This has been achieved? This is a good time to improve this target exercise. What is happening to the beach debur ban, Mr. Speaker? The people of Kadavu are asking, people around the Coral Coast, Lomaiviti, Bonolevu, Lau, Yasawa, and the Chinese are hungry. As Minister of Fisheries is committed to all maritime islands for this preservation, sources of food supply and employment, with a 15.43 budget, I stand to seek the Minister of Agriculture. As for all maritime islands, for the budget of the Angolan farming program, where you have 250,000. Vanilla farming, we have about 140,000. Women in agriculture, 250,000. Ndalo farming program, 350,000 Farm mechanization, you have about 500,000. And rural outer island agriculture program, 900,000. Please, maritime islands, Kadavu, Matuku, Lau, Lomaiviti, Rotuma, Watulela, Mbanga, Mamanu, and Sawas. Honorable Pramila Kumar, remember the maritime islands. They are part of Fiji too. Last week, Mr. Speaker, SADALPA was the alternative government, vibrant politics force, a practical national movement inclusive of the interests and aspiration of each and every community in Fiji, proved that we have the ability to sail through a storm and emerge stronger and united. This, of course, is felt across the chamber as we find the government side envied by our unity and more alternative ideologies that we have put in course in this budget debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am a person who gets along with ordinary citizens very easily, so that they can confide with grudges and grievances, as well as their interest and aspiration very openly. Let me share a few of them. One young man from Suva who had been laid off his job due to COVID-19 crisis could not access to his FNPF. Yet while discussing about his budget said, "Bosso, looks good, these things in the budget, but where will they get their money from? Will make a reality." That explains the concern of the people on the unprecedented 2.7 billion deficit in this budget. The other is an astute observation by an university student. This young person asked, how is it possible for the Fiji First government now remove duty on more than 1,600 items when the eve of November 2018 elections, the same government said removal of VAT on 25 basic food items would make Fiji bankrupt state. Can you see the logic in this young man's argument? The third and last that I want to share in this expression for Fiji First voter herself, who said she voted for them because the security issues and the freebies, and now realize her mistake. It proves the point that you cannot fool some people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. Thus leading me to say that this budget is a gross betrayal of mandate by this irresponsible, egocentric, and selfish government. The other thing that has clearly emerged from this budget is how to spin a tale or make my myth look like a hype or a rather reality. With it, its usual fairy tales befitting Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland, trumpeted by the Minister of Economy, it is fun to see how some mouthpieces in this government are parroting to the tune of this effect. They include the CEO of Commerce and Consumer Competition Commission of Fiji, the Institute of Accountants, Fiji Sun, Fiji Broadcasting Commission, Fiji First social media cyber warriors whose numbers are depleting by each passing day, and very lately a bit of surprising meddling in Fiji Internal Affairs, the Office of the United Nations based in Suva. All in all, Mr. Speaker, sir, this drama to give some credence to this hopeless and self-defeating budget is not working. On the contrary, it is skinning the cat to the bone, exposing the truth of the matter that has never done before. What is the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker? It is the years of spending a drunkard in the nightclub, promoting its socialist policies and programs, inculcating and then entrenching the dependency syndrome via the handout culture, lack of discipline, financial management, and unsound leadership, and turning promises into debts. This government has put Fiji on a pathway of socio-economic catastrophe and imminent bankruptcy. That is the ultimate truth about this budget. Maritime places like Tandavu, Banga, Vatulele, Lomaiviti, Mr. Speaker, sir, are going to suffer from what they have been suffering in the past under this uncaring government. This budget for rural and remote communities means withholding all maintenance and capital works with respect to major infrastructure projects. Lack of development of tourism and ecotourism's development due to the border lockdown and the Bula bubble bursting like a boom becoming a doom. Pending development of resource-based sectors such as agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forests, given the budgetary allocations, continuing poverty of success, and affording state services at considerable cost. The goodies announced in the budget not translating into the welfare and security of the ordinary people, given the dismal record of this government to raise the revenue via loans to bridge the wide gap created at all-time high 2.7 billion budget deficit, making it not only an unrealistic budget, but depleting this government in attempting to live beyond its means in the utopia. Mr. Speaker, sir, the failure to inject funding for agro-based industries to have drastic effect on cover growers like in Kandavu. They are already frustrated by the fact that the impact of natural disasters and climate change, the division caused by the intention of this government, setting up a cover council as opposed to cover growers council. The objects of regulating the cover industry without consulting the growers, the impact upon the market, sales and prices of cover at home and abroad, given the global economic meltdown resulted from COVID-19. Failures as such, this one is the cover industry is pushing our people living in rural areas and remote areas seeking to make a decent living on the margins of society, and some to cultivate trade in imports like drugs. The mention of substance abuse, Mr. Speaker, sir, brings me a few words of the Fiji police, and more so on its ongoing reforms, which allude and welcome. This, a timely action, though late, and at a considerable cost to our national coffers, is about 24 million per annum for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, wah wah. Wah wah. Endorsing the supporting comments made by Ratu Neo Matiwalo only today, let me add by asking the government to follow the following questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, on this side of this House, I was touched and grateful that the Honourable Minister for Economy thanked God twice in his responsible, rudderless, deceiving budget on 17th of July. Yes, this God is great and definitely acts in mysterious ways. These, with the loyal opposition, financial minds and support, we will ask God in our prayers to temporarily borrow the rudder to sail through these financial stormy waters, or surest way to allow citizens of Fiji to swim sustainably rather than just afloat, to better economic safe shore for Fiji. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Economy alluded on page 115, quote, every member of this side of this House would fork out our life savings before we see these initiatives go through. Mr. Speaker, please request their bank statements, bonds and living and their savings.
Order.
2,750,000,000 gross deficit will be cleared, no doubt, and save Fiji from the usual aggressive attack of the Asian Development Bank, World Bank, IMF, Asian Infrastructure Investment and multilateral development from the gross deficit. Mr. Speaker, I say all this in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I thank the Honourable Simeone Rousseau for his contribution to the debate. Proceedings will now be suspended for refreshments, which will be held in the big committee room, and will resume in half an hour. Honourable members, please be seated. We will continue with the debate on the budget, and I now call on the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, the Honourable Dr. Mahendra Reddy. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Members of Parliament and the people of Fiji, Mbulavina Kachiyo. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today to deliver my response to the 2020-21 budget for the Ministry of Agriculture, Waterways and Environment in particular, and I support the budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin by first responding to some of the untruths, lies being peddled by the members of the opposition since yesterday, and make sure SG and DSG get my time right, give me a few extra minutes. The Speaker said yesterday, the Honourable Leader of Opposition went to town trying hard to run down the budget just 1 week before he publicly stated that this is a brave, bold and prudent budget, BBP budget. Honourable Speaker said, what had happened over the 1 week period? Was he under pressure from his colleagues? Was he under siege that, look, you can't be honest. We're losing votes. We will lose votes. Come on, you're in opposition, go and oppose the budget. What had happened over 1 week? Mr. Speaker said, for the first time ever, Honourable Leader of Opposition was honest in saying it was indeed a brave, bold and prudent budget. Mr. Speaker said, Mr. Speaker said, he noted that our healthcare system are in complete shambles. Mr. Speaker said, go and ask everyone on the streets, they'll tell you our healthcare system is not in shambles. Mr. Speaker said, you look at how our Honourable Minister for Health, Honourable Prime Minister, took charge and ensured that there's no community transmission in this country. Mr. Speaker said, today we are able to gather here. Today people are able to undertake social gathering. Weddings have resumed. Businesses have resumed because our community is COVID-free. And here, Honourable Leader of Opposition is saying that our healthcare system is in shambles. How do we believe him? Mr. Speaker said, this is the kind of people who want to lead this country. Mr. Speaker said, he went on to say that the Fijian economy was in a problem, in a major dire strait from 2014 or a few years before that. Mr. Speaker said, he understands statistics. He can see what was the growth trajectory of the economy since 2014 or a few years back. Mr. Speaker said, how can he say or make that kind of statement saying that our economy was in bad shape since a few years before 2014? No. We had positive, unprecedented growth in 2014. Despite us facing Winston, we were able to bounce back. And now here, Honourable Leader of Opposition is saying that our economy was in bad shape a few years before from 2014. Mr. Speaker said, Honourable Leader of Opposition termed the budget as irresponsible, rudderless and deceiving budgets. And I saw herd mentality. The rest of the flock followed him to say that rudderless budget, irresponsible budget. Mr. Speaker said, I I haven't seen any one of them saying, what was irresponsible about the budget. I haven't seen anyone showing an example of what is rudderless about this budget. And I haven't seen any single one saying what aspect of the budget was deceiving to the public. Mr. Speaker say, I challenge the remaining members to pick up these three aspects and come explicitly and demonstrate that this budget is irresponsible, that this budget is rudderless, that this budget is deceiving. I want to see examples. Mr. Speaker say, otherwise, the public of Fiji will have no more confidence on them, and no more confidence on them. Writing is on the wall. Mr. Speaker say, Honourable Leader of Opposition said that there are high amount of funds held in R and therefore not allowed to be committed. And I saw the other members on the other side also speaking about Rs. Mr. Speaker say, unfortunately, none of them, given that all of them are complaining about R or under requisition or RIE, requisition to incur expenditure, it seems none of them understand why these funds are placed under R, except for those in Seg 1 and 2. Mr. Speaker say, assume for a second, in the first month, all the ministries start sending LPOs of all those expenditure, what will happen? They have no idea what's about cash flow management. Mr. Speaker say, order. Put on stopwatch, let them finish. You had your time and now you want to use my time. Mr. Speaker say, the allocations under R, Mr. Speaker say, are there to ensure that the Ministry of Economy understands what is happening to the total amount of allocation that they have, which ministry is spending in which particular areas, in what particular day, what particular week, what particular month. Mr. Speaker say, if as the Minister for Economy is head of the finance, head of treasury, he or she has the right, in this case, he has the right to understand what is the amount of outlay expenditure occurring at every point in time. Mr. Speaker say, they want to have a Minister for Economy who would be basically having no understanding about the cash flow situation. No understanding. This is the problem. Mr. Speaker say, they want to have a Minister for Economy who will be sleeping on the job. Mr. Speaker say, that is why during the times of SGL and SVT, the situation was so bad with regard to government finances. Mr. Speaker say, I'm responding. Momo, this is budget response. Mr. Speaker say, Honourable Leader of Opposition responded that high debt to GDP ratio, the high debt to GDP ratio was due to bad policies, poor governance and poor attitude. Mr. Speaker say, I want to know from the Leader of Opposition, the Honourable Leader of Opposition, what bad policies contributed to high debt to GDP ratio? What poor governance, what were the poor governance practices that contributed to a high debt to GDP ratio? What was the poor attitude he's talking about? Whose attitude he's talking about that led to high debt to GDP ratio? Whose attitude? What has attitude to do with high debt to GDP ratio? Mr. Speaker say, this is their level of understanding of finance and economy, and they want to run government. Mr. Speaker say, I don't know where they get their numbers from, I don't know where they get the numbers from. They're saying 90% of all raw materials imported in the country, of all the raw materials imported in the country, 90% are imported. Where did they get their numbers from, Mr. Speaker? Say, are they talking about the entire production system? And they're saying only 10% of raw materials are derived from domestically? Absolutely not. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Leader of Opposition was Prime Minister of this country. And he is saying that closing our mission means we are disconnecting our ties to those countries. Come on, Mr. Speaker, say, closing an embassy or a diplomatic mission does not mean we are disconnecting our ties with those countries. Absolutely not. There are other diplomatic missions who will have accreditation to those countries or those institutions. Mr. Speaker, say, and the Minister for Economy in his budget address made it absolutely clear that what are the other missions who will be then making accreditations to those missions, those countries. Mr. Speaker, say, this is what bothers me, is the quality of leadership on the other side, and what will happen to the country. God bless. God bless. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Viman Prasad raised his concern about the $100 million a month debt servicing expenditure. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Viman Prasad is back on his usual habit of misleading the public for personal gain. You pick and choose and emotionalize those issues you think would be quite easily palatable to the ordinary Fijians. Mr. Speaker, say, they should realize that the ordinary Fijians are much, much more educated now, Mr. Speaker, say, and they can identify and separate out lies from truth. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Viman Prasad did inform the House that $500 million in debt repayment was incurred by the SDL government. Mr. Speaker, say, the debt servicing that this government is undertaking now is for the debt that was incurred a long time back. That's how it is, Mr. Speaker, say. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Prasad, if Honorable Prasad excludes the debt servicing we are doing to the SDL government $500 million debt, then we would only have to service $50 million per month now than what we are currently doing, $100 million per month. Mr. Speaker, say, Honorable Prasad will not inform the House the one lump sum bond payment of $430 million that was taken by SDL government. Mr. Speaker, he won't inform the House. And Mr. Speaker, say, he will not tell the House that this government have already accumulated $430 million in its sinking fund to pay back that bond amount. Mr. Speaker, say, why is Honorable Viman Prasad not informing the House? Because that will show how prudent this government is, and will then oppose what Honorable Leader for Opposition said, that this running down the budget, and go back and say that what Honorable Rambuka said that day was true. It is indeed a prudent budget, Speaker said. So Honorable Viman Prasad would do justice to give the full story rather than just peddling lies and half-truths. Mr. Speaker, say, when anyone, you go and talk to any first year economic student, when they talk about debt, you don't talk about debt in absolute numbers. You talk about relative to the size of the economy. For example, Mr. Speaker, say, if a household wants to borrow $50,000, for that household, if the household income, annual income is $20,000, $10,000, then that amount is quite large. But if the household income is about $250,000 a year, then borrowing $50,000 is nothing, Mr. Speaker said. So, Mr. Speaker said, always when you talk about debt, when you talk about the debt, then you talk about debt in relation to the size of the economy, because then only you can say whether the country has ability to pay back the debt. And that's why whenever you talk about debt, you say debt to GDP ratio or debt national income ratio, because you want to know whether that particular debt is payable or not. We should not come into this House and start throwing in numbers, just say that the debt level is so high. Mr. Speaker say, if you really want to talk about debt level, talk about debt of countries like America. Over 100%. Talk about, Mr. Speaker, say, what is the debt to GDP ratio? What is the debt to GDP ratio of the small size African region? Not 40%, not 50%, not 60%, not 70%, not 90%, not 100%, over 100%. Beyond, Mrs. Order. He's saying they can afford it. Mr. Speaker say, I just spent good 3 minutes of my time saying your ability to repay is based on your ability or the size of the economy. So debt to the GDP ratio, debt to national income ratio. And here I say that if it is over 100%, they can afford it. There you go. One should become Attorney General. There you go. There you go. There you go. This is the quality of government we're going to have. This is the quality. Mr. Speaker say, why is Honorable Biman Prasad ignoring the cost of borrowing? Mr. Speaker say, when you talk about borrowing, you also need to talk about what is the cost of borrowing. Because the cost of borrowing will add to our servicing, ability to service. It's not only the principal amount that we'll pay back, but we also have to pay the cost of borrowing, which is the interest rates. Mr. Speaker say, in the history of Fiji, no government was able to access money at the cost that this government is able to get it now. Mr. Speaker say, Honorable Minister for Economy explained clearly, Honorable Minister for Economy explained clearly, Honorable Minister for Economy explained clearly, for the first time ever, he was able to negotiate and get certain loans without any interest rates. Never before it happened. Never before it happened. For the first time ever. Now, Mr. Speaker say, whenever we say, for the first time we were able to do that, it pains them. It pains them. And you see, their heads are down, they're very unhappy. Their heads are down, this is budget response. This is budget response. You need to understand that. Mr. Speaker say, Mr. Speaker say, this is the same Honorable Prasad who today is arguing that we should put more money to the people who have lost jobs. We haven't done justice. And it's the same Honorable Prasad who said, cut civil servants' pay. Mr. Speaker said, same person is saying that we should give more money to people, and the same Honorable Prasad is saying that our civil servants should have a pay cut. They will never ever forgive him, Mr. Speaker said. Mr. Speaker said, Honorable Kurundani accused our Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Sugar for lack of knowledge to revive the industry. Mr. Speaker said, Honorable Kurundani argued that our farmers should produce 90 tons per hectare. Mr. Speaker said, the first question I would ask Honorable Kurundani is, out of the 110 countries who are producing sugar, where is Fiji ranked in terms of farm productivity or farm yield? Where are we? Mr. Speaker said, Honorable Kurundani has no idea what is or what could be the potential level of farm productivity or farm yield. He's talking about 90 tons per acre, Mr. Speaker said, on an average farm productivity about 10 years ago was about 10 tons per acre. Mr. Speaker said, over the last 10 years, this government has worked hard to raise the farm productivity substantially. Mr. Speaker said, and he's talking about raising the farm productivity to 90 tons per hectare. Mr. Speaker said, Honorable Kurundani should ask Honorable Rambuka how he killed confidence in the sugar industry in 1987 by going and convincing the landowners not to renew leases. Mr. Speaker said, no. Very bitter. Mr. Speaker said, order. Mr. Speaker said, Honorable Rambuka, and here my good friend Nico Nawaikula, part of ETL TV, went around telling the landowners, take your land back, you will make massive amount of money.
Speaker. He's accusing me of going to the landowners to stop it. Order. I demand you withdraw it.
What is your What is your point of order?
Misleading the House, Honorable Speaker. I'm entitled under Standing Order 80-something to clarify the misrepresentations that have been made against me. He said something that is a total lie and it's not true. He should withdraw it. Withdraw it, please. No. Withdraw it or get up.
What is order?
He's accusing me of something that I did not do.
Order. What is the misleading part of that statement?
He said that I went to the landowners and tell them not to renew leases.
That's true.
Which is total lie. There is no evidence in relation to that. Nothing. So, I'm asking you, Honorable Speaker, to demand that you withdraw that.
You don't really want my opinion on what you talk, do you? You have the floor.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, 1987 was the beginning of an era where confidence in the sugar industry and agriculture sector started to fall. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ramuka knows very well how people moved from sugar industry and agriculture sector and how these quota settlements came into being. Mr. Speaker, these quota settlements are there today thanks to Honorable Ramuka and
now he's accusing me as the cause of the quota settlement.
No, I didn't take your name. I didn't take your name. I didn't take your name.
87-1.
How can I be the reason for all these people sitting in this quota? He must be mad.
Not you.
I think he's out of his mind. Maybe he forgot his medicine.
Honorable member.
Seriously.
He's not accusing you of that at all. He's accusing you of other things, but not that. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, today we are struggling to get young people into agriculture because they've lost confidence in the agriculture sector due to the expiry of land leases and non-renewable land leases, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you drive from Lambasa town towards Wainikoro, you will see large tracts of land and a bush. These are the land which was leases were not renewed. Farmers had to move out. And now, under the pretext, not renewed under the pretext, the landowners will take over and cultivate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you drive in Nendi, Sabu Beck Road, Tunalia, Marasa, you see large tracts of land under bush because this land was before under sugarcane production, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, young generation do not want to come back to agriculture because they say that again the leases may not be renewed. Mr. Speaker, that was the beginning of the demise of agriculture and fall in agriculture productivity, Mr. Speaker. And today, Honorable Kurundari had the audacity to come and say that Honorable Minister for Sugar and Honorable Prime Minister lacks the knowledge and ability to raise the productivity of the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Honorable Minister for Sugar and Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, he established the Committee for Better Utilization of Land to start renewing the leases and put land under productive use. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the efficiency in conversion of cane to sugar improved, Mr. Speaker. Productivity improved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
he said that during this period, sugar increased. Sugar was at a loss, 400 million loss. We know that. Every single year, FSC has been at a loss, at a loss, at a loss. Total, cumulative total, up until now, is $400 million. They lost. FSC, $400 million loss. So tell the truth. Don't misinform this house.
Honorable member, He's saying that. If he's wrong, he's wrong. But
Then you rebut
it
on your
doesn't
time.
draw for a point of order.
If I am wrong, and you have your time, your colleagues can stand up and throw a show of facts and figures. Mr. Speaker say, agriculture sector is turning around. Agriculture sector is turning around. Or you haven't seen how sugar industry is turned around. You won't because you don't like good things to see. You don't want to see good things. Mr. Speaker say,
Order.
Mr. Speaker say, we are now commercializing agriculture sector. Big time. Mr. Speaker say, I will present to this House numbers next year to demonstrate how our export sector has grown. Mr. Speaker say, I will produce numbers to this House to demonstrate how much new land has been brought under agriculture, how agriculture productivity has risen, Mr. Speaker say. Mr. Speaker say, the members on the other side are talking about more money to agriculture. Did you ever hear from them suggestions how smartly we can do agriculture? Never. Mr. Speaker said, they're talking about more sugarcane price. Have you ever heard from them to say how the farmers can reduce cost efficiency, how they can increase productivity? Mr. Speaker said, with the same price, farmers can make more unit profit if they're able to increase productivity and reduce cost. Mr. Speaker said, this is the overall strategy in the agriculture sector: bring more land, commercialize agriculture, improve productivity, reduce cost, expand market, deepen market, and undertake product differentiation so that we can bring in more consumers in the export market. Mr. Speaker said, that is the overall strategy. Thank you, Naka.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Chese Saukuru.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to contribute to the debate on the budget for 2020-2021 financial year that was presented by the Minister for Economy in the August House on 17th of July 2020. Let me begin by sharing the Lord's reconciliation message to mankind on 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to quote from the Daily Hansard of 18th June 2019, when the 2019-2020 budget was debated in this August House, by what Mr. Arthur Skopena said, and I quote, "All truth passes through three stages. One, first it is ridiculed, it is violently opposed, and third, it is accepted as self-evident." Mr. Speaker, it is now self-evident that the reduction in the budget last year was a red flag, indicating a Bainimarama doom. Sir, let us face reality. The fact that our economy was already in recession before the COVID-19 pandemic, despite of all the much talked about Bainimarama boom and the unprecedented growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, judging from previous budget presentations, we were not expecting the Honourable Minister for Economy, neither the Fiji First Government, to provide the necessary remedy to our ailing national economy. Sir, here we have a nation in crisis, and we need to urgently restructure our economy or make bold changes or a paradigm shift in the way we do things to revitalize our struggling economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, This budget is an insult to the people of Fiji and an act of a betrayal by the Fiji First government upon the people of Fiji. The budget is irresponsible, rudderless and deceiving. It is paving the way forward to an unprecedented socio-economic and geopolitical disaster, which will render this nation and its people to bankruptcy. It is too expansionary and does not give policymakers this direction as to how expenditure are to be implemented to achieve the desired outcome that we all want. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Fiji, allow me to dwell on some facts about our economy. First, Fiji's average growth for the last 10 years from 2011 to 2020 was only 0.75%. So where is the boastfulness of unprecedented growth, but failure through misinformation and manipulation? At least 115,000 people have lost their jobs in the formal sector, exclude underemployment and in informal sector. Third, more than half of Fiji's population are facing extreme hardship. Fourth, a total of 101,879 withdrawal applications were processed by the FNPF, and a total of $71.7 million paid through COVID-19 withdrawal scheme and the unemployment benefits. Fifth, job advertisement contracted by 48.8%. Sixth, the removal of duties and tariffs will penalize our local industry, which will have impact on employment and investment. Seventh, why the false hope and the anticipation for Bula bubble when borders are closed? Eighth, on average, FRA receives $600 million annually. The $348.9 million is the amount normally allocated prior to 2006 coup. Ninth, capacity of implementation and targeting of projects is questionable. 10, how relevant are these capital projects in direct response to COVID-19 when funds should be directed to priority areas? 11, funding must address the urgent need for those who have lost their jobs. Our people urgently need income support. 12, the restructure and reform program has been ongoing for the last 10 years and has failed miserably. 13, the marginalization of Itauke, referred to legislations in place undermining the inspiration and self-determination of Itauke. 14, poverty will continue to increase. 15, law and order situation is appalling with an allied group of untouchables in Fiji. 16, the deteriorating of basic infrastructure like roads hold testimony to the status of our economy. 17, government continued to borrow excessively from $2.5 billion in 2006 to $8.3 billion in 2020. 18, our future generation will be burdened to pay all these debts. Therefore, they cannot borrow anymore with a current debt per capita of $9,304. Mr. Speaker, sir. 19, development will be much slower while other countries, smaller countries in the Pacific, will be progressing as Fiji will be left behind paying its debts. I'll talk on rural and maritime development, Mr. Speaker, sir. In respect of the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development, there's an increase of capital expenditure from the revised cap estimate of 2019-2020 of 5.3 million to 5.8 million. While we welcome the aspect of this budget, it is our hope that the long and outstanding community projects proposed by the provincial and advisory councils will be implemented with urgency rather than lip service. Sir, people cannot afford to be suffering due to no fault of their own when the government cannot take care of simple things like water, electricity, drains, peace and order, job creation, and improve our road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sir, today 413,000 people, or about 45.5% of our total population in 2017, reside in our rural areas. Many rural communities have yet to share in the fruits of economic growth and development. Most rural communities are still denied access to basic services and utilities. Less than 2/3 of rural households have access to tap water, with a balance depending on rivers and wells for this basic right. Rural villages and settlements are still undeveloped in terms of water supply and sanitation. The major challenge, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to create an environment conducive to attract investment and opportunities for better quality of life for our rural communities. To reinvigorate and strengthen our rural development effort, SODELPA government is committed to empower our rural and outer island communities to fulfill their aspirations and self-determination through the development of better infrastructure, improved utilities and opportunities to develop their natural resources. The implementation of the Rural and Outer Island Development Program will be revisited, reviewed, and realigned to the current need of our rural and outer island communities. On disaster management and meteorological services, Mr. Speaker, sir, we wish to record our concern for the removal of Head 14 and the reallocation of disaster management to Head 18 and meteorological services to Head 40, respectively. I wish to thank the Government of New Zealand, JICA for their continued support through aid in kind of $3.9 million. We emphasize the need to maintain rivers and streams, drainage systems and water outlets to mitigate risk to life and property. So just like for climate change, in his response to questions regarding the Employment Relations Amendment Bill 2020, the Honourable Minister for Economy declared that the COVID-19 pandemic is an act of God. Why the sudden change to blame God when you have alienated God from our Constitution and the institution of government? In the preamble of the 1997 Constitution, it said, and I quote, "We, the people of Fiji Islands, seeking the blessing of God, who has always watched over these islands," unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, since independence, God was always an important part of government and its policies until the Fiji First government. Sir, in the wake of the 2011 Japan earthquake and tsunami, a pastor in the name of Dr. Erwin Lutzer said, and I quote, "One thing we have to remember is that the world is fallen. The Bible says that when man fell into sin, all the nature was cursed. In other words, it was impossible for a sinful man to live in a perfect environment of paradise. So all of nature is cursed," unquote. Natural disasters are a megaphone from God, and they teach us various lessons. First of all, natural disasters show us the uncertainty of life. Thousands of people wake up in the morning not knowing what is going to happen that day, and we can't get away from this reality that life is very, very short, and it's possible for us to delude ourselves, unquote. The Fiji First government in the Constitution, 2013 Constitution, introduced the issue of secular state. A SODELPA government will review the Constitution to ensure the following I addressed: ensure God's rightful place in our supreme law, uphold Christian principles and values, and ensure respect for all religious faiths and religious freedom for all citizens. The country is more vulnerable than ever before from both natural and man-made disasters. The regular occurrences and the high intensity of natural disaster in the last decades have adversely affected all sectors of our economy. Their effects include lower domestic production, reduced employment opportunities, increased health problems, and pressure on prices, particularly basic food items. A SODELPA government will take a more holistic and integrated approach in addressing disaster management. The focus of its policy will be on mitigation and adaptation rather than reactionary, which is the current practice. Pine industry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will continue to address the plight of the pine landowners, as it lies very close to the heart of my province. Page 43 of the budget supplement clearly shows that government still own 99.8%, while Fiji Pine Trust, on behalf of the Fiji Pine landowners, continue to hold minority share of 0.2%, together with a dividend right. Successive governments mooted the idea of gradually enabling the landowners' participation in business and to assume the ownership of the pine industry in Fiji. I call on the Minister for Forests to please do the right thing and allow the landowners through the Fiji Pine Trust to gradually redeem government shares from the 70% lease security bonus held back by Fiji Pine Limited. Sir, keeping our trust with our voters and being faithful advocates of the resource owners and the original pledge that was made to them by the then government, I regard it as our duty as the most loyal opposition to the people of Fiji announced here, and now that the SODELPA government will seek to promote the interests and aspirations of the resource owners in the forestry sector, inclusive of pine and mahogany, as stipulated under UN RIP and ILO Convention 169. Water supply. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to begin with the issue of imminent danger of drought and water supply to drought-prone areas. If you look at the previous provisions made in the budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Water Authority of Fiji has been allocated a total of 195.4 million. We further note that the allocation for the Rural Water Scheme program is now reduced from 11.3 million in the last revised estimate to 6.4 in this budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, it only depicts that despite all these talks of unprecedented GDP growth and more than a decade of liberalization and modernization, the fruits of these developments and growths have not resulted into any meaningful change in terms of quality of life and the standard of living of our people. They remain the same, except a few who have acquired wealth and are more richer than they were a decade ago, while others suffer to have access to basic human necessities such as water. Mr. Speaker, what I am trying to impress to this House by way of this statement is the need for this government to take swift action on the following matters. One, draw up a plan of action, and if there is such plan of action, then review and update the same in respect of contingency, water supply in drought situation or to drought-stricken areas. Second, to empower the people in the prone to drought-stricken areas by water harvest and conservation measures to address situation of contingency in case of delay of supply. Third, development micromanage regional water schemes instead of being reliant heavily on the pipe water supply by mainland from the major dams or water catchment areas. Four, seek or to re-establish and enhance partnership with the local stakeholders to resolve the problem of water wastage harvest, sustainable use and management and conservation, including traditional methods. And fifth, to ensure that the 3.5 million for rural water cutting and 4.8 million to improve water distribution systems are well spent for the systematic planning and management of water supply in case of drought and prone to drought-stricken areas. I am making these points very elaborately in this August House, Mr. Speaker, sir, for a number of reasons. Firstly, water is a basic human need. Secondly, there are some key strategic utilities which rely on water to operate, such as hospitals, schools, factories, businesses, ports and airports, and after all, homes and hotels, as well as restaurants and places of worship. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji is a place of festivities, ceremonies and events where water supply is a must, failing which we expect disruptions. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind Honorable Dr. Reddy that he needs to focus on agriculture. Our people need to know what is your plan for Fiji. As usual, he's talking nonsense. I remind him to ask farmers which government gave them the best price for their sugarcane. It was the SVT government that gave them the best price for their sugarcane. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not mince my words, but tell this government that they have little choice and experience or knowledge to deal with this crisis. They are battling to manage now after having taken Fiji down to the...
Mr. Speaker, say $85 a ton was never ever given in this country by any previous government.
There's a point. There's a point of order. Would you...
I will not mince my word, Mr. Speaker, sir. tell this government that they will have little choice and experience or knowledge to deal with the crisis they are battling to manage now after having taken Fiji down to the path of imminent bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, the first choice is to face the people, to establish a broad-based multi-party government on national unity to pave the way forward. That should begin with the resignation of both the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Minister for Economy, for they have lost the moral authority to manage our economy. The people of Fiji are also fed up with the dictatorship, deception, which have become the hallmark of the Bainimarama government. Let me echo Commander Frank Bainimarama's comment that was reported in the Fiji Times of November 8, 2006. And I quote, "Let me say this, that corruption is about lies. In the indigenous context, the greatest lie is when it is stole by a PM, a talatala, or a chief for personal gain, for the simple reason that there are three entities, that these are the three entities that we hold dear and look up to for advice." On the very next day, the Fiji Sun reported Commodore Bainimarama again, and I quote, "We in the RFMF represent the silent majority of this land, and we say we are tired of being lied to. Stop now, or our children and grandchildren will suffer." Mr. Speaker, sir, now I speak for the silent majority that are listening on the radio, watching the TV and on the live stream, and say that we are tired of being lied to by the Fiji First government. It is the same Commodore Bainimarama that illegally took over a legitimate government that had a debt of only 2.5 billion, that is now captain of the ship that would soon turn a submarine with 8.3 billion. I wonder what the Honourable Prime Minister is still doing here, when he should do the most honourable thing and resign. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, SODELPA would not be a party to anything that seeks to divide and destroy our nation and lead our economy and lives of the people of Fiji astray. As such, I wish to record my strong opposition to this budget.
I thank the Honourable Justice Okulu for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Minister for Defence, National Security and Policing, Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management, the Honourable Inia Sarui Ratu. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Ministers and Honourable Members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today in this Honourable House to lend my full support to the 2020-2021 National Budget. At the outset, I personally wish to congratulate the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy and his team for presenting to this August House and to the nation a bold and timely budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, as most countries across the globe slowly move into recovery phase, respective governments are not only being tested on how effectively they can address COVID-19, but more importantly, on how resilient they are in this recovery phase. As such, Mr. Speaker, sir, for me, put very simply, this budget for 2021 is all about changing adversity into opportunities. I say it again, the 2020-21 national budget, put very simply, is about changing adversities into opportunities. And Honourable Speaker, sir, for that, it needs courage in the face of adversaries. Unfortunately, the Honourable Rousseau is not here. We need courage, not rere, during these difficult times, Mr. Speaker, sir. It requires bold, visionary, strategic leadership as opposed to the weak, irresponsible, rudderless and deceptive leadership on the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've said this so often in this House, during periods as such, we have to control our circle of influence, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let's not be overwhelmed by our circle of concerns. This is the time to put on the Telebu mantra, push Telebu, no problem, no bus fare, paida. That's it, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we need that bold, visionary, strategic leadership to take us through this difficult period. Mr. Speaker, sir, let's look within. Let's look within. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's look in our abilities, our own abilities, in our own potentials. Let's believe in our own people. Let's be patriotic about Fiji. That's what this whole 2020-21 budget is about. It's about changing adversities into opportunities. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 2020-21 budget before the House provides Fiji the much needed stimulant to support the recovery of our economy and, most importantly, rebuild the livelihoods of all Fijians affected by calamities, namely COVID-19 and TC Herald. Mr. Speaker, sir, yet again, the other side of the House has continued to politicize the sufferings of ordinary Fijians that have been affected and that will be supported in the budget before the House. We are talking about the situation that we are going through. They are already looking into 2022 because for them it's all about elections. It's not about the issues that we have. They did this when we assisted Fijians during the COVID-19 supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, and yet again have continued to echo the same rhetoric now and remain intentionally blind to the realities of today. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government has yet again put Fiji first in our 2020-2021 national budget. In our efforts to boldly recover and rebuild better in this somewhat new normal world, to reiterate the Honourable Prime Minister, this budget gives help where it's needed most. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a lot of noise from the opposition on government debt. When we think of it, Mr. Speaker, Fiji is not the only country borrowing now, especially the cushion, the impact of COVID-19, and certainly we are not the only country with a high debt level. Let me just add a few lines to what the Honourable Minister of Agriculture has talked about on the Honourable Dr. Professor Bimans Prasad about his analysis of the budget. But before that, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me just clarify an issue raised by the Honourable Leonora Gilgarit Tambua. As Minister responsible, if the tin fish that was part of the assistance package that was offered to the people of Kantatapu is of inferior quality, we do convey our sincere apology to the recipients. However, let me state, Mr. Speaker, sir, that here with me is the health certificate that brought that product into Fiji, Mr. Speaker, sir. What she was referring to is canned mackerel in tomato sauce or canned mackerel in vegetable oil. Mr. Speaker, sir, Motibai is the agent, and we are governed by government's procurement policies. And this contract is given to Motibai. And the above-mentioned goods are in conformity with the sanitary requirements and fit for human consumption. But she was referring to what was banned in Malaysia. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to what we have found out, what was banned in Malaysia was sardines. There is a difference between sardines and canned mackerel in vegetable oil or canned mackerel in tomato sauce. I need to clarify that because if it's sardines, unfortunately, the can is not here. Bring the can after this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. That needs to be clarified because what was banned was sardines and not mackerel in oil or in tomato sauce. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, national debt is an accumulation of debt across many years of different governments. In fact, there has been a very few instances of government having a surplus budget. All governments have basically rolled over previous debts or loans. The truth is that the Bainimarama government has been clearing up the mess of previous politicians who were focused on short-term gains instead of the interests of the Fijian people. Mr. Speaker, the Bainimarama-led government has been paying off the loans taken by the Alliance government, NFP and the Fiji Labour Party government, the SPT government and SDL government, not to mention the excessive interest rates charged on these loans. When the Bainimarama government took over, we inherited about 2.5 billion of the previous government's debts. Since then, the Bainimarama government has paid over 2 billion just in interest on the debt it inherited, and every year, some of this inherited debt matures. The Bainimarama government repays this debt by taking new debt. This is called rolling over debt. This is not something unique to Fiji. but practiced by other countries, including US, the UK, and Australia. Debt and interest payments are due every week.
Order.
For Fiji, there is a large bond due in the next financial year, in October, Mr. Speaker, sir. This debt was initially taken by SDL in 2006, which the Bainimarama government has rolled over twice. Mr. Speaker, to put things into better perspective, we can attribute almost 500 million in debt repayments to loan decisions by the former SDL government. We can now all see that the Honorable Prasad is twisting data to suit his own opinion. He should not misguide the Fijian people. Mr. Speaker, sir, he should be truthful and say that half of the debt we are repaying today was a result of the loan taken by SDL. But he will not say that. After all, to do so, he would be to put the Sodelpa party or Honorable Rambukan down. If we were to exclude the debt by former SDL government, the debt serving is more like 50 million. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will take this opportunity to perhaps educate the other side of the House and our colleagues on the far side of the aisle on good economics. Firstly, he should know that it is not about the absolute amount, but percentage of debt to GDP. And that is the appropriate measure, Honorable Professor. USA, Japan, Italy, and Singapore, all developed countries and economic powerhouses, have a debt to GDP ratio of over 100%. Each Fiji's debt, through increasing because of COVID-19, is far safer. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, a significant amount of Fiji's debt has been inherited from previous governments, including the SDL, also Delpa, which is due in October. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Prasad fails to acknowledge that $430 million of debt serving, which has already been saved and is sitting in government sinking fund, so money is already saved in the current financial year, but will be paid in the new financial year. I think I've heard enough of that, Mr. Speaker, sir. Well, a first-year student can teach a professor. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me relate debt to infrastructure. And let me refer to the Honorable Nikonoe Kula, or the Honorable Jonah. He was correct, Mr. Speaker, sir. It was the Ratumara government that was more into investment. And this government, unfortunately, that's where he needs to be corrected, is more into consumption. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honorable Pio Chikundondua will agree to this. When we started off with FRA in 2013, if I remember the year correctly, in one of the first briefings that was given to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister and the senior government officials, they talked about the poor state of infrastructure in Fiji that we inherited. Mr. Speaker, sir, bridges, I'll just touch on bridges. We have about 609 bridges back then. I think it's more than 1,000 now. Out of the figure that they gave, Mr. Speaker, sir, of 609, 75 of those bridges were classified as critical. And 120 more were classified as urgent. Why was this, Mr. Speaker, sir? For two obvious reasons. One is the overloading, but the other one was the lack of maintenance and the lack of investment into this infrastructure by governments previously. Mr. Speaker, sir, the lifetime of a bridge is supposed to be 85 years. But unfortunately, bridges in Fiji, the average is only about 43 years. And simply because of poor and lack of maintenance previously. That is what this government inherited. And we have discussed this so many times in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, sir. This government again is investing in our infrastructure. And that is linked to our borrowing and of course to our debts as well. But when we are financing this infrastructure, definitely governments that will come later, Honorable Speaker, sir, will not have to do another highway from Buat to Nreketi. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me just touch on bridges again. I ask the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and the Honorable Noe Kula and the Honorable Bulitabu, when they are next in Wonuwelebu, one, we have just fixed the Watundoba Bridge. Secondly, you go to Korubuli now, government is fixing the Korubuli Bridge. Past Korubuli, you come to Vesinrua, government is fixing that bridge now. This is amongst the 75 and the 120 that I was referring to, Mr. Speaker, sir. You go past Vesinrua, before the junction to Sabu Sabu, that bridge, I don't know the name, that's currently under construction now, Mr. Speaker, sir. You go down to the Konrobe, before Boys Town, Walanga Bay, that bridge before Boys Town, Mr. Speaker, sir, that bridge is under construction now. Because of the critical stage they were in, or urgent, because of lack of maintenance from previous years, but thankful to the Fiji First government, we are investing in our infrastructure for the good and the betterment of our Fijians tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, sir. So they will there's no need for them to take more debts to build these bridges. And of course, the roads. I will not go into the roads and the water and the jetties. Honorable Charlie, we have fixed the jetty in Moala, but of course that jetty has done its time. It has to be taken away. It's all there in the government's plan, and we will look into that, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is the problem, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have mentioned this in previous budgets. Now we add RERE to the strategic paralysis, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that's why they are confused. Government and private sector spending, Mr. Speaker, sir. Government spending is critical for our domestic economy. Government is spending alone in nearly 20% of our total GDP. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the rest of our domestic spending is from the private sector, but with high liquidity in the domestic market and the various initiatives in this budget, it is anticipated, and we hope that the private sector will seize the opportunities, because this budget is about changing our adversities into opportunities. Micro and small and medium enterprises, Mr. Speaker, sir, what saddens me is when we talk about assistances by government, previously they always talk about freebies, freebies, freebies. That includes a $1,000 grant. But Mr. Speaker, sir, if we look at the budget, while government has scaled down a number of programs in the 2020-21 budget, it will continue with the existing initiatives introduce new measures to support the unemployed through MSMEs and the tourism sector. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, sir, these $1 grants, they would have grown, the threshold, business threshold would have improved, Mr. Speaker, sir. And of course, if I remember correctly, 7,000 is the minimum for them to acquire a loan because of the turnover. So it's very positive, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's not freebies, but it's about a leg up so that people, during these difficult times, if these MSCs are doing well, this is when they will grow and they will provide the much needed employment in the various sectors, particularly in rural Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me touch on rural development. We have an allocation of 16.6 million in the new financial year, and the specifics will be covered by Honorable Singarara, and of course the Honorable Vijay Nath has talked briefly about disaster management. But Mr. Speaker, sir, government is not only supporting MSMEs, but we are also investing heavily into our rural and maritime programs across all sectors. I say that again, across all sectors. In the 2020-2021 financial year, government plans to invest a total of 144 million in the rural and maritime sector. Oh, the Honorable Sokuru is not here. He needs to hear this. 144 million across all sectors. 5 million in the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management. 18 million in the Ministry of Agriculture. 79 million with the Ministry of Infrastructure. 3.6 million with the Ministry of Fisheries. 4.1 million with the Ministry of Forests. 1.8 million with the Ministry of Lands. and Mineral Resources, and 9 million with the Ministry of Health and Medical Services. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have always said this government, we ensure that no one is left behind. There is so much potential in rural Fiji, but we need to create the environment. And unfortunately, I've said this already in this House, prior to the elections in 2014 and again in 2018, opposition keeps telling the people of Fiji, do not be fooled by the amount of developments going on in Fiji, because that's the responsibility of every government. Yes, because we are doing it so well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes, yet they are asking, where is the money? Talking about freebies, we have done a lot for rural Fijian communities, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, as I have previously echoed in this August House, national security is vital for economic security and development. And this brings me to the mandate provided to me as Minister for Defense, National Security and Policing. Again, I just need to acknowledge the RFMF and the Fiji Police Force, Mr. Speaker, sir. And for the Fiji Police Force, we welcome this increase in the Fiji Police Force. I've toured the stations, Mr. Speaker, sir, and going back to the infrastructure. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, the police station in Lambasa, all the police stations all over Fiji were built from Ratumara's days. But we talk about police brutality. Look at the environment that they are working in. Fiji has grown over the years, Mr. Speaker, sir. Rural-urban rift is a global phenomenon. And not only that, development comes with its price, but we need to create the environment for our police officers. I will not go into the details, and that is why, for the new police stations, they are not actually new, so to speak, Mr. Speaker, sir, because these are rollover from last year. We have started, if you go to Lautoka now, it's almost halfway, Mr. Speaker, sir. You go to Nandi should be ready, if things go according to plan, by December this year. Or otherwise, the latest, this is according to, and if we get the supplies, February next year, the new Nandi police station, that will be a state-of-the-art police station, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we are thankful. We are thankful to the contribution. The RFMF during COVID-19, the RFMF acts very well as the strategic reserve for the Fijian government, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I thank them for the allocation and, of course, given to the military as well. The naval division. And I wish to also thank government for giving us funding, particularly for our fight against drugs in Kandavu alone, Mr. Speaker, sir, not targeting Kandavu, but with the use of 2 drones to Kandavu, we confiscated about $89 million worth of marijuana just by the use of 2 drones, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is why the allocation given to the Fiji Police Force is justified, and the need for the new police stations not only will see money circulating in the construction industry, but it will also create employment, and most importantly, create the environment for our police officers so that they can excel in the work that they do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has taught us a valuable lesson in recognizing that non-traditional threats have the capacity to maim the global economy, which in turn affects the security paradigm. I still don't see Honorable Saukuru there. I wanted to just remind him, Mr. Speaker, sir, that he has quoted from 2 Chronicles 7:14. I suggest that he just goes back 1 verse before that. 13. When I shut up the heaven and there is no rain, or command the locusts to devour the land, or send pestilence among my people. And then verse 14 comes on. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, is it an act of God? I do believe that God allows this pandemic so that we can draw closer to Him, Mr. Speaker, sir. Irrespective of how the opposition has labeled the budget before the House, it does not take away the fact that this is a well-thought-out budget, a budget that is for the people and boldly designed to change the adversity of this pandemic into opportunities for the greater prosperity of all Fijians. Honorable Speaker, with this, I close by reiterating my full support for the 2020-2021 national budget.
thank the Minister for Defence and National Security for his statement. I now give the floor to the Honourable Linda Tambuya. You have the floor, ma'am.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to respond to the budget address by the Honourable Minister for Economy delivered last Friday in this esteemed House. I can't promise to be louder than Honourable Sri Ratu. However, now much has been correctly stated on this side of the House about the incompetencies and failures of the Fiji First government in its monetary and fiscal policies over the last few years that has seen our economy tank when COVID hit. The government in the last few budgetary allocations have put eggs in two main baskets, tourism and sugar. After listening to the budget being announced by the Honourable Minister for Economy, all I can say is that it lacks vision. It is rudderless, that's right. It's like a ship in the Bermuda Triangle, flying round and round in circles until it disappears. And of course, this is what will happen if we do not find the rudder, if we do not set a new course, if we do not find a destination, one that is safe and secure for its passengers and our people. Speaking of ships, Honourable Speaker, I think Honourable Maharaj was very, very loud and clear about that this side of the House is in a sinking ship, and that side of the House is a tight ship with its captain going forward successfully in that ship. Let me just ask Honourable Maharaj to ask their captain what happened when he was captaining the ship in the Lautoka Harbour a few years ago. Now, despite the opposition warning the government year in and year out, saying diversify and invest, the government didn't listen. Even in this budget with COVID-19, which by the way, Minister for Health is possibly airborne, so that's not from Lindaland, affecting the entire world and has shut borders, stopped mass movement of people, aeroplanes, cruise ships, yachts, and tested the resilience of countries' economies, one thing is evident. This government still has no new ideas and is not even engaged in the innovative thinking of really looking inward and seeing Fiji for what it has to offer today that we can focus on right now to help our economy and our people grow. They are still focusing on tourism and sugar. It's clear the government has run out of steam and has got no new ideas. 14 years too long, Honourable Speaker. Any government to remain in control. This is the reason why the most powerful country in the world, America, only allows the president to run for 8 years. Only 8 years. The government has plateaued. It's plateaued. And on a very fast decline in terms of fresh ideas, innovation, motivation, and spending habits. When COVID has taught most of us to tighten spending, be frugal, recycle, reuse, the government continues to prioritize its own expenditure to see an ever-increasing deficit, insensitive to the daily experiences of our people. When the Prime Minister travels to cut ribbons, the ministers, the assistant ministers, permanent secretaries, government personnel, they all follow, which is contributing to huge overheads and wastage. When our people struggle daily with providing the bare necessities like nutritious food, adequate housing, and affordable medicine, the government announces in this budget it's going to build the Prime Minister's new office. Our people are our greatest asset, not just for tourists, but more importantly in times of crisis, an amazing resilience that can be attributed to the deep sense of spirituality, Honourable Speaker, faith that God is in charge, that you cannot trust the government anymore to take care of you, because the government is in the business of treating its greatest assets, its people, like chattels, like property, to be used and discarded at will. Just ask the frontline workers in the tourism industry, the many hundreds of ATS workers and Fiji Airways workers who were sent home in the most inhumane way, redundancy packages owed and back pay owed for years. The very same workers who last year were dancing around an A350 aeroplane, right in the middle of the measles epidemic, showing their dedication to the cause then. What now of them? Or are they someone else's problem now? left to join the long line at the Employment Tribunal to find relief for their claims? Is this how we treat our greatest assets, our people? Is this the legacy the Honorable Prime Minister wants to be known for? When SODELPA becomes government, we will right these injustices. The people are taking care of the people. An initiative pioneered by the people, taking us to the old ways of buttering, has seen thousands of our people buttering online to help, to assist the needy and to trade with commodities that are easily available to them. I commend the initiatives, Barter for Better Fiji, as well as Swap It VT, where our Honorable Minister for Education is a regular, and I thank her for that. I also commend the countless community efforts, Nasole Solevaki, when the community comes together and embarks on projects to help our people in need, whether it's providing groceries, providing school lunches, providing school supplies, transport, feeding the homeless, providing skills and trade, building or repairing homes, visiting the sick, the disabled, the widows, the fatherless. Our values of love, compassion, and kindness are prevalent in fostering greater relationships between our people, void of race and religion. This is the model, Honorable Speaker, that we should be looking at as a nation to move our country forward. The values that we are known for. Ve Masulaki, Ve Sikovi, Ve Nanumi, Ve Maroroi, Ve Lomani. Universal values that connect people and connect hearts. The economics of humanity and godliness. This time of COVID tests our people's resilience, but it has automatically invoked our deep sense of community, our deep sense of spirituality, our collective tolerance, our collective long-suffering, but also our collective will to do better, to be better, and to demand better. So how can we as a nation do better? Let's redefine ourselves. We need a revolution of ideas, a complete paradigm shift from global to local. You didn't talk about that in your budget address. From traditional and Western forms of work back to our primary industries, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. I was quite disappointed with the Honourable Minister for Agriculture's address. I was waiting in anticipation what he has planned for our country, but nothing came out there. Now, Honourable VM Pillay, in his address, still refers to backyard gardening and farm support as stated in the budget. But we need to stop seeing agriculture as a food-only industry, but one that can drive many other complementary industries like manufacturing, clothing and textile, medicine, and cosmetics. Honourable already talks about not hearing from us on how to work smarter. Well, I'll tell you how to work smarter, Honourable Reddy, by redirecting money from wastage to your ministry. I call this the agriculture revolution. Let's grow Fiji. With the same patriotism, zeal, and passion that we cheer our rugby team. Let's go, Fiji, let's go. Yes. Let's revolutionize our patriotism, our zeal, our passion to become a self-sustaining, self-reliant, self-determining people using the natural assets with which God has blessed us. Let's grow, Fiji, let's grow. It'll take political will, and it's not coming from that side. Order. Prioritizing in the national budget our primary industries. When SODELPA becomes government in 2022, we will revolutionize our country to diversify into many baskets, not putting our eggs in two baskets, like the Fiji First government has done all along, with under 10% of the GDP to agriculture. FNPF, which has largely invested in tourism and property development, needs to reprioritize and invest in our primary industries. Fiji Investment Corporation needs to be quickly reestablished to provide better equity investment capital for startup businesses in priority industries, including agriculture. New Zealand, in its budget this year, has committed to generating a whopping $44 billion over the next 10 years from their primary industries. Why hasn't the Fiji First government made a similar commitment to substantially growing our primary industry? Why? Because it's not and it's never been a priority for them to lift our people out of poverty in the way they know that will empower and sustain our people in the long run. Free education is all very well, but are we educating our children with the skills and knowledge to equip them to sustain their livelihoods and families in the future? With sugar on a global decline, and our own Fiji Sugar Corporation making loss after loss, is it not time to look at alternatives to sugar, bring Fiji into the 21st century? It is time to grow Fiji by focusing on the primary industry and in niche markets. As our Honourable Leader of Opposition stated, we are not capitalizing on our competitive advantage. Here we can become the highest quality player, using our rapidly growing international reputation and pristine environment as our marketing strength. Fiji Water and Pure Fiji are great examples. So what else can Fiji produce to take advantage of our high quality brand? How about bananas, guavas, mangoes, and the world's best pineapples? Or organic fresh juices, organic coconut water and milk, essential oils, organic fertilizer, organic seaweed for food and medicine, cosmetics products, gluten-free flour from cassava, ndalo, and breadfruit, fish and other high-end seafoods, cocoa, coffee, moringa, honey, and vanilla. The primary sector offers great hope for the country because Fiji is blessed with many natural resources, plenty of unencumbered land, sunshine, clean water, and a strong and capable workforce who are used to working together in communal settings. Fiji First has not prioritized the agriculture sector, which has been in decline over the last decade or so. It still remains important to the nation's economy for income generation and food security. Accounting for 9.5% of Fiji's GDP, the sector supports the livelihoods of almost half of Fiji's population that reside in rural areas, which is over 150,000 working Fijians. We produce a variety of traditional crops, sugarcane, dalo, coconuts, cassava, and sweet potatoes, but unfortunately, we face major shortages of fruit and vegetables. The market is often unable to supply the local demand, particularly following natural disasters. As a result of inconsistent supply, that's why you're importing all of them without duty. As a result of inconsistent supply and lower than ideal quality, vegetables and fruit are often imported. Let me tell you this, Minister for Agriculture. Last year alone, Fiji imported over $300 million of vegetable and fruit products. You didn't know that. Any significant economic growth in Fiji must include the agriculture sector. While large-scale commercial agriculture projects are needed, fast implementation projects can significantly increase Fiji's productivity in the short term, which is what we need right now. Building the capacity of rural communities to diversify agriculture to higher value crops and commercial agriculture will improve on and off farm livelihoods and opportunities for processing and value addition. To do so, Honourable Speaker,
Order.
Hey, the Minister for Agriculture is making noise now, I'm speaking.
Order.
To do so, thank you, Fiji will have to improve its smallholder farmers' production. There is a need for a faster and sustainable solution, Honourable Minister, to promote the creation of commercial farming and improve agriculture productivity among traditional farmers. Now, after extensive discussion and consultation, which I hope he's doing, a SODELPA government's vision will involve two major investment initiatives to deliver both the know-how and the do-how required to kickstart our agriculture revolution. Let me tell you the know-how. Yes, wow.
Order.
When we are government.
Order.
First, the know-how. We envision establishing agro centers across the country. This is a unique concept, Honourable Speaker, where each agro center will support thousands of smallholder farmers. Why smallholder farmers? Because large diversification of production and crops, climate and market conditions, and growing local and international demands hold back smallholder farmers in Fiji who find it difficult to reach a sustainable profitability. Small-scale farmers in Fiji's rural areas, which are the overwhelming majority of our farmers, have very limited access to the assets that would facilitate a shift from subsistence farming to modern commercial agriculture. With low incomes on the farms, many rural young men and some women leave their villages for urban centers. This migration leads to an aging and generally less dynamic population in rural areas. High rates of youth unemployment and social disparities also heighten the danger of social tension. So the agro-center concept This agro-center objective is to improve the performance and profitability of smallholder farms by turning them into commercial ones. The center would offer convenient and easy access to knowledge, services, and markets. The projected budget and return, according to initial calculations, the total cost for the establishment of one agro-center would be approximately $30 million and take 1 year to set up. From similar agro-centers already established in other countries, Honorable Speaker, we estimate an average income of approximately $30,000 per year per farmer. Conservatively, if each center assisted and serviced only 1,000 farmers, total income generated by these farmers would be approximately $30 million per year, and over 10 years amounts to $300 million of total income generated from each center. So if we set up 5 agro-centers across the country, costing us about $150 million, they would generate our farmers over $1.5 billion in income over the next 10 years, a phenomenal return on investment from anybody's perspective. Surely we can find $150 million in our budget to launch such an impressive, self-sustaining initiative. Now to the do-how. So, the know-how is delivered through these agro-centers, which will lift productivity, pay attention, Minister, and quality of our smallholder farmers. We live in a tropical marine environment with warm year-round temperatures, where we often experience cyclones and heavy floods. This suggests that protected cultivation, as in modern agriculture practices, is a must in any future agro-project. A SADELPA government will look to set up 14 provincial greenhouse hubs, 1 in every province in Fiji. This is a unique concept, Mr. Prime Minister, designed to enable production of high-quality fruits and vegetables by smallholder farmers. The greenhouses in each hub will operate as profitable commercial projects and will finance each agro-center's ongoing operational costs. Traditional smallholder farmers, Honorable Speaker, struggle to reach the necessary quality standards and achieve profitability and sustainability. Protected cultivation, which is basically vegetable production in greenhouses, net houses, and plastic tunnels, combined with professional management, allows them to reach that quality. Protected cultivation offers some clear advantages over other agriculture activities. 1, a positive cash flow starting in just 3 months from planting. And even in a cyclone, you can just open up the greenhouse, let the cyclone take the produce, start again. 2, high profitability per hectare. 3, high quality year-round production, suitable for high-end markets and exports. 4, relatively low water consumption. 5, an efficient use of soil. 6, intensive labor, which is great for employment. And 7, relatively low use of mechanization. Each hub will train all farmers to participate in it. Training will be both theoretical and practical, and the farmers will finance their stay through work in the greenhouses. Once each training session ends, the trained farmers will return to their homes where a provincial greenhouse hub project will be established to start their own activity. The hub's farmers are members of the same cooperative. Each farmer will hold a share in the cooperative and will be entitled to an individual greenhouse plot. Initially 500 square meters, including all logistic and technical support, as well as post-harvest and marketing services. Now, Honorable Speaker, the farmer's income derives from its plot's productivity after deducting expenses and investments, again about $30,000 per year per farmer. To establish a total of 14 provincial greenhouse hubs would cost a total of $210 million and would employ 3,000 to 4,000 people and generate over $15 million a year in revenue and $500 million of income over the next decade. A very respectable return on investment. Again, I'm sure we can find $210 million from either budget savings or additional borrowings to fund this enormous revenue and employment generator for each of our provinces and its rural citizens as an integral part of kickstarting Fiji's agro-revolution. Now, doing this, together our proposal to create 5 agro-centers, 14 provincial greenhouse hubs would cost about $360 million, right? Which turns out to be about $90 million per year over the next 4 years. Incidentally, it's about the same amount we spend on the military. Now, doing this would put thousands of people to work in our rural communities, upgrade skills and living standards, and generate $2 billion in newfound income over the next decade. This would in turn help with funding adequate housing and the quality of our local government services, because right now, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry for Housing is the Ministry of R. Almost the whole budget is under R. So this is the out-of-box solution, focused thinking and spending that this government cannot conceptualize, let alone realize. Our SODELPA government will bring this to advance our nation, protect our people and assets from the next pandemic, and kickstart a revolution. Let's grow Fiji, let's grow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Linda Tambuya for her statement. Order. I give the floor to the Honourable Rohit Sharma to make his statement. You have the floor.
The Honourable Speaker, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Ministers, the Leader of Opposition, and the Honourable Members of Parliament, Namaste and Bulavinaka to you all. I rise today to give my contribution towards the 2020-2021 national budget. First and foremost, I wish to take this opportunity to personally thank the Ministry of Economy, in particular for this responsible and commendable budget for this fiscal year. A special gratitude goes to the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Attorney General and the Minister for Economy for their foresight and love for the people of our nation, and these attributes are reflected in the 2020-2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are in the midst of a fast evolving pandemic. In Fiji and around the world, we have made the decision to protect each other. We have quickly adapted. We now wear masks. We wash our hands more often. We maintain a safe social distance. As a result, thousands have stayed safe. We remain deeply concerned about the path of this virus, but we are in common grounds with other countries that have adopted our stringent rules for lockdown, trying their very best to flatten the curve and save lives. As the wise farmer will tell you, when the tempest is raging, you must protect your plants from damage. Mr. Speaker, sir, our Prime Minister is the wise farmer, caring for our beloved country. The storm is not over, but we need to follow health guidelines and make the right decisions to prepare us for a new global reality soon. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have many strengths. These include our young and ambitious people, our institution, our robust and vibrant democracy, independent judiciary, and our commitment to social justice progress and our economic strengths. Mr. Speaker, sir, it gives me immense pleasure and privilege to highlight some of the key components that the budget insists the Bainimarama government offers to our fellow Fijians. This budget is definitely for the absolute majority of our population, and it must have taken a Herculean effort to prepare, considering all dimensions. I must commend the efforts by our Attorney General and the Minister for Economy, Honorable Ayaz Sayed Qayyum, in presenting such a balanced budget with enormous opportunities for growth and development for our fellow Fijians. Indeed, this budget speaks volume about the Fiji First government's efforts and commitments towards sustainability of natural and human resource development. Realistically, it is imperative that all aspects of Fiji's national development are sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and low carbon, considering the fact that Fiji First government is on the front line of the global campaign in our efforts towards tackling this COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and its implications. In my perspective, I strongly believe that this budget has been prepared using the microscopic vision, covering all key aspects of the economy, such as education, health, technological advancement, welfare, infrastructure, environment, and tourism. This is a bold budget indeed. I seriously feel this budget has been prepared on the basis of high intelligence, equity, and vision, and does not pave much space an opportunity for members of the opposition and even the general public to criticize. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been traveling throughout the country after the budget announcement, and I was overwhelmed by the fact that wherever I went, the people I met were overjoyed with the 2020-2021 budget that was presented. It was evident that the public at large was satisfied with the commitment by the government. There were numerous rumors with negative connotations about the recent budget prior to the announcement that was spreading faster than COVID-19. However, it was a different story altogether when the budget was tabled. People were full of smiles, with new hopes and aspirations towards a better and secured future for themselves and their children. That has been one of the major commitments of the Fiji First government that I believe is true democracy, transparency, equality without any form of discrimination such as gender, ethnicity, or socioeconomic background. The 2020-21 budget has revealed government's commitment towards a bright and secured future for us all. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that there have been prudent and disciplined financial decisions made to ensure that we achieve a balance in terms of expenditures and revenues and investments and strong relationship with development partners along with the extreme climate vulnerabilities we face. The Fiji First government has always invested in our people by caring for those that are vulnerable, building resilience to worsening climate impacts, empowering the disadvantaged to lift themselves of poverty, and giving all our people a fair shot at success in our economy. There are tremendous efforts being made by the Fiji First government in looking after our education and teachers and civil service sectors and the protection of our marine resources. We would like to have our oceans free from illegal mining, overfishing, industrial dumping, and of course, plastic pollution. Honorable Speaker said, speaking of economic realities, I believe that government through its incentive on tax, more investors will be encouraged to invest, creating more job opportunities. The 2021 is a budget built for every Fijian family, everywhere in Fiji, because all Fijian families matter. When Fijian families are strong, united, stable, and thriving, the nation is strong. The nation is united, the nation succeeds, and this is a budget that is grounded in the same values that build strong and stable Fijian families. Responsibility, integrity, accountability, foresight in the sense of duty, and care for all our fellow Fijians. This is a budget that empowers Fijian families, laying out new and better economic opportunities for every member of every family in the country. This is a budget that gives a leg up to families who need special care, those in rural and remote parts of Fiji, and those low-income families. This is a budget that protects families who are facing tragic and unforeseen circumstances during this COVID-19 crisis. This is a budget that will bring every Fijian family more prosperity, not only here and now, but for the years and to come. Honorable Speaker, sir, as the member of this August Parliament, I therefore appeal to all members to join hands together by disseminating this budget message honestly and truthfully to our people, if we are genuine in taking our nation forward. Gone are the days when we lie to people about the truth, and let us work responsibly as members of Parliament for the betterment of our people. Honorable Speaker, sir, Matthew chapter 7 closes as follows. Everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise person who built their house on the rock. The rain came down, the stream rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. To the members on the other side, listen to us this side, please. Let us listen, let us practice, and let us build. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, sir, I fully support this budget, and may the good Lord bless us and bless our beloved nation. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Roy Charmo for his contribution to the debate. Honourable members, we will now suspend proceedings for dinner. Parliament will resume in an hour's time.
Honourable members, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. We will now continue with the debate on the budget, and I give the floor to the Honourable Pio Tikundundo. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, on the 17th of June 2019, while responding to the 2019-2020 budget in Parliament, I showed two pictures about the pathetic state of the facilities at the CWM hospital, Mr. Speaker. One was about a washroom door using an intravenous tube as a makeshift lock, failing to provide privacy to patients using the washroom. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was at CWM Hospital, and I was aghast that despite the health minister's assurance that the door was going to be fixed, it remains the same for 26 months, Mr. Speaker. I said that the picture showed the portrait of the nation, a nation at the odds with itself, torn apart by bad governance, lack of transparency, accountability, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, I have with me two pictures of the same door that I took yesterday at CWM Hospital. And I just want to show it so you know. Listen, Minister. Now, let me explain again, because it's not quite clear. This picture that I'm holding, Mr. Speaker, shows the door to the same lavatory. The door, minus the intravenous tube where it was before, and it's actually stopped and blocked by a piece of wood. There's a block that's stopping the door from closing. And when I went there yesterday, there was a man there from the acute surgical ward. After an operation, he was using the same room. And I was just walking and I saw him, and he had absolutely no privacy. Now, Mr. Speaker, if there was a care app for Fiji, it's a shame on the minister. 26 months I've been raising this issue here. And if there's anyone else who says that our health system is in order, I say no. I say so no. So I just want to say that. And this picture, like the ones that I showed earlier, Mr. Speaker, tells the painful story of the state of decay of the health facilities, and indeed, a nation presided over by the Honourable Prime Minister for over 13 years, who for all intents and purposes trusts only his Attorney General and Economy Minister, or his right-hand man for guiding the nation.
And the Honourable Minister of Economy hasn't betrayed his trust, at least to his boss, who firmly believes he can do no wrong. Now, come the time to deliver the 2021 national budget, the Honourable Economy Minister has progressed from Cindy Lauper's Time After Time to Fleetwood Mac's Sweet Little Lies. And during the budget night on 17 July, for the upteenth time, the Prime Minister endorsed every little lie that his right-hand man was telling the nation to justify the biggest ever borrowing and worst economic performance in our 50th years of independence. Now that is indeed transparency Fiji style, Mr. Speaker, our way or the highway. Now I will outline some of those lies as well as those uttered yesterday. Lie number one, Mr. Speaker. There was no reference whatsoever to the fact that the economy contracted in 2019 straight after the general elections. Lie number two. $60 million allocation for the first 150,000 visitors to Fiji at $400 each incentive when our borders will remain closed for all intents and purposes, and there will be no travel or start of any bubble anytime soon. And the sum is under requisition too, Mr. Speaker. Now the question is it to aid Fiji Airways? Why not incentivize local tourism using these funds to generate some activity in our hotels and resorts when it is known when the borders to our biggest markets will be opened? And what happens to the few millions of dollars collected in airport departure taxes of $200 per each ticket pre-sold by Fiji Airways to locals, travel agents, and overseas to raise money because no travel has been undertaken and departure taxes will be reduced by $100? Will those that have bought the pre-sale tickets be refunded $100 for each ticket? It would be daylight robbery if there isn't any refund because there has been no travel, Mr. Speaker. Then there is no mention if Fiji Airways will refund all money for tickets bought by people and corporate clients who are now either unemployed or have closed their businesses and have not been able to travel because of closed borders. However, we are told that Fiji Airways is now backtracking and refusing refund, saying they will only do so in the case of tickets sold to destinations in America. This is contrary to what the Economy Minister said when tabling a motion to guarantee $455 million to Fiji Airways on the 25th of May 2020 when he said, and I quote, "In addition to the fixed costs, ongoing flight suspensions and cancellations are contributing towards increased customer refunds even if tickets have been pre-sold as non-refundable. Fiji Airways is obliged to refund customers as the service is not being delivered at all," unquote. Now, these are remedial measures that we needed to hear from the Minister. Why, Mr. Speaker, is government and Fiji Airways conspiring to keep the funds to help boost their ailing finances? Line number three, Mr. Speaker. There is no explanation for the allocation of $100 million unemployment benefit fund in Head 50, apart from the Minister's announcement of Phase 3, to top up those withdrawing their own funds during Phase 3 of withdrawals. What about those in the informal sector who are not FNPF members? Line number four. Increase to Fiji Police budget when $40 million has been allocated to the so-called shovel-ready projects of new police stations in Nandi, Nakasi, Lautoka, and Nalawa that were already under construction. And this allocation too is under requisition. So no hope of generating any additional employment there, Mr. Speaker. Line number five, Mr. Speaker. Continuing construction of the Prime Minister's office worth $7 million where no construction has been done whatsoever, despite allocations in previous budgets. Before this allocation, a total of $13.35 million was allocated, also under requisition, in the last three budgets. With this additional allocation, it will take it to the sum of $20.35 million. Mr. Speaker, another act of transparency, Fiji First style, when the honorary workers of Fiji are impoverished and hungry. But the Prime Minister's office is more important than the lives of our struggling citizens. Line number 6, Mr. Speaker. Reduction of guaranteed prices of a ton of sugar to $70 from $85, with the Permanent Secretary of Sugar in the Prime Minister's office complicating things and confusing growers by saying these things contrary to what is clearly written in the budget documents. Now, the Prime Minister has followed suit, saying that $70 will guarantee the first 3 payments, with government paying the full price of $85 in the last payment due in October for the current season. What about the 4th payment, Mr. Speaker? That is due in May 2021. Yet another example of bungling and wandering like punch drunks on the part of this government that has been rightfully described as rudderless. Line number 7, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honourable Prime Minister attacked the Fiji Times and the NSP leader, Honourable Professor Biman Prasad, for highlighting the $100 million a month needed to service debt commitments of $1.179 billion in 2021 financial year as contained in the budget estimates. He said both the Fiji Times and the Honourable NSP leader forget that most debt was accumulated before 2007, which means until December 2006, when the Bainimarama regime came into power. Nothing can be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Until the end of 2006, government debt, according to official government figures, was $2.863 billion. The budget supplementary document to this budget shows that at the end of July 2020, which is only 3 days away, debt will be $6.705 billion, almost $4 billion more accumulated in over 13 years, in contrast to $2.863 billion in 36 years for the previous government. According to the budget documents, debt level is projected to be $8.256 billion, which is also $5.393 billion accumulated in 14 years, than the $2.863 billion accumulated in 36 years from 1970 to 2006, Mr. Speaker. And the budget documents forecast national debt to be $9.15 billion, which the Fiji First government will bequeath to the people of Fiji when they are crushed at the polls sometime between May 22 and January 2023. A debt of $6.292 billion accumulated in 16 years, in contrast, $2.863 billion accumulated in 36 years. And I would like to ask the Prime Minister to get real, Mr. Prime Minister. Do your sums right and stop relying on factually incorrect speeches concocted by your spin doctors. Mr. Speaker, how have we come to the sweet little lies year in, year out, culminating in the point of no return that we are facing? The answer lies in practice of deception and connivance in manipulating past budgets. A lot of opposition colleagues have said that these budget figures are cooked. The NSP leader stated that the government has been manipulating budget figures all along, and I totally agree with them. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the road in terms of manipulating GDP started in 2013, so that the Bainimarama government could enter the 2014 general elections in a strong position. Mr. Speaker, I have in my possession an email given to me by the Prime Minister that was sent to him by the Attorney General on the 15th December 2013. The Prime Minister, who was also Finance Minister from mid-August 2008 to September 2014, asked me to arrange a meeting with the Attorney General as per the email, and duly wrote his instructions on that email. As you all know, I was the Permanent Secretary in the Prime Minister's office at the time. Now, I will not read the whole email, Mr. Speaker. I will not read the entire email that contained the Honourable Attorney General's concerns about the need to increase the GDP base after the figures released by the Fiji Bureau of Statistics estimated the the 2012 growth to 1.7%, when according to AG, a growth of 2.2% was announced in the budget. I will read the concluding paragraphs that clearly prove that the Attorney General's obsession with electioneering and not reality. And I quote, listen, Minister, listen. It is very disconcerting that the PS, Permanent Secretary of Finance, and PS Planning recommended the release of these figures. They should have known that these will directly contradict the announcements made by the Bainimarama government, and in particular by you in your annual budget address. And the Attorney General continued, as elections will be held in less than 9 months, politicians will highlight that, 1, the economy is not doing well, based on numbers released by the Fiji Bureau of Statistics. Terms as well as ratio of GDP. And 3, the credibility of government's policies and the results would be attacked as the data for growth and debt show that things are worse off. It is therefore important that Fiji Bureau of Statistics recalls the GDP released under 2008 base, as it contains major flaws or errors which will negatively impact this government as we move towards election. Now let me repeat why the Attorney General wanted the GDP to be increased. It is therefore important that FBOS recalls the GDP released under the 2008 base, as it contains major flaws or errors which will negatively impact the government as we move forward to elections. And he concluded, it is also recommended that we have a meeting with Arif Ali from RBF, the Reserve Bank of Fiji, to give you a full appraisal. Mr. Speaker, at the time, Mr. Arif Ali was the Chief Manager Economics Group at RBF, who in 2014 was appointed Deputy Governor and in 2017 appointed the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, nothing is more clearer than the indisputable evidence that I have just outlined in Parliament today of how the Honourable Attorney General influenced the Honourable Prime Minister in agreeing to bend the reality and truth for political supremacy. That is what I call weak, indecisive leadership that readily condescends to his Attorney General. Instead of castigating his Attorney General, the Prime Minister readily accepted his ploy to concoct economic data with the help of the then senior RBF officials, so that both who under the Fiji First Constitution are the only 2 persons eligible to become party leader, could disingenuously wing their way into power in September 2014. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that I quit the government after only 9 months, because my conscience could not allow me to serve 2 masters who were scratching each other's backs while the nation and its people were being led up the garden path. For me, sacrificing my $200,000 salary and pension was necessary to avoid becoming a yes man. Like all others currently in the Fiji First Party, singing praises to the 2-man rule, which is responsible, listen, Minister, which is responsible for the destruction of this nation's social, economic, and political fabric through politics of connivance, deviousness, and deception. Now, all of them know it, Mr. Speaker, but they have no guts and be counted for the fear of losing their seats and their hefty pay perks and privileges. And all of them are happy and are content in going against their conscience to be subservient to the members of the animal farm. Deceptive indeed, Mr. Speaker. What government can quite scandalously legalize COVID-19 as an act of God? Why? Because government wants employers, including itself, as the largest employer, to escape its obligation of paying fair redundancy and remuneration to its workers. Now, one need not go any further. than hundreds of Fiji Airways and Air Terminal Services workers, arbitrarily terminated without compensation, despite the workers agreeing to be on leave without pay. This is from a government that brags about leaving nobody behind. Now it's leaving everybody breathing dust, raised by its fast and furious galloping towards political annihilation. Their bogus budgeting has crashed our economy to its worst position in 50 years of our independent history, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the crash started immediately after the November 18 elections, when instead of inspiring and generating confidence, government went up to level 9 hiding for 48 hours like rats, preventing the opposition from serving legal documents. So the strategies about low-hanging fruits have plummeted the economy, have plundered our economy. Now this is clear as daylight. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that the Prime Minister will not sack the Honourable AG and the Economy Minister because both are entwined in the game of political supremacy at the cost of Fiji and its people. For them, rule by freebies and fear-mongering is normal, even if it destroys the nation. They don't care. One need not go any further than the AG's 2018 election campaign threat, delivered to voters at the Samambula Primary School on October 21, 2018, when he said, "If you don't support a leader like Warengah Bainimarama, you are putting a dagger to your neck." Mr. Speaker, this government has lost its moral authority to govern. They have led us to the edge of a cliff. The choice is clear. If we, the people of Fiji, want to survive, we have to vote them down the cliff in the next elections. Because if we don't, they will push us for their own survival. The 2021 budget and the current severely depressed economy, exacerbated by COVID, is a result of the two men's insatiable appetite to be in power at all costs. Now, the last thing Fiji needs right now are leaders who believe in self-enrichment instead of genuinely enriching the lives of population in their hour of need. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Pio Tikondondo for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Assistant Minister. Order. To the Assistant Minister for Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management, the Honourable Charlie Singara. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Leader of Opposition, and Honourable members of August House, of this August House. Bulare and a very good evening. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am pleased to also make a contribution to the national budget for the new financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend government's confidence in preparing a bold, brave, and sensible budget, even while still coping with the impacts of the COVID-19, together with the devastation of Tropical Cyclone Hera. It is clear we were faced with more than a crisis of health, far more, crisis bigger than anything the world has seen in the last century. But given its nature and the unprecedented blows to our economy, we have shown through this budget our ability to provide steadfast direction and sound leadership, guided by a beacon of hope. Mr. Speaker, sir, government recognized that in the new normal, it requires a carefully thought out budget that not only addresses the present, but takes stock of the future. Government has carefully crafted the 2020-2021 budget by prioritizing sectors that need to grow to support economic recovery. It empowers Fijians to fight back and rebuild their lives. This is truly the Fijian spirit of never giving up in the face of adversity. I am confident, as a small island state, we have portrayed our footprints globally and displayed our unity and resilience as a nation, even during crisis and times of need. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management is grateful for its budget allocation, 16.6 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this point, I acknowledge the support of merging the two institutions, Rural and Maritime Development and the National Disaster Management Office. This will obviously bring about efficiency through streamlining of systems and processes in the coordination of emergency operations during national disasters. This would set the platform for integrating disaster risk reduction in planning for development and disaster preparedness activities. The divisional coordination mechanism has gone through several national events and was again a vital link in the national campaign to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reverse of rural to urban drift is possible when we are committed about raising standard of living in the rural areas. Even in times of crisis like that we are experiencing with COVID-19, we are seeing that this is possible. We are seeing the resilience of the rural economy and its lure for people affected by the economic growth, economic downturn. We have seen in the media and physically seen while visiting our community. Now men and women who have suffered job losses have returned to their village or farms to live off their land and also contribute positively to the progress of Fiji rural economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the vast and rich resources in rural areas, government can rely on these rural-based sectors as the new drivers of growth to support the tourism industry. This can lead to reverse migration once necessary groundwork is put into place. Mr. Speaker, sir, this budget is not only about business community or the rich, not at all. Mr. Speaker, it's all for Fijians, focusing on the unfortunate and the needy in our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, government has demonstrated its commitment in the prioritization of rural development in the coming financial year budget. This will ensure Fijians living in rural areas have the same level of access to essential services and economic opportunities as anywhere else in the country. In addition to the budget allocated to the ministry, Mr. Speaker, sir, government has allocated funds in other ministries across the sectors in the government of developing the rural and maritime regions. To name a few, a sum of 59.4 million is allocated for rural roads, 6.4 million for rural water supply program, 9.4 million for rural electrification, 2 million for reforestation, 1 million for maritime pine development, 530,000 for rural banking services, 0.8 million for drainage for rural residential areas, and the list goes on. Of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are other programs in the resource-based ministries that can assist farmers to graduate from subsistence to semi-commercial and commercial production. There are programs in the Ministry of Commerce, Tourism, Trade and Transport to assist in human capital development, which is crucial for growth and sustainability for economic empowerment projects implemented by our rural and maritime citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to work smarter with the allocation given and do more with less. We need to prioritize commitments and put in place concrete actions and accessible projects for immediate interventions. Mr. Speaker, sir, government is aware of the fact that our rural areas are resource-rich, but the majority are cash-poor. We have to appreciate the potential wealth and economic gains that we can derive from the proper management of our natural resources. All efforts, therefore, must now be made to unlock this potential, to convert resources like land into cash, and to generate rural wealth. At the same time, address food security and reduce our import bills while boosting our exports, and ultimately improve the living standard and the quality of life for citizens in our rural communities. The Ministry will continue to utilize the funds allocated to the self-help program and the community access roads, footpaths, and footbridges to implement projects targeted at these objectives and goals. I would like to also mention that we will work towards ensuring that disaster risk reduction and sustainability are factors to be considered in the selection of identified projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the $1 million allocation in the new budget for self-help programs, communities are encouraged to initiate their socio-economic sustainable development projects on a cost-sharing basis to instill a sense of ownership over these incentives. The arrangement has eased the burdens, especially on those in rural areas who come forward to us to access this program in the last 3 years. Government has invested about $5 million for the 395 multi-sectoral projects. This speaks volumes of government priority for rural development. To assist in living standards in our rural communities, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry will utilize funding received under its Community Access Roads, Footpaths and Footbridges program. In the last 3 years, government has invested about $4.5 million for 145 community access projects throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, government is setting aside another $2 million to enable us to deliver more on rural infrastructure projects under the CAF program. The program has not only eased transportation access to those in these remote rural communities, but has also made access to markets easier for farmers in rural Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would be remiss of me not to highlight that in the 2019 to 20 budget financial year, the Ministry implemented 77 infrastructure projects under its CAF program, benefiting more than 11,000 Fijians in remote rural communities. To allow government to extend the reach of its services to the people, government has strategically placed stations to serve the 14 provinces and districts throughout remote rural communities in Fiji. Also included is a station on the island of Rotuma. Mr. Speaker, sir, currently government is constructing 3 district administration offices, which should be completed and ready for commissioning in the first and second quarter of the next financial year. These are the Kavala Government Station in Kandavu, the Wainikoro Government Station in Maduata, and the Namarai Government Station in Ra. This is a testament of government intention of ensuring Fijians in our rural communities are able to access our service at their doorstep. Mr. Speaker, sir, more than 30,000 Fijians from 63 villages and settlements from these 3 provinces are expected to benefit from the implementation of these projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry is again thankful that players of our offices working in the rural and maritime areas have been heard. This is an of 0.4 million in the ministry budget to commence with repairs and maintenance of residential quarters. Our government has emphasizing leaving no one behind. This is a testimony that the welfare officers are also being looked after. We strongly believe that this will lift the morale of our officers working in the divisions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry is already working towards the strengthening of the integrated rural development framework. In the recent months, there has been an increase in collaboration with the key agencies to prepare the ministry in improving its planning for rural development and implementation of programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, the ministry has bigger plans for the new financial year 2020-2021. The ministry is developing a 10-year strategic plan targeting effective coordination with all government and non-government agencies in the hope to transform rural areas from their hardships to thriving, resilient communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, from my experience living in the village in the past years, I have noticed and observed the potential and opportunities available to our rural communities with the abundance of natural resources. We will do all that we can to ensure that the plight of our rural communities and the marginalized are addressed, and for equality in the delivery of service to all citizens, regardless of where they live, their gender, their age, and their status in society. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry will work within our budget to improve the quality of people's lives and expanding their ability to shape their own future by exploring income-generating opportunities, along with amenities and services. Our ministry aspiration is to formulate a new strategic plan that will focus on the remolding of the ministry's program to address development needs I have already made reference to. Mr. Speaker, sir, partnership and collaboration with the government ministries, non-government organizations, private sector, and development partners are going to be at the heart of the radical transformation in the rural areas. These players are important as they all contribute to the supply chain process from production to service delivery using resource in the rural areas. We plan to tap into resources made available by these partners to complement the ministry's community capacity building program funds to enhance human capital and facilitate changing mindset and behavior of recipients of government assistance. Through such incentives, we will ensure that we inculcate a culture of resilience and sustainability in development. Mr. Speaker, sir, inclusive participatory approach in rural development is in line with the government vision to build a better Fiji for all and leaving no one behind. We all know that the rural transformation will not happen overnight. All the old famous saying by John Haywood goes, quote, Rome was not built by day, but they were laying bricks every hour, unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry is determined to persevere and be agents of change and agents of growth for our rural and maritime citizens in this new journey post-COVID-19. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to congratulate the Honourable Minister for Economy and his team for putting together this bold budget, and I wish to express my utmost support towards the 2020-2021 budget.
I thank the Honourable Assistant Minister for Rural and Maritime Development, and I now give the floor to the Honourable Pedeli Posanimbo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, and Honorable Members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to respond to the motion before the House. First and foremost, I wish to thank the Minister for Economy for the budget address and the provision of relevant documents relating to the Appropriation Bill 2020-2021. And Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond sickness and death, the COVID-19 pandemic brought economic damage and social disruption around the world. Dealing with the impact of the spread of COVID-19 is simply about protecting lives and reducing economic harm. So on that note, I would like to congratulate and extend my sincere gratitude to all healthcare workers and members of the disciplined forces for their untiring efforts towards the containment of the coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, a lot has been said about the 2020 and the 2021 budget debate. As members of Parliament, we must positively accept criticism and comments from any member of the House, and that is parliamentary debate at its best. Mr. Speaker, sir, a pivotal role of the government is to implement activities and programs in accordance to the National Development Plan and the annual approved budget, whilst the opposition, from time to time, to keep track on the quality status of product derived from the activities and programs as implemented by the government. Mr. Speaker, sir, my observation on the budget address and the debate are as follows. One, we were already in economic decline before the incidence of COVID-19. Number two, in the 10 years of unprecedented growth, the government was not disciplined in its spending. So when this major global catastrophe occurred, we were exposed. Number three, we are in war of our lives. GDP contracted by 21%, and debt to GDP is 83.4%. Number four, we have relied on a tourism-led recovery, expecting more than 400,000 tourists in 2021. Number five, the customs and excise duty reductions are predicated on a consumer-led recovery, and this is not right. And this is not the right policy setting. It aids the construction industry and more for the wealthy people, but not for the ordinary ones. Number six, there is no significant assistance to the lower income workers, and the FNPF continues to be the mainstay, the workers' own providence saving for when they stop earning. And this will lead to their savings drying up when it is needed the most. Number seven, those strategies for diversification of the economy on manufacturing, agriculture, and forestry, especially mahogany. Number eight, no incentive to attract large foreign economic sector businesses to invest in Fiji. Number nine, cost savings government payroll, a 20% reduction in payroll would generate up to at least 100 million savings, which could be channeled to additional unemployment assistance. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji has been in a weak economic and fiscal position since 2019, and the economic threat posed by the pandemic revealed the truth and further uncovered the underlying weaknesses in our economy. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and tropical cyclone Harold, the economy was already in recession and downward spiral. The initial growth forecast was estimated to around 3.4%,
which was revised down to 2.7%, and a further revision to 1% in December 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Reserve Bank Economic Review for the month of April shows an alarming situation of economic contraction well before the incidence of the COVID-19 pandemic, contract to around 10%. And according to the latest International Monetary Fund projection, the economy is likely to contract by 5.8% in 2020, and taking into account the impact of TC Herald, the economy will further contract to around 10%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Reserve Bank Review provides data on a year-on-year basis to March 2020. Fiji's first confirmed case of coronavirus was on the 19th of March this year, indicating the worsening economic situation as shown on the April review was not due to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the face of adversity or crisis, facts and truths matters, and we cannot do business as usual. And there is a tendency of a blame game situation, blaming our economic crisis due to pandemic or an act of God. As commented by Archbishop Peter Lloyd Chong, and I quote, "The chaos and sufferings in the world are acts of human being, not act of God. Rather than blaming God, human beings should take responsibility for the events of our history and make good moral decisions. An economic crisis is not the act of God," unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, the downward revision of revenue and expenditure by $1.729 million and $1.714 million respectively in the 2019 and 2020 budget, which includes the revised budget, is a proof of precarious state of government finances, which over the years have been surviving on heavy borrowings. The rescue measures now put in place are coming at an enormous cost to the nation and most importantly to the people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian people are questioning the rationale behind the blanket reduction of customs duties on a host of important goods and luxury items at a time the nation needs to tighten up, encourage local production, and save foreign exchange. The Minister of Economy is encouraging cheaper imports and putting local producers and manufacturers to a distinct disadvantage by doing so for a massive budget deficit of 37% of the GDP, which is totally unnecessary and quite irresponsible. This is not the time to be engaging in substantially reducing our revenue base. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ordinary people who are struggling to put basic food on the table for their families are hardly going to buy the important foods, items, air conditioners, washing machines and dryers, pearls and diamonds, and other precious gems, not to mention cars. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would have been a lot more helpful if the Minister of Economy removed the 9% VAT from the staple food items. The Minister should have focused on boosting agricultural production and home gardening, subsidy on fertilizers, natural organic compost, and equipment and machinery, which would have been a lot more helpful. Mr. Speaker, sir, some have labeled the national budget as bold, clever, irresponsible, or even deceiving. Tourism will not grow until there is a vaccine for coronavirus. Government cannot artificially increase demand through low prices. Demand will only increase when consumers have income, and very importantly, when their confidence in the future is higher. We don't have these two ingredients now. Mr. Speaker, sir, government will now borrow more to subsidize the cost of vehicles, which will add to the road congestion. The low cost of alcohol, so people can drink more, which will enhance rising social problems. This budget is for the rich. All tax break will favor the rich more. Mr. Speaker, sir, reducing taxes to drive consumer demand when there is a dwindling cash in a declining economy is illogical. Providing a digger and agricultural land use machines in every provincial district to drive and boost agricultural production is more practical and logical. Angola has a huge export potential, but there is a great need to build farm roads, ways access, and to increase production. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the debt goes above 60% of the GDP, countries surely struggle to repay their debts. The truth of the matter, our government continues to borrow excessively from 2.5 billion in 2006 to 8.3 billion in 2020. Our future generation will be burdened to pay all these debts. Development will be much slower, while other countries will be progressing. Fiji will be left behind paying debts. Mr. Speaker, sir, like all government past budget, when the government revenue is already shrinking by hopping 70%, the Minister of Economy now decides to borrow and cutting taxes on luxury items, lowering fringe benefit taxes and increase other tax allowance, which only the rich will benefit from. This crisis is about money. In this budget, only 5% of the taxpayers' money is allocated to the people who have lost incomes, and the rest goes to business. Mr. Speaker, sir, as Shadow Minister of Forests, the Ministry of Forests budget for 2020 and 2021 totaling to 15.7 million, comprising of 10.1 million for operating expenditures and $4.9 million for capital expenditure, and VAT of $0.7 million. This represented an increase of 6% from the revised 2019-2020 financial year, where the allocation was $14.9 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, out of the $57 million of the allocated budget to the ministry, 10.7 million is within the ministry's ambit of expenditure, while 4.9 million being under requisition within the Ministry of Economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to commend the Honorable Minister of Forests for his budget response, especially to the activities and program implemented by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I request and remind the Honorable Minister for the timely submission of the annual report. And it seems that, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the economic sectors, annual reports from the ministries are still lagging behind. And Mr. Speaker, sir, on the forestry sector, we steadfast in our quest in advocating the rights, interests, and aspirations of the resource owners. There is a dire need to bail out our economic sectors and empowering the economy to generate the revenue we need and the jobs that we want to create. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Reserve Bank of Fiji Economic Review for the month of June reported that sectoral performances today remain weak, as electricity, cement, gold, and timber production fell up to the month of May. Double-digit declines of minus 23.9% on wood and pine wood supply, minus 50.8% on sawn timber, and minus 11.5% on wood chip due to subdued demand. Mr. Speaker, sir, the budget for the ministry should be increased to stimulate more activities, employment, and importantly, its contribution to our economy. And the areas which requires, I suggest, one increase includes forest subsidy on value-adding machines, upgrading of National Tree Seed Center, sandalwood program, monitoring and surveillance of logging, and the purchasing of harvesting machines. Mr. Speaker, sir, a significant event which occurred during the pandemic is the reversal of the urban reef movement, whereby laid off and terminated workers and families from tourism and airline industries and the private sectors have returned to their villages due to the hardship in life they are facing daily. If they are to continue to live in urban areas, especially on the island of Palau. Therefore, we wish to thank the Pacific Fishing Company for employing more than 200 laid off and terminated workers from the tourism and airline industries. Mr. Speaker, sir, another glaring example, as alluded to by Minister of Forest, is Mr. Ndololo of Koromakawa village in Lambasa. And I wish to quote his comments while participating in the Reach to Reef tree planting initiative. And I quote, "I'm very lucky to earn an income in planting trees to make ends meet before my farm produce could be ready for harvest." Unquote. Therefore, we strongly recommend that the cash for work concept to be applied to the continuing implementation of the 30 million trees initiative by the Ministry of Forests, which will provide financial assistance to our laid off and terminated workers, also Fijians in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, we also commend the government for the opening of the new Lagere and Ragi markets. But nevertheless, the people and the existing market vendors of Ovalau and Muturik Islands are patiently waiting for the construction of the new Levuka market. And also, Mr. Speaker, sir, upon anticipating the next wave of COVID-19, it requires manpower. Therefore, we need to recruit our graduated, unemployed public health officers into the civil service. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has the unprecedented level of boastfulness in advocating positive economic growth, its programs, including the national budget for the last 10 years. May I remind the other side of the House on a biblical verse on Jeremiah chapter 9, verses 23 and 24, and I quote, "The Lord says, don't boast about your wisdom or strength or wealth. If you feel you must boast, then have enough sense to boast about worshiping me, the Lord. What I like best is showing kindness, justice, and mercy to everyone on earth," unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we are nearing to the dawn of a new financial year, the members of the opposition request the government to relook at its boastful attitude and govern the people of Fiji with kindness, justice, and mercy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not support the Appropriation Bill 2020 and 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Pedeli Bosnimola for his contribution to the debate. I now give the floor to the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Johnny Usmati. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament and people of Fiji. I fully and undeservedly support the 2020-2021 budget. These are not usual times. Oops, something happened to my computer. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir. Every country in the world faces severe economic stress. The world has not seen economic stress of this kind for 100 years. And this may be far more severe than the Great Depression of the late 20s. This is a problem that is not of our own doing, but a consequence of COVID-19. We can choose the path of austerity, as seems to be espoused by members of the opposition, or the path of timidity, or we can be bold. The global financial crisis of 2008 has shown that austerity does not work. The experiences of the Great Depression and the aftermath of World War II shows that in times such as this, the answer is to do what our normal instincts tell us not to do. Such a time as this is not a time to shirk back in fear, but it is a time that requires bold, visionary leadership. It is not a time to wallow in self-pity, nor time to twiddle fingers. It is a time for clear analysis, a time for boldness, and a time to take action. It is a time to go on the offensive. This is precisely what this budget is doing. Audacity, boldness, that is what this budget is about. Thankfully, we have Fiji First in control. Thankfully, we have this Prime Minister in control. Thankfully, we have this Minister of Economy leading the way. Our strategy is clear and emphatic. We are putting in place the measures that will enable our tourism sector to compete once our borders open up. In the meantime, we are looking to generate jobs in this country. And the best way to generate jobs quickly is construction. It's construction that has been proven over and over again. Every time we have economic problems in the world over, construction is the way to do it, and that's what this budget is focusing on. Construction generates jobs, grows consumption, and stimulates our internal economy. In this process, we are continuing our emphasis on agriculture, on commerce, and our micro and small medium enterprises. At the same time, the developments we have brought into place these past few years to benefit the most marginalized in society, social welfare, education, all that assistance, that is not being taken away. It's being maintained and even expanded, especially in terms of unemployment benefits. As we get the jobs back, we get growth, with which comes the raising of revenue that will in turn be used to benefit all the people of this country. And that is the strategy of this government. My two ministries are geared up to do their bit to economic recovery for this country. The Ministry of Lands and Mineral Resources budget has been given a budget of 24.9 million. We will use this to strike the right balance between economic and environmental sustainability, and also to drive climate change and disaster mitigation and adaptation initiatives. The ministry will look to generate public-private partnerships to help us grow the kind of infrastructure expansion that is needed to stimulate our economy. We will prioritize the identification of land for improvement in infrastructure, construction of hospitals and health centers, medical centers, police posts, and also for housing where this is needed. We will focus on the twin targets of maintaining as much good agricultural land as possible for food security and agro-industries, and at the same time assist the growth of small and medium enterprises. The processing of expired leases to ensure security of tenureship will be prioritized, and we will work to ensure that all state agricultural land is provided to those who will plant on it. In consultation with other line agencies, we will identify portions of agricultural land that are not amenable to agriculture or which are located in areas that make them highly amenable to business activities and rezone them as such. We will use our existing networks and strengthen collaboration with other government ministries like Agriculture, the Department of Town and Country Planning, the Ministry of Waterways, and other relevant agencies in pursuit of our goals. Access to land and speed of access to land is critical, and so the ministry is now revising all of its core Pareto processes. We intend to reduce processing timelines and to get rid of wastage with a focus on working smarter rather than just working harder. As part of this drive to efficiency, we are also looking to improve our legislations, such as the Mining Act and our surveying regulations. Monitoring will also be strengthened and priority given to the allocation or identification of state land for investment. In order to adapt and recover in the event of earthquake and tsunami events, our Mineral Resource Department will be investing in improving our capacity to understand seismic risks, and in this way, reduce risk to our population and reduce the possibility of endangering lives. We have always relied on the Tsunami Warning Center based in Hawaii, but have now set aside funds to enhance our seismic equipment and thus improve our ability to forewarn our people. We are continuing to work on making it easier to access land information through the Vanua GIS so that people are able to view online and analyze data they need without having to physically visit government ministries to get land information. During this COVID-19 episode, our staff from the Ministry of Lands and Mineral Resources have been seconded to the Ministry of Health to provide advice in using their geospatial expertise to help out on contact tracing, fever clinics, and so forth. And they also created a Vanua GIS COVID-19 app that contributed to Fiji's effective and quick response to COVID-19. The ministry will continue its program on assisting communities through its groundwater development activities. The identification of potential boreholes, drilling and reticulation activities will continue under this budget. Through our foreshore development activities, we will continue to monitor the rehabilitation of mangrove and ensure that mangroves lost are replanted and replaced, and also identify and make proposals to potential REDD+ initiatives for the 28 designated lands under the Land Bank program. In this way, conservation of our forests and enhancement of our forest carbon stocks is sustained. Work continues on the completion of the geodetic datum structure, the Vanua GIS, the identification and acquisition of viable land for commercial purposes, transmission stations, satellite market sites for the Ministry of Local Government, Land Subdivision, and the maintenance of state land. The Ministry of Infrastructure and Meteorological Services has a budget of 30.6 million, which will be used for policy formulation, planning, design, regulatory activities, coordination, and implementation of the programs, projects, and services relating to engineering works, meteorology, public utilities, which are part of our government infrastructure in Fiji. We will continue to strengthen our policy capabilities through the review of policies such as the National Energy Policy, the Fiji Electrification Policy, the Biofuel Policy, the National Water and Sanitation Policy, and the Rural Water and Sanitation Policy, to name a few. 600,000 is being committed to carry out maintenance and upgrading of government-owned buildings. Upgrading of existing water and sewer lines to public buildings, such as government offices and quarters, will continue to ensure a safe, friendly, and conducive living environment that is compliant to OHS. Over the last 8 years, government has invested an amount of $20.3 million to ensure safe and healthy living facilities to tenants of public buildings. My ministry is also investing in the upgrade of building software that is necessary for efficient turnaround time to improve the quality and time taken to deliver, design, and costing works. Providing affordable and sustainable electricity services remains a priority. 7.8 million is provided to the Department of Energy for house wiring of grid extension projects, and this will be used to connect an additional 6,674 houses to the grid, which will benefit a total of 26,696 ordinary Fijians. To date, more than 79% of Fiji's households are now connected to the grid. 1.4 million will be used to rehabilitate diesel schemes and solar home systems that were affected during Tropical Cyclone Winston and Tropical Cyclone Kenny. This allocation will have a sure and direct impact on rural people's health and well-being, security, and improved resilience. We intend to continue reducing the number of people who rely on fossil fuel-based power and therefore contribute to reducing the amount of fuel imported into Fiji. More than $500,000 has been allocated to a Department of Water and Sewerage to deliver its role of regulating the water and sewerage sector, formulating national water and sanitation policies, and to monitor all water and sanitation systems, including water and effluent quality in both urban areas operated by the Water Authority of Fiji and also in rural areas. Ministry will continue to carry out this water quality testing for rural water schemes, for the 130 EPS systems, the WAF water treatment plants, and the WAF wastewater treatment plants. All of these are in line with our national development plans, an achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 6. Our meteorological services has been allocated a total of $5.91 million to provide timely and quality weather, climate, and hydrological information to the general public. A component of this funding is dedicated for the upgrading of the Viwa and Untu Point outer island stations to improve the living and working conditions of our staff in the islands and to protect the delicate and expensive instrument equipment of the existing network. The Fiji Met has been innovative in its service and will continue to develop and improve its services with the funding it has been provided with. Ministry is focused on being cost-effective and on keeping in close contact with those that we serve. Increasingly now, staff are using virtual technology to run the ministry, especially for discussions with our teams in the north and the west. We are exploring opportunities of partnering with communities to foster collaborative relationships of service delivery to the local communities. Government has allocated $195.4 million to Water Authority of Fiji to help us achieve our goal of 24/7 delivery of water to all Fijians and expand Fiji's sewerage network. WAF now provides quality drinking water and wastewater services to over 152,261 residential and non-residential metered customers residing largely in urban areas. It is also setting up water supply systems in rural schemes and now has a reach of over 829,000 people nationwide. 24.5 million is being allocated for water treatment quality, and WAF is now supplying more than 124,000 megalitres of treated water annually to homes and businesses, and treats 21,666 megalitres of wastewater. 7.3 million has been allocated for wastewater treatment plants. Fijians will greatly benefit from this, as we expect to see an increase in water supply capacity by 26% and wastewater treatment capacity by 164%. The much-needed Rewa water supply project is ongoing and will significantly enhance the water supply to the densely populated and fast-growing Suva-Nosori region. To ensure continuous water supply, WAF has embarked on undertaking capital programs to improve both the safety and efficiency of water intake structures. Fijians in rural areas are not being left behind. 6.4 million has been set aside for the rural water supply program, and 3.5 million is provided for rural water cutting to communities in non-metered areas during the periods of drought, water disruption, and during the current recovery period from COVID-19. Given the current pandemic, for those who genuinely cannot afford to pay their water bills, we have extended our initiative allowing Fijians to defer payments of water bills to the 31st of March 2021. An efficient and well-maintained road network is essential for the economic being of any country. The 348.9 million provided to the FRA through the budget will allow the authority to continue its progress on upgrading roads, bridges, and jetties. 70 million is being dedicated for routine maintenance of the network. A further 30 million will be used to carry out more of the long-term road rehabilitation works that we have recently seen throughout Suva. The future focus of this work will also be Nadi Town, Lambasa Town, and other critical roads in Suva. Other urban centers around Fiji will also benefit. Over the next 12 months, the FRA Critical Bridges Program will complete the replacement of 20 severely deteriorated bridges around Fiji. Also, through this budget allocation, FRA will complete the installation of 10 modular bridges acquired recently in the USA and recently delivered to Fiji. This will be funded by a budget of $51.2 million allocated for this. 20 million is being used for capital improvement allocation for rehabilitation to Queen Elizabeth Drive from Ratuscuna to Lodala Bay Road, and this will also align and replace the Necessia Bridge. The FRA also recognized the importance of accessibility for rural communities, and $59.4 million has been set for this. For urban communities, FRA will improve the quality of access and pedestrian safety by completing more sections of new footpaths and street lighting. A budget of $14.7 million has been set for this community program. Over the next 12 months, through its collaboration with the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank, FRA will commence the major highway renewal projects along Queens Road, Kings Road, and the Nambawalu to Lambasa Road. They will also commence the complete renewal of 11 roads in Suva, including the replacement of utilities and the introduction of road safety measures to ensure that road users and pedestrians can be safe at all times. This work will be funded through the $87.5 million allocation in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a bit of time just to address some of the issues that have been raised in this House. The Honourable Martin Tumbua, who is not here, in his address has been a bit thick and has forgotten what has happened here in Fiji in our recent past and why it has happened. This talk of unfinished business is null and void. Stay away from these kinds of settlements because it will bring about nothing but chaos and discrimination and the continuation of racial discrimination in this wonderful and peaceful land of ours. Fiji does not need those sorts of sentiments. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Kurindani and the Honourable Ngioni Baraivi, and maybe a few others, have deliberately misled this House and the people of Fiji on the average growth rate of our GDP over these past 10 years. The RBF statistics that I have here clearly show what these statistics are. In terms of the average growth rate, from the year 2010 to 2019, it is 3.2%. They choose to start the decade from the year 2011. A decade starts from 2010. 2020 is an anomalous year. It is not a normal year. The downturn that we have in this year is not because of anything this government did or did not do. It happens because of a pandemic that is affecting the globe. So you cannot take the downturn this year to be a reflection of the past 10 years. It is an anomalous year. There's an anomalous year. So you need to look at the growth rate from 2010 to 2019. So to stand in this house and try to make these aspersions that the growth rate is 0.75% is mischievous and is misleading. This is an honorable house. We need to be honorable. We need to speak with honor and speak the truth at all times. That is something that we must always do. Order. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the Honorable Tikondo Ndua resigned in 2014, he made a public statement that it was due to ailing health conditions. Nothing to do with the leadership of the Prime Minister or the AG. Therefore, he either lied at that time or he lied now. He lied to all Fijians as to the reason behind his resignation. His maiden speech in Parliament should be played back so that he can hear it. In his maiden speech in Parliament, he heaped praise on the Honourable Prime Minister. Now, out of bitterness, he is attacking the Honourable Prime Minister. He has made outrageous claims on GDP. I have read the letter that he's talking about, the email, and I don't see anything. He's interpreting these things to suit his own agenda. But if you read that thing, there's concerns from the IMF consultant about the way those GDP figures are put together. And he had talked about the need to review those statistics. There's nothing sinister in that. He chooses to interpret this in a manner that suits his own agenda. So I think this is the last thing that we need to know is that GDP figures, when they are put together, they are not put together by any one person. It's put together by a committee of experts and professionals. Macroeconomic committee puts this together. It's not the governor of the Reserve Bank on his own, or the Bureau of Stats, or the Minister of Economy. It's another separate party that puts this together. To try to come to this house and to say anything else is, I think, is devious, despicable, to be able to say the very least. We need to make sure that we talk about things that are true. Now, the Honorable Tseseso Kuru, he said in this house that the price of sugar during the SDL times was the highest ever. Honorable Saukuru, the highest paid during the SDL time for sugar was $60.80 per ton. The highest paid during the reign of the Fiji First Party is $88.49. If you don't understand, Mr. Speaker, sir, $88 is bigger than $60. It's bigger. $60 is less than $88. That needs to be known. In closing, Mr. Speaker, sir, throughout this budget debate, the opposition has labeled this as a doomsday budget. Nothing can be further from the truth. This rhetoric reminds me of sniveling, fear-ridden children in the midst of a calamity. Yes, we are in tumultuous times, but it is not only Fiji. The whole world is in the midst of this great global calamity. I have heard these doomsday predictions. I have heard the various Bible verses espousing tragedy and doom. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, a pair of brothers also wrote a book each in the Bible. The younger brother, Jude, reminded his readers that there are people in this world who are, and I quote, are wild waves of the sea, churning up the foam of their shameful deeds. They are like wandering stars, doomed forever to the blackest darkness, end quote. A lot of the rhetoric from the other side is precisely that. Doomed forever to the blackest darkness. On this side, we don't think like this. We take on board the admonition of his elder brother James, who had this to say, when trouble comes your way, consider it opportunity for great joy, for you know that when your faith is tested, your endurance has a chance to grow. That is our mindset, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have faith.
What's your point of order? He was saying to me, shut up. Don't use the word shut up. And I think the Honourable Minister is also misleading. He is talking about the GDP growth rate, that the leader of the opposition is misleading the Parliament. He quoted 2011 to 20 average growth, not 2010 to 2019. So you correct the, read the answer. Read the answer. Not the Speaker, Prime Minister, I listen to the Speaker.
Honourable Member, take your seat. Take your seat. There you go. Take your seat. You've got to be able to take it here on the chin and give it.
All right.
That's what you, just listen. That's what you have to be able to do here. Some of you do it, some of you take it. Some of you don't. It's as simple as that. But the thing is, so I'll let you finish.
Thank you. Because I've lost my train of thought, I'll go back to what I just read. We take on board the admonition of his elder brother, James, who had this to say: when troubles come your way, consider it an opportunity for great joy. For you know that when your faith is tested, your endurance has a chance to grow. That is our mindset. We have faith in God and believe in our vision and our calling to lead this country in this time. We choose not to twiddle our thumbs and bite our fingernails and rant and rave and continue to do as we have done in the past. No, this is not the time for austerity, as was proven in the global financial crisis of 2008. We choose to see this as an opportunity. We choose to count these difficulties as a challenge. We choose audacity. We choose to do what is necessary to bring this country out of these troubled times. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 1941, as Great Britain was under the intense pressure of World War II, and when she stood on the verge of defeat, the great Winston Churchill made a speech to the boys at Harrow School, and this is what he told them. I quote, "This is the lesson. Never give in. Never give in. Never, 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 never. In nothing, great or small, large or petty. Never give in, except to convictions of honor and good sense." End quote. This Prime Minister will never give in. This Fiji First government will never ever give up for you, the people of Fiji. Never, never, ever will we give up on you. We have the audacity to put in place the best way forward out of this, and this is what this budget is all about. It is my honor and my privilege to support the 2020-2021 budget before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his contribution to the debate. I now give the floor to the Honourable Ratu Filipe Tuisawao. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to respond to the 2020-21 budget. Let me, in closing, as the last opposition speaker, reiterate the key issues yesterday from the leader of the opposition. I repeat that this budget is one of self-destruction, irresponsible, rather less than a budget to nowhere. Alice in Wonderland budget. Let me refer to the issues raised by Honourable Reddy. He does not seem to acknowledge what Honourable Kurunrani had stated regarding the yield per hectare, where break-even without assistance is 90 tons per hectare under previous governments, and even with all the assistance under FFP, we're still not achieving that. One of the releases from the PM's office clearly stated the assistance provided: cane planting grant, cane access road, cane cartage, totaling from 2016 to 2020, 299 million. And if you look at the appendices to the budget supplement, sugar, as per gross domestic product by sector, has been declining from 2016 to 2020. Sugar's contribution to GDP, 151 million, according to these figures. And for the same period, according to the Ministry of Sugar, 299 million has been injected. So I ask the Honourable Minister of Agriculture not to mislead the House regarding his contention that sugar has been improving as per the amount spent. The statistics are stuck, and the people must realize that budget deficit 2.1 billion, government revenue has fallen to Fiji dollars 1.674 billion, a reduction of 38% on 2020 revenues. Government debt is a staggering 8.25 billion, economic contraction minus 21.7%, net deficit as a percentage of GDP 20.2%, inflation rate 1%, debt to GDP 83.4%, debt to GDP including contingencies 91.3%, debt repayments as in the budget documents 7.749 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me remind the House that the average actual expenditure for the last 7 years is around 2.9 billion and revenue around 2.6 billion compared to the 2020-21 budget. A revenue which will drastically be reduced to 1.674, which is understandable and expected. However, the expenditure has increased from an average of 2.9 to 3.7 billion, an increase of 800 million. This definitely does not make sense, as the variation of revenue expenditure is huge. To use the misused phrase, the fact of the matter is that revenue streams have not been realized, and second, there is always substantial under-expenditure. The expenditure in the budget is 220% the size of projected revenues. The deficit of the budget is 120% of the revenue, and deficit as a percentage of GDP is 20.2%. This is totally irrational and a threat to the security and well-being of the nation. The Minister of Economy has been continuously touting 12 years of consecutive growth. However, what the Minister of Economy failed to tell the House and the people of this country was that the economy was being grossly mismanaged. This Fiji First government relied too much on tourism, overtaxed tourism, ignored other sectors of potential export growth, especially the primary industries, failed to fix sugar, as I mentioned, wasted a lot of money on unnecessary spending, and continued to borrow irresponsibly to feed this malpractice. Additionally, they built a consumption-based economy so that when the COVID hit, we were devastatingly exposed. Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenges we face can be laid squarely at the feet of the Fiji First government. It is also no secret, Mr. Speaker, sir, that since 2018, the economy has been in decline. Yet the government continued to lack discipline and continued to spend recklessly. In March 13, 2020, a report by Phyllis Willis stated, the economy minister, the economy remains under prudent and responsible management. Now remember, he said this in March 2020, 2.5 months into the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, prudent and responsible management also requires you to not only control and reduce costs through greater efficiency, but to continually look at ways to reduce costs and curtailing wasteful spending. This is what prudent and responsible management requires, which is why I believe that this was a misleading statement by the Minister of Economy, intended to deflect the truth from the country's real financial woes. In terms of cost of government operations, the cost of government operations for Garisi's 6 years was 6.1 billion, compared to Bainimarama's first term cost of 7.6 billion, which was 1.5 billion more, or a 25% increase. In PM Bainimarama's second year term, his government cost of operation increased to 12.3 billion, which represents an increase of 4.7 billion, or 62%, over his first term. With regards to staffing, Garisi's cost of staffing was 3 billion. In his first term, Bainimarama's staffing cost was 3.4 billion, a 13% increase. In his second term, staffing costs rose to 5.1 billion, a 1.7 billion, or 50% increase over the first term. On capital expenditures, the total capital expenditure of the Garisi government was 1.3 billion. Capital expenditure from Bainimarama government in the first term, 2.1 billion. Again, an increase of 61% over Garisi government. Capital expenditure in their second term, the Bainimarama government spent 6.9 billion, which is an increase of 4.8 billion, a massive 229% increase over the first term. We all know about wasteful spending. Over the period from 2007 to 2018, the Bainimarama government approved what is considered to be wasteful spending. Some of these include, as already mentioned, international golf tournament, 35.2 million, now defunct. Motor vehicle leasing, 188.6 million from 2009. Super 15s rugby, 28 million. PR golf, etc., amounting to 9 million. Digital transformation, 58 million. Walesi, 29 million. 100 cents FBC, and so on. Mr. Speaker, sir, had this government acted more responsibly, they could have had potential savings of 854 million. Economic performance, when you factor in the 4.7 billion in increase in operating costs, 4.8 billion in capital expenditure, and add the 4 to 7.4 million in wasteful spending, you get an almost 10 billion increase in wasteful spending and the cost of government in just 6 years. So, Mr. Speaker says this Fiji First government heads into 2019, it has created massive headwinds for itself and for the country. SMEs and businesses generally already in downsizing and cost-cutting mode by 50%, plus in some cases, before the Chinese government even reported the existence of coronavirus. The reality of the matter, sir, is we were in trouble well before COVID-19, and the financial burden and pressure placed by this government over the years has brought us to this point. For the people of Fiji, as you explained, the Fiji First government's behavior, over the 14 years of this government's existence, they've been spending irresponsibly and borrowing. Using overdraft, imagine if you're a worker earning 200 per week and because you could not manage your budget, you started borrowing from the bank on overdraft, let's say $20 per week. So over time, your debt accumulated and all of a sudden you don't have enough to feed your family and live comfortably. Before you pay for food and electricity, water, etc., you have to pay your bank first and you end up in trouble. This is where this Fiji First government has taken the people to. Do not be deceived by the free bus fares, seawalls, nursing stations, road and footpaths. You, the people of Fiji, have to pay this at some point before and for future generation. The government is even borrowing to pay its debt this year. In life, you cannot do that. It is called going broke. If you believe me, if you do not believe me, Mr. Speaker, sir, or the other side, the rating agency Moody gives you some indication. Fiji was downgraded recently on June 29, 2020 by Moody's from BA3 stable to negative. Let me quote, Moody's Investors Service has today confirmed, 29 June, affirmed that government of Fiji's local and foreign currency long-term issuer and senior unsecured debt ratings at BA3 and changed the outlook to negative from stable. The change in outlook to negative is driven by the risk that the government is not able to reverse a large increase in its debt burden and weakening debt affordability as a result of the significant shock to Fiji's tourism sector due to the coronavirus outbreak. In particular, in a down scenario where gradual recovery in international travel does not materialize over the next few quarters, the government credit rating would weaken and may be consistent with a low rating. We are in trouble, Mr. Speaker, sir. Where is the Bainimarama boom? You only have to look at New Zealand and Australia, how they have managed their economies by living with their means and created, as experts say, fiscal space or ability to manage themselves in a COVID crisis to clearly appreciate that the Bainimarama boom was really a bust. The people deserve better. There are some key assumptions in the budget. We need to look at the details. The budget assumes, I refer you to table 10, page 116 of the budget supplement, that we will get 50% of the 2019 traffic numbers in terms of tourism, 447,195 passengers. This is incorrect and misplaced assumption. It is most likely that the bulk of, if not all our passengers in the next year, will come from Australia and New Zealand. If you believe this, then the 2019 traffic numbers that our Minister of Economy should have used was for Australia and New Zealand, and not the total numbers of visitors. So the base number should be 562,929, specifically referring to Australia and New Zealand visitor arrivals, not the total figure as stated in that table. If we take 50% of that, we end up with a different figure. The number used by the minister is wrong. The number should have made its, the wrong number would have made its way into the budget projections. If we had used Australian and New Zealand numbers, only 50% is 281,465, not 447,195 visitor arrivals as stated in the projections. Again, this does not take into account the seasonality, which sees more traffic travel from July to December. So this number might even be on the high side.
In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, the vista arrivals on which the budget has been based is wrong. It is overstated by 165,730 or 37%. The tragedy of this, Mr. Speaker, sir, is because they have used the wrong number to begin with, tourism arrivals. All the decisions emanating from this calculation might be wrong. This is just one wrong assumption. The question is, was it intentional deception? As we have heard from Honorable Tigundondwa, there could be deception and it could be intentional. We have referred to the Honorable Koya, Minister Koya, and Honorable Usamate. They have referred to the GDP growth rate, as mentioned by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, 0.75. This refers to the period 2011 to 2020, not the period you have stated, 2010 to 2019, which is 3.22. So your comparison is, you're comparing different 10-year periods. So he is referring to a particular period which you are not referring to. And the other important point we have to note here, when you go back in terms of GDP growth from 1971 to 2020, you mentioned 3.22. Let me remind you that that's not unprecedented. The economic growth has been more than Fiji First. For example, let me look at the 5-year periods from GDP average growth rate, 1971 to 75, 5.86, 1986 to 1990, 4.08, and the highest during the Fiji First rule has been 3.82. So there is nothing unprecedented about economic growth during your rule. And let us look at the facts and figures here. And I'm not sure why you are referring to unprecedented economic growth in all your documents since 2006, in the last few years. And to me, that's misleading. It's misleading the House, it's misleading the people of Fiji. When you look at the GDP growth rates from the Ratumara era, 1973, 12.7, 1979, 12. Under the SBT, under Honorable Party Leader, Honorable Rambuka, 1989, 12.9, 1992, 6.1, 1999, 8.7 during the coalition government, and under Garcia, 5.4, 2004. And Fiji First, the highest, was 5.6. So please, do not mislead the House regarding unprecedented economic growth. Let's stick to the facts. Stick to the facts as we go ahead. On trade and investment, rather than playing with our tariffs, we should pay more attention on facilitating trade, providing the enabling environment for investment. The expenditures in the budget, even those directed at SMEs to provide employment, are not clear. Costly bureaucratic processes in clearing goods need to be streamlined. We have spoken about the ease of doing business, and of course this has worsened. I do understand that government is trying to improve this with simplified business registration and facilitations towards one-stop shop. So we hope that the next assessment we will see an improvement. The question is, where is the plan for diversified economies which looks at export and import replacement, mahogany, dairy, business outsourcing, agriculture, manufacturing, for example? In 1987 onwards, 88, SBT introduced tax-free factories in manufacturing in Fiji, and investors came in. Nearly 20,000 new jobs were created. Where are these attractive investor packages, Mr. Speaker, sir? While we welcome the issue of doing business, it is only a small component. We would have commissioned a task force driven by captains of industry, etc., FCAF, to create a genuine open one-stop shop. Nations are moving into trading blocks, and we need to reap the economic benefits from this. Revitalizing businesses, private investment in Fiji continue to decline due to deteriorating business environment. This can only improve if confidence and trust of the business community can be established through long-term policies. Short-term measures would not be useful in establishing confidence in the economy. COVID-19 measures are only short-term measures. Institutions such as FRCA, FNPF, City Councils and Ministry of Labour need to organize joint conferences, meetings with business community to recommend new policies. Again, we are encouraging domestic investment by SMEs, equally important, if not more important than international investors. Financial resources can be made available through government assistance, which we have heard, and we commend that. This will maximize both economic and social outcomes. The government needs to furnish clear guidelines regarding disbursements of funds and monitoring in order to minimize wastage. On trade, we encourage more engagement with MSG, and there is an MSG trade agreement, and it is encouraged that this be exploited further and fully utilized. This is a fundamental legacy of the Fiji government. This trading bloc can do better if the government encourages dialogue and further engagement with MSG. While we promote free trade, we also need to protect our niche sectors. Therefore, the current approach to remove duties from 1,600 merchandise items need reconsideration. The other issues, honorable members, I'd like to raise regarding the budget supplement document. I note in 2.12, page 16, let me read it out. A total of 54.2 million was paid out to 959 individuals under phase 1, which 20,157 individuals received government top-ups totaling 7.3 million, with a remainder by FNPF. So 7.3 million is government top-up and 46.9 million FNPF. And this cannot be termed as government assistance because 46.9 million was self-funded by the people. And that also can be said of phase 2, where 26,034 individuals were assisted with a total payout of 8.2 million. Of these, 14,400 members have been provided top-ups. Again, only 14,400 were assisted, not the 26,034 individuals have been assisted stated here, because 14,400 assisted, the balance were assisted by their own funds. And I urge the government not to state this kind of statements because it is misleading and it is not direct assistance. And I would like to, again, encourage the government to please look at the direct assistance which needs to be given to our unemployed, underemployed, or those who are working part-time. Honorable Speaker, I finally refer us to page 43 of the supplement. I have questions there regarding budgets for FBC, 11.7 million. Honorable Speaker, this organization, what are they using that 11.7 million for? What are they using that for? Because from my understanding, it is used for public broadcast. But what exactly is this public broadcast? Is it really worth 11 million plus? And that needs to be fully assessed, and whether the value of that public broadcast is really of value to the Fijian people. And that needs to be questioned.
You used up your time.
Thank you very much. And I conclude by stating that this budget should not be supported.
I thank the Honourable Dr. Felipe Dusawao for his contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Assistant Minister for Sugar Industry, Honourable George Berganathan. You have the
floor. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister,
Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of media fraternity, our TV audience, and those tuned in through radio channels, and those watching live on Fijian government Facebook page. Good evening and Bulare. Honorable Speaker Say, I stand with great pride as a member of Bainimarama government to dwell on 2020-2021 budget, which undoubtedly is a masterfully crafted budget that attempts to address needs of all Fijians. This budget is surely going to move our nation forward amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and has been expertly developed under the able leadership of our Minister for Economy, Honorable Aya Syed Qayyum. 2020 has been anything but predictable. As we bid farewell to 2019, we were preparing to walk towards our goal for a new year. But then our lives took an unexpected turn when COVID-19 was officially declared a pandemic by WHO. We all are witnesses to the impacts of COVID-19, not only on the health and well-being of the people, but its social and economic repercussions globally and more specifically to our beautiful Fiji. We are fortunate to have a government that was proactive and had prioritized the lives of our Fijians by carefully planning and implementing strategies to ensure that we are kept away from this pandemic that has infected millions around the world. Though we have been successful in combating the spread of this virus, Fiji will still need to work hard towards the path of recovery. We are all aware that Fiji's economic activity has plummeted dramatically with a decline in tourism industry amongst many other sectors. Fiji First government's goal and aim has been to put ourselves in a position where we have fiscal and monetary buffers that provide insulation in lean times. The Fiji First government sees the task ahead is great and heavy in responsibility. It takes a challenge which calls for courage and boldness to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to act, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, the courage to work, the courage to achieve what seems to be elusive at this point in time. This budget has demonstrated the strong political will of the government to lead to economic recovery during this COVID-19 pandemic. There is a need for the private sector and all the sectors to work with the government to help us get through this terrible time that we are going through. Honorable Speaker, sir, our Honorable Prime Minister again and again has demonstrated unmatched quality of a good and a true leader. His continued perseverance and dedication during difficult times is worth applauding. He never lost his vision for the betterment of all Fijians, regardless of what the situation was. Whether it is a natural disaster like Category 5 Cyclone Winston, or be it COVID-19 pandemic. I commend the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Health for combating the spread of this virus. When economies and advanced medical technologies like the United States of America, United Kingdom, and India, to name a few, are struggling to contain this virus, our Prime Minister handled the panic situation and kept all Fijians safe from this pandemic. I would be failing in my duty if I don't convey my sincere appreciation to all Fijians who have taken that directive seriously from Ministry of Health, thus assisting in making Fiji corona-free. A big thank you to each and every one of you. To everyone listening in now, please know that each and every one of us has the power to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Careful financial planning, supporting Fijian businesses, and realizing the new normal is the only way we can move forward. Never underestimate your power to make a change in this world. Therefore, I urge everyone to maintain the resilience, a quality we Fijians are known for. The 2020-2021 budget is unique, and it shows solidarity to those who had to bear the brunt of this pandemic. It is a reassurance to our tourism sector that despite these uncertain times, we stand united and together with you. Honourable Speaker, Sir, Fiji First Government has always been prudent in addressing any difficult situation to provide support to our fellow Fijians. I commend and thank the Minister for Economy for his vision to revise and align the budget to specifically target and assist those who are impacted by this pandemic, especially in the tourism sector. Despite our economy's revenue being reduced by more than 50%, smart thinking to produce 2020-21 budget, a consumption-driven budget to stimulate economic activity is way forward towards recovery. Honourable Speaker, say, even during these trying times when government revenue has reduced, tax reduction on more than 1,600 items and without cutting salary of civil servants is not only a bold move, but smart one. This is just basic economics. During economic downturn, government spending should increase to stimulate economic activities. That's exactly what this government has done. The United Nations has also commended the Fijian government for this bold and courageous budget. Increase in domestic consumption will increase demand for goods and services, thus increase demand for labourers to meet the increase in demand for goods and services. As a result, it creates employment opportunities within Fiji, which is the path of recovery. Similarly, increase of grants on housing for investment and reduction on importation duties of building materials will encourage our locals to invest in houses and buildings. This will create more employment opportunities during these trying times within the economy. With all these new incentives announced by Honourable Minister for Economy, of which I have only named a few, I am confident that it will definitely stimulate our economic activities. Honourable Speaker, say, again, this government has demonstrated through the budget that they are truly for the people of Fiji, especially during these rainy days. Honourable Speaker, say, even during this challenging time when the future is uncertain, government will still honour its commitment to pay $85 per tonne of cane for 2020 crop. The Ministry of Sugar Industry is provided with budget of 30 million allocation for the stabilization fund in 2021 budget is testimony that our growers will receive $85 per tonne of cane for 2020 crop. However, some members of the opposition or on the other side misunderstood the basics of this payment. Payments are in 4 stages, and the final payment is normally made in October. So the final payment will come next year in October, that is in the next financial year. I thank the Honourable Minister for Economy for clarifying the misinformation spread by few members across the House to demean the hard work and commitment of the government towards the growers. Honourable Speaker, say, no other government has ever provided so much assistance in the history of Fiji to our sugarcane growers. Fiji First Government is the only government that really put our sugarcane growers on the priority list. As I speak, the figures of today, the 3 mills have crushed 359,757 tons of cane, compared to 284,356 tons same period last year in 2019. There is a 27% increase and the crop for this year looks good, and
we are very certain then in years to come, definitely sugar will retain its place which it had before in Fiji's economy. That is to take up the #1 foreign reserve earner, be a foreign reserve earner in years to come. The trend seems good, and we are very confident that we will reach that status. The government has also taken initiative for the sugarcane growers to diversify their income, and as such, Honourable Minister for Agriculture continues to distribute 30 kg of rice seeds for planting to farmers so that they can plant rice. And at the moment, one ton of rice would fetch them $800. So in time to come, or with the current rate of distribution of seeds, we expect to yield around $800 million worth of rice annually. And this is definitely going to increase in years to come. The other initiative offered to cane farmers continues, such as new farmer assistance for land purchase and planting, fertilizer and weedicide subsidies, cane access road grants, culverts and bridges and crossings for farmers, cane delivery subsidies, assistance to cooperatives to purchase mechanical harvesters, and the list goes on. So you can see how government goes down to the people that needs assistance at this point in time, apart from all the other ministries which are offering assistance in their particular areas. I can go on and on informing this Honourable House about all the good things that the Fiji First government has done and which has positively impacted the life of all Fijians. But I will stop here due to time constraint. As I conclude, I believe that strong, people-centered and consumer-driven budget during this pandemic is the way forward, and I fully support this budget. And may God bless us all and Fiji. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Assistant Minister for Sugar Industry for his contribution to the debate. I now give the floor to the Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, the Honourable Mariseni Puniwanga. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is my honour to address this August House in support of the 2020-2021 budget allocated to the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. The total budget allocation to the ministry for the upcoming fiscal year is $159 million. This is certainly the highest budget allocation ever made to the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. The COVID-19 is a profound shock to our societies, which has led to dramatic loss of human life across the world and presented an unprecedented challenge with deep social and economic consequences. Everyone is at risk of COVID-19. Everyone in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic has the same basic needs: protection of rights, safety, access to medical treatment, services and care, food and income security, and jobs and livelihood. Yet, not everyone has the same level of access, often because of who they are or where they work, with the various aspects often intersecting. Therefore, the ministry is required to step into the new fiscal year with a determined approach and bold prioritization that reaches the furthest behind to provide better and effective services to Fijians and those most in need. On that note, I applaud and thank the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy for the bold and decisive 2020-2021 budget. Honourable Speaker, across every sphere, from health to the economy and security, the impacts of COVID-19 are exacerbated for the most vulnerable, including women and girls, people living in poverty, persons with disabilities, children, older persons, single parents, LGBTQI people, and informal workers, A central theme of the Sustainable Development Goals is the pledge that no one will be left behind. This commitment remains paramount for the Fijian government and is reflected in the ministry's budget. The priority for the ministry now is to ensure that the unprecedented effect of COVID-19 is managed and minimized, particularly in relation to its implications on those that the ministry is mandated to serve. Government does recognize that this is a human crisis and human beings must be at the center of the response and recovery plans. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to highlight that the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation over the past 5 years has seen considerable increases in its budget allocation. While we did have a slim cut in the 2019-2020 budget, we were allocated a total of an additional 20 million in the COVID-19 response budget, which aimed to guarantee carrying on payments to our social protection beneficiaries across different schemes. This was done against the backdrop of the combined impact of COVID-19 and TC Herald. With a 14.4 million increase in our 2020-2021 budget, I confirm that this is the highest budget to have ever been allocated to the ministry. 9.9 million of this increase has been through donor support funding from the Government of Australia. The rest is from the Fijian government. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Australian government for her generous support to the Fijian government as part of the Vuvale partnership. As the Honourable Minister of Economy had announced, 7.8 million will be used to top up the allowances of Poverty Benefit Scheme, Disability Allowance, and Care and Protection Allowance beneficiaries over 2 months. Honourable Speaker, the largest portion of the Ministry's total budget allocation in the new fiscal year is for the administration of the nation's core social protection programs, as in previous years. Those benefiting from these programs include women, pregnant women, single parents, children, the poor, and persons living with disabilities and the elderly. The Ministry is pleased that the 2020-2021 budget will support to maintain the existing social protection programs, which include the Poverty Benefit Scheme that targets poor households, the Care and Protection Allowance, which seeks to assist less fortunate children in single-parent households or who are cared for by guardians or grandparents, and including children in the residential homes under the care of the state. The Poverty Benefit Scheme that currently assists over 25,000 households has received an allocation of $38.3 million for the new fiscal year, whereas the Care and Protection Allowance program that currently assists 8,366 households has received an allocation of $12.3 million. In addition, the allowance of $100 under the Social Pension Scheme will be maintained, with the eligibility age remaining at 65 years. The budget allocation to the Social Pension Scheme in the new fiscal year is $55.3 million. Currently, there are 45,898 recipients under this program. Interactions with current beneficiaries have revealed appreciation to the program because it has helped restore the self-esteem and self-worth during an age where they're often seen as a burden even to their own families. This commitment is again reflected in the budget allocation for the National Council of Older Persons and the funding support given to the 3 state-owned homes for the elderly, and also towards its much-needed upgrade, which is currently underway. The expanded food voucher for rural pregnant mothers will be maintained at $50 in this new budget year, with an allocation of $1.2 million in the new fiscal year. So far, 3,127 women have benefited from this program in the current financial year. We also continue to administer the disability allowance with an allocated budget of $9.3 million. This program currently supports over 8,000 beneficiaries at the amount of $90 a month. We've heard from Honorable Ngerengere Tambua about the importance of the budget for the modification of homes for persons living with disabilities. She said, and I quote, "The loss of funding to Habitat for Humanity will mean that persons with disabilities may have to wait 5 to 7 years to get assistance from private benefactors. Many may not get any assistance at all," unquote. This statement, Honorable Speaker, intentionally glosses over the fact that there is a budget allocation for the modification of homes for persons living with disabilities under the Ministry of Housing. As honorable members of this House, we must always give full facts because thousands of people are listening to us and believing every word that we say as members of this august House. It is irresponsible to gloss over important facts like that because there are thousands of disabled persons out there listening to us. First, it was about Teen Fish earlier today, and now about disabilities. It may not be the same amount that was allocated in the current year, Honorable Speaker, but the budget allocation is there. She is right in that the budget isn't being given to Habitat for Humanity. That doesn't mean that the service will not be provided. The service will now be played, the role of modifying homes will now be carried out by the Ministry of Housing with carpenters from the Public Rental Board and the ministry itself. To Honorable Ngerengere Tambua and others from the opposition who may wish to preach to this government about the importance of Fijians living with disabilities, please don't, just don't. We know how important they are. It was this government that gave meaning to the empowerment of people living with disabilities in this country, making them visible in laws, in policies and programs. It was this government that had the heart to give them a special place in the Constitution and follow through laws, policies and programs. Honorable Speaker, in total, across 5 ministries of government has allocated a total of $21.8 million to empower Fijians living with disabilities in the coming fiscal year. The opposition has the audacity to call this budget irresponsible, rudderless, theoretical, deceiving. Tell that to the over 80,000 Fijians that rely on the social protection net of government, which my ministry is honored to serve. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to share that the ministry also received an allocation of $20,000, which will ensure the continuation of the recertification exercise to ensure that those benefiting from social welfare payments are in fact those who are supposed to be benefiting from it. For this exercise, all social welfare beneficiaries, except for those receiving the disability allowance, are required to fill out a form to be witnessed by authorized personnel, basically to prove that they are still alive and are the ones receiving the social welfare allowance. To date, 79% of all relevant beneficiaries have fulfilled the recertification requirement. For those who haven't fulfilled this requirement, their allowances will be suspended from August. Such allowances will continue to be suspended until the recertification requirements have been fulfilled. If these requirements are not met by November this year, allowances will be terminated. This is in line with government's ongoing efforts to ensure that the social protection net truly captures those who deserve to be helped. So it's an appeal to those of our beneficiaries who may not have filled out the recertification forms to come forward and fill these forms out so that you don't have your allowances suspended. We will also be working on the upgrade of the Social Welfare Management Information System, which is supported by the Government of Australia and which has been allocated $2.1 million. On another note, Honourable Speaker, I've been advised during the day about large numbers of our beneficiaries crowding BSP premises around the country for fear that they might not get their allowances if they do not switch banks. I advise that social welfare payments will continue to be deposited in beneficiaries' allocated bank accounts, depending on the banks they have already nominated. There is no need for social welfare recipients to change accounts to BSP right now. The Department of Social Welfare will contact recipients over time to make the options known, and it will be their choice if they wish to change banks. Until the Department of Social Welfare contacts you with further information, please do not worry about changing banks now. Honourable Speaker, currently the Ministry chairs the National Coordinating Committee for Children, the national body that is made up of government entities, civil society, and international organizations such as UNICEF and ILO that looks at improving the lives of Fijian children. We're happy to receive an allocation of $100,000 for the new fiscal year for the Child Protection Program.
We are also given funding of $300,000 as grants to voluntary organizations that run 8 residential homes around Fiji for children who are under the care of the Director of Social Welfare. We are pleased with the Community-Based Corrections Program budgetary allocation of $250,000, which will enable us to continue to strengthen community-based corrections mechanisms as an alternative form of sentencing for those who qualify under the relevant law. Honorable Speaker, in the new fiscal year, we have been allocated $3.2 million to continue with the revamping and upgrading of the homes for the elderly. It is envisaged that the allocated budget will enable us to finalize the capital works at the Lambasa home, which is expected to finish in the next few months. This will give the residents in the home a more dignified and conducive environment that they can enjoy. Honorable Speaker, I'm delighted to share that the Ministry continued to fully operate the 2 toll-free national helplines during the COVID-19 lockdown periods, namely the Domestic Violence Helpline 1560, administered by the Fiji Women's Crisis Center, and the Child Helpline 1325, administered by Medical Services Pacific. We are pleased that both helplines have been allocated a budget of $200,000 each. The helplines have been crucial in intercepting emergency calls related to abuse of women and children and providing them the necessary assistance as required, and we look forward to continuing to provide the services effectively in the new fiscal year. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry is privileged to be able to work with our partners from the non-government sector in dealing with the mandate that we have, empowering women, children, the elderly, those living with disabilities, and the poor. Examples of these strong partnerships include the National Coordinating Committee on Children, the Fiji National Council for Disabled Persons, the National Council for Older Persons, and indeed, the Gender-Based Violence Working Group, the COVID-19 Response Gender Working Group, and the National Working Group on the Prevention of Violence Against Women and Girls. So, Honorable Biman Prasad, when it comes to domestic violence, we work very closely with our non-government partners. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry is satisfied with the 2020-2021 budget allocation for the Department of Women as a policy and advocacy unit of the Fijian government for the advancement of gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls. The 2020-2021 budget reaffirms the Fijian government's commitment to the agenda of gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls with the allocation of $2.9 million, complemented by an additional $2.7 million, which is supported by our development partners, including the Government of New Zealand, Government of Canada, UN Women Pacific Partnership Program, UNESCAP, and UNFPA. To this end, I would also like to acknowledge the Australian government for their invaluable technical support provided through the funding of our National Gender Advisor, who is instrumental in assisting the Department of Women in implementing all of the Ministry's core projects and programs on the empowerment of Fijian women and girls. The impact of COVID-19 has highlighted the heightened inequalities, particularly in relation to women and girls' safety and limited access to economic resources, while women's frontline roles as health workers in service industries and in the care economy have become more visible than ever before. We now all know that Fijian women are essential service providers. We also have seen gender-based violence increasing at home, online, and in public spaces. The situation demanded that the Ministry, more than ever before, to adopt strategic and bold approaches with focus on areas of highest priority to address the inequalities and place all Fijian women and girls and gender equality front and center of recovery plans if we are to build inclusive resilience to future shocks in line with the 2030 Agenda. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to share that the Ministry in the new fiscal year is well placed to move forward with the introduction and implementation of a number of important strategic initiatives, including the development of Fiji's National Action Plan to prevent violence against all women and girls, rollout of the Gender Transformative Institutional Capacity Development Initiative across government institutions, development of Fiji's Country Gender Assessment, rollout of Service Delivery Protocol Phase 2, and kickstart of an evidence-based and inclusive dialogue, as well as tailored interventions on women's economic empowerment, and resilience building with focus on micro and small women-owned enterprises, self-employed women, and women in informal sectors, particularly across handicraft and cultural industry. It is important to underscore that the breakdown of 2020-2021 budget allocation for the Department of Women includes an additional $100,000 for NGO grants and a significant increase for women's institution funds with an allocation of $500,000. Honorable Speaker, we've all heard from Honorable Salote Rondrondo today about the Barefoot College. I'd like to reassure Honorable Rondrondo that the construction works at Barefoot College has started, and the budget allocation of $3 million will assist us in continuing with the construction of the project. Honorable Rondrondo has suggested that we shouldn't continue with this construction at this time. I beg to differ. If COVID-19 has taught us anything at all, it is to look at alternative forms of employment which do not rely on external customers. Barefoot College will do just that. Empower women to become solar engineers and micro-business owners within their own communities, complementing government's efforts in promoting green energy in rural communities. So, Honorable Speaker, I firmly believe that it is during such a time as this that we need projects like Barefoot College to be prioritized, and I'm grateful for the allocation. I simply cannot understand how one can promote the empowerment of Fijian women and girls and in the same breath shoot a project like this down. Honorable Speaker, there's been an obsession with funds kept under R in the national budget. The opposition has made it to sound like we will not get the money under R. Nothing could be further from the truth. To put this in perspective, for the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, in the current year, approximately 80% of our budget was under R. As of today, 99.74% of that budget under R has been released to the Ministry. The obsession is simply unfounded, Honorable Speaker. So to conclude, the new fiscal year looks promising. The Ministry is adequately resourced with 2020-2021 budget.
Order.
Do not be scared of R. The Ministry is adequately resourced with 2020-2021 budget to carry on with its important ongoing and new strategic programs. We recognize the challenge that COVID-19 has posed on us, but we are determined to give the best possible services to Fijians and those most in need. This is a time of reckoning for our national and personal values and recognition of the strength of solidarity for public services and society as a whole. With this, we are prepared to take on the new fiscal year with greater motivation and ability to serve our people better. They say that the greatness of a nation can be judged by how it treats its weakest member. One needs to look no further than the budget for the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation to see just how great our nation is. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation for a contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Dr. Ephraimi Wangarimbete. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Cabinet colleagues and Assistant Ministers and also Honourable Members of Parliament that are still here. First and foremost, I want to say that I rise to absolutely commend the 2021 national budget that was presented by the Honourable Attorney General Minister of Economy. Honourable Speaker, this budget is the most important budget in the history of our nation. In the history of our nation. Not only the history of the last 10 years or since independence, but the history of our nation. Last night I was reading back at Ratu Thakumbau's government. Then I was reading back at the first colonial government. And I was reading back and reading forward till the Honourable, the late Turanga Tuneau's government. And I was reading at some of the things that happened through the 1987 and the coup by the then leader of the opposition. I remember it very well because I was a student in Lautoka and my parents, their salaries were both deducted by 20%. And we had families from our family that came and lived with us because they were struggling And it was a difficult time because we were all struggling during that time. So I can actually see the importance of maintaining the salaries of our civil servants. Because during these difficult times, they will be supporting their family members. And you can imagine what they would be feeling if they went through what I went through and my brothers and sisters went through when my parents' salaries were deducted. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I just also want to just acknowledge my grandmother who was unwell recently. She's 98 and my cousin called me to say that she will be listening in tonight. So, Bui, thank you. I think it's your bedtime also, so you can go to bed now. And also want to just acknowledge those who are also on social media and Team Fiji on Twitter that are hearing in tonight. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by just beginning to rebut some of the statements that were said before. First and foremost is that famous door. Honorable Tigundiondo, that door was repaired. And if it's recently bad, then I wouldn't know that. But I can tell you this, that door was repaired. And that block that's there is left there because sometimes when patients enter in, they need to keep the door ajar in case the patient runs into the problem so they can be able to call. I only worry that you nearly took a photo of a naked patient inside the bathroom. And I wish that next time you intend to take a photo inside the hospital, you will follow the normal routine by going to see the medical superintendent and saying you want to take a picture. That medical superintendent is your kind. He's from Wenimbuka, Dr. Luke Center. It is only ethical and morally important that you visit him and say you want to take a picture. Please don't do that next time. Honorable Speaker, we also have to remember, we will fix the door if it's bad again, but it was fixed. Honorable Speaker, we also know that with COVID-19, we've had those cases, and Fiji was the 163rd case. Now, we also have to remember that during that time, there were challenges already in China, and we know that a lot of consumables and drugs that are manufactured in this place, there were already major disruptions to the supply chain of pharmaceuticals. Honorable Speaker, there was an inevitable global shortage followed suit. We were quite fortunate that we were able to act quickly and coordinate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Fiji missions abroad to assist in approaching contracted wholesalers who released and sent out equipment and medical supplies that we already had purchased. I would like to give an example. Due to the diligence and resilience, we had the dialysis machines that we had purchased from Australia, arranged for shipment from the kidney transplant and the kidney transplant drugs from Sydney Airport to Auckland Airport in a week, then finally shipped to Nadi Airport with the assistance of our customs team at the border. During this time, the supply of leptospirosis diagnostic kits and dengue kits remained available at our health facilities. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Gerengere Tamboa, in her global diarrhea during today's session, mentioned that there was issues with cervical cancer tests because of pap smears not being available. That again is a lie. It's misleading Parliament. We have several ways of doing cervical cancer testing. We use pap smear, which is both an automated or a manual method, and the new machine that we had bought had run into problems. It was during the time of guarantee, and the company that was based out of New Zealand was wanting us to pay an amount of 35,000 New Zealand dollars, which we didn't have to. So we sought legal redress, and they were told that they had to pay. So they came across and they repaired that. But in that meantime, we used the manual method. Apart from that, we use VIA. I will not say what it stands for because it sounds gross. But we also use colposcopy and biopsy. So the women were not compromised during that time. And the machine has been fixed, and the thin prep for this will be available and I've been told by the beginning of August, which is about a week away. Honorable Speaker, the proposed budget of 394 million is more than the 347 million. I was told by our Director of Finance and Administration that about more than 95% of our present budget has been used up, including those in our, because we've been using it, as you know, because of our normative functions that we need to be able to do, but also the COVID-19 budget has been very helpful in being able to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. It will be remiss of me without first and foremost, Honourable Speaker, helping us to understand what COVID-19 has done to the health services of our people and also the region. As we speak, there's more than 16 million people worldwide that's got the disease and 650,000 deaths. The epicenter of the disease is in the Americas, but we are seeing it beginning to take off in countries around us. And recently, we've seen the exponential rise in Papua New Guinea, including its first confirmed death. Honourable Speaker, we have 27 cases, 18 cases initially with community transmission within these clusters, and then we've had 9 cases that are quarantine border cases, that are cases that were coming back. They are likely to have received the virus when they left, when they came from India, and they are in quarantine in Nandi and also now at the moment in Lotoko Hospital. Honourable Speaker, the world health systems are struggling with the pandemic response. They are not only struggling, but we are seeing high morbidity and mortality numbers. Hospital and health facilities have become the center of disease outbreaks, which have led to instances of close of hospitals and health facilities. Honourable Speaker, it's been estimated in one of my readings recently that about 500 people in old people's homes in Australia are vulnerable and at risk with COVID-19. So we have to understand that this is the extent to which COVID-19 is placing pressure and pressure points on the health systems and ultimately on the normal workings of any country or any region. The support systems for health that deal with production and supply chain for medical equipment, medicines, and medical supplies initially was severely paralyzed and continue to be partially paralyzed at times. Honourable Speaker, for us in Fiji, we are grateful to the decisive leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, supported by my senior colleagues in the Attorney General and the Minister for Economy, the members of Cabinet, Assistant Minister, and the caucus. We've been able to effectively tackle the disease when it reaches our shores, again with effective guidance that were given to the officials, which are the civil servants, which are then be able to carry out the strategies of government. And those strategies are being talked about now in the global spaces. As I've said in my earlier speeches, WHO, our development partners have been asking us to share about what we've been able to do. The Global Alliance on Vaccine Implementation or Initiative, Gavi, which is supported mostly by the United Kingdom, asked the Honourable Prime Minister to speak about our response. And he asked me to do it on his behalf. And I spoke about our response. And they wrote back to say that after that, they were able to gather quite a few $1 billion worth of support from all around the world to the Global Alliance Initiative for the immunization, for the vaccine for COVID-19. So you can see the importance that we are now beginning to play in this area of COVID-19 around the region, around the world, because they are beginning to see how effectively we've been able to control it and take hold of it. And we've been strong in the 6 pillars that I talked about before. The strong and effective border control measures, the multi-agency contact tracing and quarantine enforcement, and now the app that is in place, the comprehensive communication and awareness strategy, the strengthening of our health service, facilitated by the supplementary budget and the specific budget for COVID-19, and the support of our partners, donors, and friends. And the commitment, love, and patriotism of all Fijians who stepped up and stepped forward in the effort to support government as we face COVID-19 pandemic threat. Honourable Speaker, we did not stop there. We continued, we worked on. So initially we bought and received 14 new ventilator machines, which we distributed into the new ICU, new COVID-19 ICUs in Lotoka, Lambasa, Suva, that were necessary for those that may require ICU. We've also bought another extra 50 ventilators. These have been prepaid for a sum of more than $4 million. The first 5 will receive in the middle of next month to be able to build again the capacity of our intensive care units. Honorable Speaker, we received 80 donated humidified high flow AVO machines from the New Zealand government, but we trained our staff and purchased the consumables to be compatible with these machines. We bought about 50 hospital beds at about $60,000. Honorable Speaker, we've continued to buy the necessary equipment specifically for COVID-19, which is more than $2 million in supplying and also supporting our frontline staff and again, purchase of other things that are important. Honorable Speaker, it's not, doesn't even include the fact that we've had to pay staff that are now put across to the COVID-19 fight. So that's all within that budget. It will continue with the budget that we now have in place for COVID-19 in the 2021 budget. Honorable Speaker, during this time, we also fought the measles outbreak. And I've said it before, we had 100.14% of the target population in children and 94% of the target population in adults immunized. And we purchased the vaccines that were used and mobilized 760 health staff to implement this exercise. We then also had in that span of 5 months, we had the 3 cyclones. They were namely TC Sarai, Tino, and then severe tropical cyclone Harold. For that, Honorable Speaker, we mobilized our health staff all over the country to be able to provide health screening and treatment and provide the protective health measures that were important. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the last 3 decades, and if we look at how we have been continuing to improve, and then recently within the last decade, we can see that we are beginning to achieve our Sustainable Development Goal targets. Let me share a few. Honorable Speaker, for maternal mortality rate, the SDG target is 70 per 100,000. We are now at 35.6. Neonatal mortality rate, the SDG target is 12 by 2030, we are at 12.2. Honorable Speaker, we are also pushing out into the community, and this we will continue in the next financial year because of the support that's provided into our public health component. We are working with community stakeholders in terms of the WASH aspect, but also making sure that we prevent the other communicable disease. We've had many of those that we've been involved with saying how fortunate they were to be able to see the support that's coming through from the Ministry of Health, working hand in hand with other stakeholders in government. Honorable Speaker, the $25 million that's been allocated to the COVID-19 response will be used to strengthen and support the multi-agency incident management team in supporting the public health response in the health and economic recovery phases we're in. It will be used to procure infection control items such as hand gels, masks, aprons, and PPEs required for our frontline staff in the management of COVID-19 cases or suspected cases. Support the running of the fever clinics, the ICUs, the HDUs, facilitate our risk communication activities, support the FEMAT capability which will be required if there is future waves of infection in the community, and support the quarantine costs to continue in its critical role to safely manage returning Fijians and permit holders. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk a little bit about the support for overseas treatment. If Mr. X is a cardiac patient sponsored by government for overseas treatment abroad for his heart condition, and he was accompanied by Mrs. X, and they earned less than $30,000 a year. After successful treatment in hospital, they were tested for COVID-19 and allowed to travel back to Fiji with a negative result. Before entering Fiji, they already knew they must go into quarantine for 14 days. On arrival, they disembarked in one of the small groups, met by our border control team, checked for symptoms, directed for admission to our quarantine facility. The screening cost of filling their supplementary health arrival card and health officials taking their temperature readings and other information such as special dietary requirements. They then underwent normal immigration custom processes. Their luggage were disinfected. Once they picked up their luggage, the health and RFMF personnel briefed them on the quarantine procedures rules. They were tagged and told which hotels they were allocated, and they were transported to the designated quarantine facility using government-designated vehicles. During the quarantine period of 14 days, they are checked daily by our quarantine team that comprise the health and military personnel. The full cost of quarantine for COVID-19 is borne by government. On the same trip, Mr. Z was also part of the returning passengers who had gone to India for heart operation, but paid for by his medical insurance scheme. The whole process he undergoes, including his quarantine period, that's all paid for by government. Honorable Speaker, for the welfare of our frontline staff, the budget will enable the ministry to also provide counseling support for our frontline team as they deal with the challenging task of caring for potential COVID-19 cases at the border. Honorable Speaker, we also have to realize that if we don't get any severe cases of COVID-19, we are able to redirect the use of equipment and supplies for those patients who urgently need them. As I've alluded to, the airborne machines, we started to use them for severe cases of typhoid and leptospirosis in our intensive care units. And also the ventilator machines, if ultimately they are not needed, they can be then used for our normative functions in looking after those who are very sick. Honorable Speaker, we began to also remodel our health service provision based on the universal health coverage. We've looked at our strategic plan and also the National Development Plan, which is 20 years, and the 5-year strategic plan. What we then realized is that all over the world, WHO guidance, they're all talking about decentralizing services, ensuring that you're working in a way that the health systems or the health centers, the hospitals, don't become the epicenter of the disease. And this has actually put upon us the idea to quicken that targets that are in place. And this budget will allow us to do that, Honorable Speaker. It will help us to decentralize quicker and even more. And as we speak, we're beginning to see specialists, and the Honorable Assistant Minister talked about it today, the specialists being asked to go and do clinics into health centers and subdivisional hospitals. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, the consultant pediatrician or child doctor at CWM Hospital, Dr. Elisabeth Tumbenga, and her registrar, Dr. Torika, are currently in Lakemba, looking at children in Lakemba, and also looking at those children in islands around Lakemba that may have heart diseases. Honorable Speaker, beginning on the 5th of August, Nandi Hospital will provide pediatric, obstetric and gynecological, internal medicine specialist care to the people that access Nandi Hospital for health services, and this will be supported by weekly visits from specialists from Lotoho Hospital. Honorable Speaker, about a month ago, the emergency departments within Valileve and Nosori are being run by the emergency specialists at CWM Hospital. Now, as the Honorable Assistant Minister has also said, Makoi Nosori maternity units are now being run by the obstetrics and gynecology department at CWM. We're also intending to set up incident management team like divisional and subdivisional command centers in our health division, and the provision of this budget will be able to allow us to do that. Honorable Speaker, the 105 new doctors and the 200 nurses and 40 midwives will complement the staff that we have. We have now in Fiji about 1,450 doctors. Those 1,450 doctors puts our doctor to population ratio at 1:1.5, which is a great number, which is a good number. Honorable Speaker, this has happened because consistently over the last 6 to 7 years, this government has continued to increase the number of scholarships, increase the positions within the service, more importantly, increase the salaries of health staff to be able to retain them. And one of the reasons why we've been able to fight this fight well also is because with the open merit system that we have in place, allows us to have the best people available to be able to fight the fight that we have. For example, like Dr. Chemesa, Dr. Alicia, the acting permanent secretary we have at the moment, Dr. James Wall, they are there on merit. They are there on merit. And that's allowed us to be able to do what we're able to do. I would like to finish with this thought, Honorable Speaker. There were suggestions from the other side of the floor that we live within our means. Our current health budget salary bill, enrollment bill for Seg 1 and Seg 2 is 202 million. If we were to live within our means, and the forecast revenue is 1.8 billion. We know that 10% of the budget is for health. That means that the Ministry of Health in this next 2021 budget will only have 180 million. We will not be able to protect this nation in our normative functions and also with COVID-19 with 180 million. We need the 395 million. And that's what this 2021 budget has done. Honorable Speaker, I highly commend this budget to the House and I fully support it, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, I thank the Honourable Minister for Health for his contribution to the debate. Honourable members, the night is young. Honourable members, we will now adjourn and we will finish this agenda item tomorrow at a more convenient time for everybody. I know you're feeling as tired as I am, so I'm going to adjourn now. I thank you for your contributions today. I look forward to your presence tomorrow where we can deal with this agenda item. We adjourn.